The first shot echoed and went mad. In less than 90 seconds, a judge, a sheriff, and a Commonwealth's attorney lay dead on the blood-slick floor, victims of a furious volley of gunfire. The newspapers across the nation screamed of a savage mountain clan, an insurrection against civilization itself. But for the people who lived and breathed the thin, cold air of the Blue Ridge Mountains, they knew the truth was far more complicated. What pushes a man to declare war on the law in the very temple of justice? Today, we separate the legends from the facts to uncover the story of the Allen clan and the epic manhunt that tore a community apart. Before the gun smoke and the blood, there was the land. Carroll County, Virginia, was a world unto itself, a kingdom of mist-shrouded ridges and deep, shadowed hollows carved by creeks 1,000 years old. The Blue Ridge Mountains weren't just a backdrop here, they were a living presence that shaped the people, instilling in them a fierce independence and a profound distrust of the flatlands below. In this isolated world, a man's worth was measured by the land he owned, the family he raised, and the honor he was willing to defend with his life. The seasons, not the clock in a distant capital, dictated the rhythm of life. At the center of this world stood Floyd Allen. He was a man built of the same hard rock as the mountains themselves, a patriarch in the truest sense. He wasn't some poor dirt farmer. He was a wealthy businessman, a landowner with vast tracts of timber and a former county supervisor. His word was law in the hollows. To his friends and family, he was generous and loyal to a fault. To his enemies, his temper was a force of nature, as sudden and violent as a summer thunderstorm. He saw himself not as a citizen subject to the law, but as the source of law in his domain. If Floyd was the fire of the Allen clan, his younger brother Sidner was the ice. Where Floyd was impulsive and hot-blooded, Sidner was cool, intelligent, and calculating. He too was a man of considerable wealth, but he showed his ambition in a different way. Just a few years before the tragedy, Sidner had completed a magnificent new home, the finest in the county. It was a testament to his success, a symbol of permanence and legacy, built with the finest wood and stone. It was a castle for his own dynasty, a place where he expected to live out his days in peace and prosperity. The Allens were not outlaws hiding in the shadows. They were the power in these hills. They were a sprawling, interconnected web of cousins, nephews, and in-laws, bound by blood and a shared code. They were respected, and they were feared. Their influence reached into local politics, business, and law enforcement. To cross one Allen was to cross them all, and everyone in Carroll County understood that simple, unshakable fact. They had built a world that answered to them and them alone. In these mountains, there were two kinds of law. There was the law written in books, administered by judges and lawyers from towns who didn't understand the ways of the high country. Then there was the unwritten law of the mountains, the code of honor. This code said that family was absolute, that an insult could not go unanswered, and that a man had the right to settle his own disputes. To be arrested and dragged before a judge for defending your kin was more than a legal problem. It was a profound public humiliation. It was an attack on your name and your very manhood. But the outside world was beginning to press in, its tendrils reaching up the mountain roads. Telegraph wires hummed with messages from a central government, and railroad surveyors planned routes that would cut through the heart of the old territories. A new kind of law was coming with them, an impersonal, unbending law that had no respect for a man's reputation or the weight of his name. Little did the Allens know, this encroaching world was about to put their code, their power, and their very lives on trial. And when those two worlds finally collided, they would not bend, they would shatter. The Allens didn't just live on the land, they were born of it. Their roots in Carroll County ran as deep as the ancient oaks. Generations before, their Scots-Irish ancestors had pushed into this unforgiving wilderness, looking not for easy living, but for a place where they would be beholden to no king and no landlord. They carved their existence out of the rocky soil, and their claim was sealed not just by deeds, but by the sweat, blood, and bones of their kin who were buried in it. This land was a heavy inheritance, a reminder that they had built their world from nothing, and they would bow to no outside authority that tried to take it away. This deep-seated distrust of distant power was a wound that had never truly healed since the Civil War. The mountains had been a house divided, a place where loyalty to Richmond or Washington could get a man killed by his own cousin. The war left behind a bitter legacy, a deep-seated suspicion that the laws passed in far-off capitals were designed to control and suppress the mountain people, not to protect them. For men like the Allens, the arrival of a state-appointed judge and a Commonwealth's attorney felt less like the administration of justice and more like the arrival of a garrison in occupied territory. In Carroll County, a family name was everything. It was a history, a code, and a burden. To be an Allen was to understand that you were part of something larger than yourself. It meant you never showed weakness, you never backed down from a fight, and you settled your own accounts. The name was a shield for those who bore it and a clear warning to those who might cross them. It carried with it the unspoken duty to uphold the family's honor and dominance, a duty that fell most heavily on the patriarch, Floyd Allen. So when Floyd Allen stood in that courtroom, he wasn't just one man facing a year in prison. He was the living embodiment of generations of clan history. He was defending more than his own freedom. He was defending his family's name and the very principle that an Allen did not submit. The courtroom wasn't just a room. It was a battlefield where the old ways were clashing with the new. Judge Massey represented the cold, impersonal law of the state, but Floyd Allen represented the hot-blooded, unwritten law of the mountains, a law that had been the final word in these hills for over a century. In the weeks leading up to Floyd Allen's trial, Carroll County was holding its breath. This wasn't just about one man's freedom, it was a reckoning. In the general stores, in the churches, and in the dark corners of saloons, the lines were being drawn. To speak in favor of the court was to risk the wrath of the Allen clan. To defend the Allens was to mark yourself as an enemy of the state's progress. Families who had been neighbors for generations suddenly looked at each other with suspicion. The air grew thick with a poison that had been seeping into the soil for years. This wasn't the first time the Allens had clashed with the law. There were stories, old fistfights at county fairs that were settled with a handshake instead of a warrant, disputed land claims where an Allen's fence post mysteriously moved overnight, and business deals where the other party always seemed to get the short end of the stick. More recently, there had been a simmering feud between Floyd and Sheriff Lewis Webb. Webb was a man determined to prove that no one was above the law, and he had made a point of arresting men connected to the Allens for minor infractions. Each arrest was a small poke at the bear, a test of power that Floyd saw as a direct personal challenge to his authority. Whispers spread through the hollows like wildfire in a dry season. People said Floyd Allen had sworn an oath that he would never spend a single night in a penitentiary cell. Others claimed that Judge Massey had been warned not to even come to Hillsville, that the Allens had already passed their own sentence on him. Rumors flew that Allen men were buying up every box of cartridges they could find, and that friends of the family were quietly making their way toward the county seat, their rifles cleaned and ready. Whether these rumors were true or not didn't matter. They created an atmosphere of inevitable violence. The trial became less about the law and more about a final, decisive confrontation. Everyone in the county, from the lowest tenant farmer to the wealthiest merchant, felt it coming. They knew that the feud between the old mountain code and the new state law was about to be settled, and it would be settled not with gavels and law books, but with lead and blood. In the mountains, people listened to the whispers of the woods, and in the weeks before the trial, the woods were sending out warnings. Old-timers later swore that the winter of 1912 felt different, holding on with a bitter, unnatural cold. On the high ridges, Hunters claimed to hear a sound that hadn't been heard in decades, the chilling, woman-like scream of a painter, a mountain lion. To the mountain folk, it was a terrible omen, a cry from the land itself that blood was about to be spilled on its soil. It was as if nature was already mourning for the men who were about to die. The human omen arrived in Hillsville with polished shoes and leather briefcases. Judge Thornton Massey and Commonwealth's attorney William Foster were not mountain men. They were agents of a distant government, men who saw the world in the black and white text of law books. They walked into Carroll County with the confidence of men who believed they held all the power, that their authority was absolute and backed by the full might of the state. They could not understand that in these hills they were the outsiders. They were the foreign body that the clan, like a feverish immune system, was preparing to violently reject. On the morning of March 14th, a heavy stillness settled over the town of Hillsville. Sheriff Lewis Webb felt it in his bones. He was a local man, caught between the two great forces. He knew Floyd Allen, and he knew the unbending pride that coursed through the veins of that family. As he strapped on his pistol that morning, he wasn't just preparing for a day in court. He was preparing for a war. He could see the hard, unblinking eyes of the Allen clan members gathering on the courthouse steps. The air was thick and electric, like the dead calm before a lightning strike. Every man in that town knew that something terrible was about to happen. They were just waiting for the first drop of rain or the first flash of fire. The courtroom in Hillsville on March 14th, 1912, was a powder keg waiting for a spark. The air was thick with the scent of wet wool, chewing tobacco, and raw fear. On the bench sat Judge Thornton Massey, his face a grim mask of authority. Standing ready was Sheriff Lewis Webb, his hand hovering near the butt of his revolver, and scattered throughout the room, in the gallery and among the benches, were the Allens. They weren't there as spectators. They were there as soldiers, their eyes cold and watchful, their coats hanging heavy with the weight of concealed pistols. The jury filed back in, their faces pale. The foreman refused to look at Floyd Allen as he read the verdict. Guilty. A low murmur rippled through the crowd, a sound like a distant rock slide. Then came the sentence: 1 year in the state penitentiary. For a man like Floyd Allen, a patriarch who had ruled his corner of the world with an iron will, this was an unimaginable disgrace. It wasn't the loss of a year of freedom. It was the public destruction of his honor, a declaration that his power meant nothing here. In that moment, something inside Floyd Allen broke. He rose slowly to his feet, his wounded pride radiating from him like heat. He looked not at the judge, but at the men of the court, the men of his county. And then he spoke the words that would ignite a war, a sentence that would be carved into the memory of those mountains forever. "Gentlemen," he said, his voice calm but edged with steel, "I ain't a-goin'." It was a declaration of independence. It was a final, absolute rejection of the court's authority. Judge Massey, stunned by the defiance, quickly ordered the sheriff, "Get your man." As Sheriff Webb took a step forward, the world seemed to slow down. Hands went to guns. Every man in that room held his breath, balanced on the knife's edge between law and anarchy. And then it happened. A single deafening crack of a pistol shot shattered the silence. To this day, no one knows for sure who fired it. Was it Floyd Allen making good on his promise? Was it Sheriff Webb trying to enforce the judge's order? Or was it Floyd's son, Claude, firing from the gallery to protect his father? It doesn't matter. That first drop of blood was all it took. In that instant, the trial of Floyd Allen was over, and the war of the Allen clan had begun. The courtroom was no longer a place of law. It had become an execution ground. That first gunshot did not begin a duel. It detonated the world. The courtroom erupted into a volcano of sound and fury. It was not a chaotic panic. It was a coordinated, devastating volley. From the gallery, from behind benches, from the doorways, the Allens unleashed a storm of lead. The sharp cracks of pistols blended into a single continuous roar, a deafening thunder that shook the very foundations of the building and the law it represented. Through the eyes of a terrified witness huddled on the floor, the scene was a nightmare of flickering shadows and brilliant flashes of fire. Judge Thornton Massey was slammed back into his high-backed chair as if struck by an invisible fist. For a moment he sat upright, his face a mask of shock, before sliding silently from the bench. His gavel clattered onto the wooden planks, the last sound of order in a world now ruled by chaos. The symbol of the law was the first to fall. Sheriff Lewis Webb, caught in the open as he moved toward Floyd, never had a chance to draw his weapon. He crumpled to the floor, his life extinguished in an instant. Commonwealth's attorney William Foster staggered back, a look of disbelief on his face, before collapsing amongst the very law books and papers he had used to condemn Floyd Allen. Men who had moments before been arguing points of law were now diving for their lives under tables and behind railings. The air grew thick and heavy with gun smoke, so dense it choked the lungs and burned the eyes. The constant splintering of wood and shattering of glass was punctuated by the screams of the wounded and the terrified. Augustus Fowler, a juror who had simply done his civic duty, was caught in the crossfire and fell, a random victim in a war he had no part in. For 90 seconds, the Hillsville courthouse was the heart of a maelstrom, a place where the only authority was the muzzle of a gun. And then, as suddenly as it began, it was over. A deafening silence fell over the room, broken only by the groans of the wounded and the soft flutter of legal papers drifting down through the hazy, acrid air. When the smoke began to clear, the walls and the judge's bench were pockmarked with dozens of dark, ugly holes, silent witnesses to the carnage. The law of the state had been tried, judged, and executed in its own sanctuary. Through the haze, the surviving Allens moved with a chilling purpose. They were not panicked. They were a clan of soldiers retrieving their wounded leader. They scooped up the bleeding Floyd Allen, and before anyone could fully comprehend what had just happened, they were gone. They melted out of the courthouse and vanished into the misty streets of Hillsville, leaving behind a scene of unimaginable slaughter. The war had been declared, the first battle had been won, and the Allens were now retreating into the mountains that would become both their fortress and their prison. To understand what happened in that courtroom, you have to try, just for a moment, to look at the world through Floyd Allen's eyes. In his mind, he was not the criminal. He was the victim of a conspiracy. These men, Judge Massey, Attorney Foster, they were outsiders, invaders who had come into his territory, his kingdom, to strip him of his authority and his honor. The trial wasn't a search for truth. It was a public ritual of humiliation designed to break him and, through him, the power of the Allen clan forever. When the jury foreman spoke the word guilty, it wasn't just a verdict. It was the deepest possible insult. When the judge pronounced the sentence of 1 year in a cage, it was a death sentence for Floyd's pride. In that moment, the switch flipped. The courtroom was no longer a place of law. It became a battlefield. The judge was not an arbiter of justice. He was the enemy commander who had just ordered his execution. The sheriff was not an officer of the court. He was the enemy soldier sent to capture him. The primal, unwritten law of the mountains, the law of survival and violent defense of one's own, instantly overrode the written law of the state. There was no room for hesitation. The moment the attack on his honor became a physical threat, the moment Sheriff Webb moved to lay hands on him, the time for words was over. For the Allens, this was self-defense. They were not murdering men. They were eliminating threats. In the cold calculus of clan survival, a judge who would cage their patriarch was an existential danger that had to be neutralized. The volley of gunfire was not an act of chaotic rage. It was the brutal, logical conclusion of their code. It was a preemptive strike to prevent the destruction of their world. As they carried their wounded leader from the smoking, blood-soaked courthouse, there was likely no remorse. There was no triumph. There was only the grim, chilling satisfaction of having met a mortal threat with overwhelming force. They had done what they had to do. They had defended their king and the honor of the clan. In their minds, they weren't fugitives fleeing justice. They were soldiers, retreating from a victorious battle, heading for the high ground to prepare for the long, bloody war that they knew was coming. When the last gunshot faded, the silence it left behind was more terrifying than the noise. It was a heavy, sacred silence, the kind that falls over a fresh grave. In the courtroom, the survivors lay frozen on the floor, the ringing in their ears slowly giving way to the soft, wet sound of dripping blood. The air was a choking fog of gun smoke, and through the haze, the afternoon sun cast long, dusty rays that illuminated a scene from hell. Overturned benches, scattered legal papers stained crimson, and the still forms of men who, minutes earlier, had represented the full authority of the Commonwealth of Virginia. Slowly, the bravest of the townsfolk crept toward the courthouse doors. They peered into the smoky darkness, and a wave of collective shock and horror rippled through them. The news spread not like a rumor, but like a physical blow, striking the heart of Hillsville and knocking the breath out of it. The courthouse, the very symbol of order and civilization in their small world, had been desecrated. It was no longer a hall of justice. It was a slaughterhouse, a tomb for the law itself. The telegraph key began to chatter frantically, tapping out a message of carnage that sent a shockwave across the state and the nation. This was not just a backwoods murder. This was an open insurrection. The governor of Virginia, William Hodges Mann, declared it a direct outrage upon the civilization of the state. He vowed that this act of rebellion would be met with the full, crushing force of the government. The honor of Virginia was at stake, and it would be redeemed in blood if necessary. An immediate and furious manhunt began. Local posses were hastily formed, filled with men fueled by a mixture of civic duty, outrage, and a lust for the staggering reward money that was immediately offered. They were armed, angry, and determined, but they were local men plunging into a wilderness that the Allens knew intimately. As the first groups of riders galloped out of town, they were heading not just into the mountains, but into the Allens' world, where every ridge could hide a rifleman and every neighbor could be a spy. But while Hillsville was a whirlwind of chaos and the state was mobilizing for war, the Allens were already gone. They had moved with the swift, silent efficiency of ghosts. They had treated Floyd's wounds, gathered their forces, and melted into the labyrinth of misty hollows and dense forests they called home. The mountains had swallowed them whole. As the first posses nervously picked their way up the muddy tracks into the high country, they were hunting shadows. The Allens had won the battle, and now, on their own turf, they prepared for the siege. The Carroll County Courthouse massacre didn't unite the community in grief. It ripped it in two. A fault line cracked open, running through families, churches, and friendships that had stood for generations. In the days that followed, the general store became a silent theater of suspicion. Men who had known each other since boyhood would now only nod curtly, their eyes avoiding contact. A word spoken in defense of the slain judge could be seen as a betrayal of your own mountain people, while a word of sympathy for the Allens could mark you as an enemy of the state. Every conversation was a minefield, and silence became the safest language. A wall of silence, as dense and impenetrable as the mountain laurel, rose up to protect the fugitives. It was a wall built of two things: fear and kinship. The fear was simple and immediate. The Allen clan was vast, and their reach extended into every hollow. To be seen talking to a lawman could mean a burned barn, a dead milk cow, or worse. The posses might be in town today, but the Allens would be your neighbors forever. This fear was a cold, hard fact of life that every mountain family understood. But it was more than just fear. For many, the Allens were not monsters. They were their own. They were men who had stood up against an arrogant outside law that sought to humiliate one of their patriarchs. The heavy-handed tactics of the first posses only deepened this resentment. When lawmen from the flatlands began kicking in doors and treating every mountain family as a potential conspirator, they weren't winning hearts and minds. They were proving the Allen's point. They were an occupying army, and many locals chose to side with their own, even if they were now branded as outlaws. This division wasn't abstract. It was written in small, secret acts of courage and cowardice. A cousin of the Allens would find a sack of cornmeal and salted pork left on a stump deep in the woods, a silent offering from a neighbor who dared not show their face. A farmer whose land bordered an escape route would see tracks in the mud and say nothing. At the same time, another man would look a deputy straight in the eye and swear on a Bible that he had been with one of the Allen boys miles away from the courthouse on the very afternoon of the shooting. These were not just lies. They were oaths of allegiance to the unwritten code of the mountains, a code that was now at open war with the laws of Virginia. The local posses were doomed from the start. They were good men, but they were hunting legends in a landscape that belonged to the legends. For weeks, they crashed through the underbrush, chasing rumors and echoes. The Allens were always one step ahead, phantoms in the mist. A warm campfire found abandoned, a footprint in the mud leading to a rushing creek. It was like hunting ghosts who knew every secret path, every hidden cave, and every sympathetic ear in 100 square miles. The great manhunt was becoming a great embarrassment, and the honor of Virginia was bleeding away with every passing day. Frustrated and furious, the state unleashed a new kind of predator on the Blue Ridge Mountains. They called in the Baldwin-Felts Detective Agency, the infamous Pinkertons of the South. These were not local lawmen. They were cold-eyed professionals, manhunters for hire, known for their ruthless efficiency in the bloody coalfield wars. They arrived in Hillsville on a special train, clad in city clothes but carrying the deadliest weapons of the age, Winchester repeating rifles and semi-automatic pistols. They brought with them a cold, corporate style of violence, and they saw the mountains not as a home, but as a hostile grid to be systematically swept and cleared. With the Baldwin-Felts agents in charge, the hunt became a brutal, grinding war of attrition. The dragnet tightened. Teams of detectives leading packs of baying bloodhounds pushed deep into the hollows. They moved with a chilling purpose, raiding farmhouses in the dead of night, kicking down doors and dragging men from their beds for interrogation. They cared nothing for the mountain code of conduct. To them, every silent farmer was a potential conspirator, every cabin a potential hideout. The mountains fought back against them. Sudden downpours washed away scents, confusing the dogs. The treacherous terrain lamed their horses and broke the axles of their wagons. The silent, watchful eyes of the mountain people followed their every move, and the forest itself seemed to conspire to hide its fugitive sons. The first major breakthrough came not from brilliant detective work, but from exhaustion and a tip-off. Floyd Allen, wounded and weakened, had been holed up in a cabin, his body too broken to continue the flight. A posse, led by the relentless detectives, surrounded the house at dawn. There was no final gun battle. Floyd, feverish and in pain, knew the game was up. He surrendered. The fiery patriarch finally captured. His personal war brought to an inglorious end. His son Claude was captured soon after. The state had its prize, the man who had declared, "I ain't a-goin'." But as the detectives celebrated their victory, a chilling realization began to dawn on them. They had the lion, but the foxes had gotten away. The local posses had nabbed a few smaller members of the clan in the initial chaos. Now the Baldwin-Felts men had the leader. But Sidney Allen, the cool-headed strategist, and his fiercely loyal nephew Wesley Edwards, the men many believed were the true masterminds of the courtroom escape, were nowhere to be found. The massive, expensive, and brutal hunt that had terrorized an entire county had failed in its most crucial objective. The shadows of the Blue Ridge had been searched, but the cleverest of the fugitives had simply vanished, as if the earth had opened up and swallowed them whole. The trial of Floyd and Claude Allen could never have been held in Hillsville. The ghost of Judge Massey still haunted that blood-stained room, and the town was a tinderbox of raw nerves and divided loyalties. Instead, the proceedings were moved to Wytheville, and the trial began under the watch of armed militia. Sharpshooters were posted on the courthouse roof, their rifles glinting in the sun. Inside, every spectator was searched for weapons. This was not a simple trial. It was a show of force, a demonstration by the state that its authority, once shattered, had been restored with steel and gunpowder. Floyd Allen was carried into the courtroom each day, a wounded lion in a cage. His body was broken, but his eyes still burned with the same defiant fire that had lit the fuse of the massacre. He showed no remorse, no fear. He sat there as a captured king, listening to the legal arguments of a system he had never recognized as his own. Beside him, his son Claude was a study in stoic loyalty, his face a hard mask, ready to share his father's fate. They were not begging for mercy. They were facing the consequences of their war, their silence a final act of defiance. The trial itself was a theater of conflicting truths. The prosecution, backed by the full power of the state, painted the Allens as savage anarchists, a clan of killers who had declared war on civilization. Their lawyers, in turn, fought back fiercely, arguing that the first shot had come from Sheriff Webb, that the Allens had been caught in a trap and had only fired to defend their patriarch's life. Witnesses took the stand, their hands trembling, their testimony often shifting like shadows depending on which lawyer was asking the questions. The truth of those 90 seconds was buried under an avalanche of fear, loyalty, and intimidation. But in the end, the outcome was never truly in doubt. The state needed a conviction. It needed to prove that its laws were supreme. The jury, after deliberating under immense pressure, returned with the inevitable verdict: guilty. Guilty of murder in the first degree. As the foreman spoke the words, a heavy silence fell over the packed courtroom. Floyd and Claude Allen received the news without flinching. They had gambled everything on their code, and they had lost. The sentence was death. Not by the rope, the old way of the mountains, but by the new, clean terror of the electric chair. It was the final, modern symbol of the state's power. But as the verdict was celebrated in the state capital, a deep and troubling question hung in the mountain air. Was this justice for the men who died in the courthouse? Or was it a calculated act of state vengeance, an execution designed to break the spirit of the mountains and make a terrifying example of the Allen clan? Was the state simply answering one massacre with another, more methodical one? The law of men had won its victory, but many felt it was a victory that left the scales of true justice unbalanced. The state of Virginia was not content with a verdict. It required a final, undeniable demonstration of its power. On a cold spring morning in 1913, Floyd and Claude Allen were led from their cells. They walked to the electric chair not as broken criminals begging for mercy, but as defeated soldiers facing a firing squad. They met their end with the same stoic defiance they had shown in the courtroom. With the pull of a switch, the fire of the Allen clan's rebellion was brutally and officially extinguished. The state had made its point. The old code of the mountains was dead, and this was its public execution. But while the state was executing its prisoners, two ghosts still haunted the law. Sidney Allen and Wesley Edwards had vanished. The great manhunt had failed. For 6 months, they were whispers in the wind, their escape feeding the growing legend of the clan's cunning. But they weren't in the mountains. They had slipped through the net and made their way hundreds of miles west to Des Moines, Iowa. Shaving their mustaches and taking on new names, they lived a quiet life, working as carpenters. Their fatal mistake was not a slip of the tongue, but a longing for home. A letter, forwarded from a relative, was traced by a patient postal inspector. There was no grand shootout. On a quiet September morning, Baldwin Felts detectives and local police burst into their rented house and captured the two most wanted men in Virginia without a single shot fired. Their trial was a foregone conclusion. With Floyd and Claude already executed, the public's thirst for vengeance was largely slaked. Sidna Allen and Wesley Edwards were spared the electric chair, but were sentenced to long, hard years in the state penitentiary, a living death in a stone cage. They were sent away, and the state of Virginia closed the book on the Carroll County massacre. The Allens were finally, completely broken. And here, my friends, the story takes its final, tragic turn. In prison, Sidna Allen, the cool-headed strategist, became a model prisoner. The fire that had fueled the feud seemed to have been quenched, replaced by a quiet, weary resignation. Years turned into a decade, and his health began to fail. In 1926, the governor, seeing a broken old man, granted him a pardon. Sidna Allen returned to Carroll County a free man, but he came back a ghost. He returned not to his magnificent home, which stood as a monument to a life that no longer existed, but as a shadow of his former self. He had outlived his world. 1 year later, Sidna Allen died, his freedom a brief, bitter epilogue to a life of power and ruin. With the leaders of the clan dead or in chains, a heavy, deliberate silence settled over Carroll County. The story of the courthouse massacre was not something to be discussed. It was a wound too deep, a memory too divisive. People had to go on living together, had to trade at the same stores and attend the same churches. And so, the story was buried. It was locked away in the attic of the community's memory, an unspoken horror that everyone knew was there, but no one dared to mention. They tried to move on, to plow over the blood-soaked ground and plant anew, but some scars are too deep to ever truly fade. And what is left of this epic war today, more than a century later? The names are still there. Drive the winding roads of Carroll County, and you will still find the names Allen, Webb, and Edwards on mailboxes. The descendants of the clan and their victims still walk the same land. For them, it is a heavy inheritance, a legacy of both fierce pride and terrible violence. The story isn't told with the old fire anymore. It is a quiet history, a family secret shared in hushed tones, a reminder of a time when the blood ran hot and the law of the mountains met the law of the state in a fatal collision. If you go to Hillsville today, you won't find the old courthouse. It was torn down decades ago, and a new one stands in its place, a symbol of a more orderly world. The 57 bullet holes that scarred its walls exist now only in photographs and memory, the physical wounds of that day finally erased. But drive a few miles out of town, and you will find it. Sidna Allen's magnificent house still stands. It is a private home now, but it remains a silent, brooding monument to the ambition of a fallen dynasty. Its sturdy walls and grand design, a testament to a future that was burned away in a few minutes of gunfire. In the local cemetery, the final chapter is written in stone. Here, the feud is over. The combatants lie in a final, silent truce under the shade of ancient trees. Floyd and Claude Allen lie not far from the men they were convicted of killing. The simple dates carved on their tombstones give no hint of the 90 seconds of chaos that forever bound their fates together. Here, they are all equal, their passions cooled, their war finally over. The people of Carroll County tried to bury the story, to let the grass grow over the scars. But the mountains don't forget. They were here long before the Allens arrived, and they will be here long after the last stone on their graves has crumbled to dust. The wind that whispers through the pines on the Blue Ridge still carries the echo of those gunshots. The dark hollows where Sidna and Wesley hid still hold the memory of their flight. The land itself is the final witness, the keeper of a story that is now part of the very soul of this place. So we return to the question that echoed from that bloody courtroom. What pushes a man to declare war on the law in its own temple? After walking through the smoke and shadows of this story, we can see the answer is not a simple one. The slaughter in Hillsville wasn't just the act of a cornered criminal, it was the last, desperate roar of a dying world. Floyd Allen saw himself not as a lawbreaker, but as a sovereign king in his own land, and the court's verdict was an invasion, a declaration of war against his entire way of life. The gunshots were the death rattle of an unwritten code of honor that had ruled those mountains for 150 years. This is a story about the brutal collision of two Americas. It is a story of family loyalty pushed to its most violent and tragic extreme. It is a story of pride so fierce it would rather die in a blaze of gunfire than bend its knee to a foreign power, even if that power was the government of its own state. There were no simple heroes here. There were proud, violent men who met their fate, and a new, organized form of power that meted out its own cold and methodical form of violence in return. The manhunt for the Allen clan became a legend, a defining myth of Appalachia's transition into the modern world. It is a harsh and brutal lesson that reminds us that progress is often not a peaceful parade, but a bloody, painful conquest. The world of the Allens is gone now, buried in the past, but its memory lingers. It serves as a stark reminder of a time when the mountains bred a different kind of man, and when justice was not a matter of law books, but of blood. And now, my friends, you know the rest of the story. They say the age of witch trials in America ended in Salem. But over a century later, in a dark hollow of the Tennessee mountains, one final ember of that medieval fear refused to die. The name whispered on the frontier was Mary Peyton. She wasn't burned at the stake or hanged from a gallows, but what happened to her marks one of the last times an American court would formally hear an accusation of witchcraft. Who was this woman? And what could she have done to make her neighbors, people of the Bible and the long rifle, believe she could sour their milk, sicken their children, and consort with the devil himself? Tonight, we trace the story of a forgotten name to understand how a community's fear can be a more terrible sentence than any judge's verdict. To understand Mary Peyton, you have to understand the soil she grew from. She was born into a world perched on the knife's edge between raw survival and unshakable faith. Her people were likely Scotch-Irish, a famously stubborn and clannish folk who had fled persecution in the old world only to find a different kind of hardship in the new. They brought with them their Presbyterian God, their distrust of authority, and a mind filled with tales of bogles, fetches, and the good folk, beings that Christianity had never fully managed to stamp out. Mary grew up in a log cabin chinked with mud and moss, where the hearth was the center of the universe and the dark woods outside were an endless, living mystery. Life was a brutal teacher. She would have seen siblings taken by fevers before they could walk, watched her parents' faces etched with worry over a failed crop, and learned from infancy that a single bad winter or a sick milk cow could mean the difference between life and death. The world was governed by forces you couldn't see, whether it was the hand of God or something far more ancient and sinister. From a young age, it was clear Mary walked a slightly different path. While other girls were learning the loom, Mary was learning the woods. Her mother, or perhaps a grandmother, was a granny woman, a keeper of the old knowledge. She taught Mary which roots could break a fever, which leaves could soothe a burn, and which mushrooms could kill a man. Mary had a gift for it. She had a quiet way with animals and a knack for finding the rarest herbs, as if the land itself spoke to her. There was a story, told long after, about a time when a neighbor's prized hunting dog was bitten by a copperhead. The dog's legs swelled to twice its size, its breathing grew shallow, and the man had all but given it up for dead. Mary, then just a girl, appeared at the edge of his property with a poultice of crushed plantain and mud. Without a word, she applied it to the wound. The next morning the swelling was down, and within a week the dog was chasing rabbits again. The man was grateful, but he was also unnerved. It just wasn't natural, the way she knew. This event forged the code Mary would live by. She learned that her knowledge was a double-edged sword. It could heal, but it could also create fear. Her code was one of fierce self-reliance and guarded silence. She came to trust the certainty of the seasons more than the fickle nature of people. She understood that in these mountains, a woman who knew too much, who lived too much on her own terms, was a person who invited whispers. And so, she was shaped not just by the hardships of the frontier, but by its deep-seated paranoia. She was a true daughter of Appalachia, resourceful, tough, and intimately connected to the land. But that very connection, the source of her strength and her identity, was the same thing that would one day be used to brand her as an outcast, a vessel for the very evil her neighbors feared was lurking just beyond the firelight. But before the whispers turned to accusations, Mary Peyton had a life. For years, she was a quiet, respected fixture in her small corner of the mountains. In a place with no doctors for 100 miles, Mary was the one you went to when a child's cough turned into a death rattle in the middle of the night, or when a woodsman's axe wound wouldn't stop bleeding. She was, for all intents and purposes, the community's healer, a necessary shadow at the edge of their society. Imagine a young husband, wild-eyed with panic, pounding on her door in the dead of winter. His wife's first child is coming, but it's turned sideways and the labor has gone on for 2 days. The air in their cabin is thick with fear and the scent of blood. Mary would arrive with her leather satchel of dried herbs and roots, a figure of calm in the storm. She wouldn't speak of God or the devil. She'd speak of raspberry leaf tea to ease the pain and the right pressure to apply to the mother's back. Hours later, through her skill alone, the cabin would be filled not with the sounds of mourning, but with the cry of a newborn. Her payment wasn't in coin, but in kind. A sack of meal, a cured ham, a length of homespun cloth, tokens of a desperate gratitude. She asked for little and kept to herself, tending the garden behind her small, well-kept cabin. The place was a world of its own, every inch filled with purpose. Bundles of yarrow, goldenrod, and ginseng hung drying from the rafters, their earthy scent mingling with the constant aroma of wood smoke. Glass jars filled with salves and tinctures lined the shelves. This was the world she had built, a life of quiet competence and solitude after her husband had passed years before. This life, however, was built on a foundation of trust as thin as a winter's first ice. The very people who sought her help in the darkness of the night would sometimes look away when they passed her on the path in the bright light of day. They needed her knowledge, but they did not understand it. It was a power that came not from the preacher's Bible, but from the earth itself, and this made them uneasy. Mary Peyton lived in that fragile space between reverence and fear, a respected healer who was only one failed crop, one sick child, one unexplained misfortune away from being something else entirely. Mary Peyton's greatest strength was also the seed of her undoing. It wasn't pride in the way a rich man feels it, but an unbending, almost defiant self-possession. She trusted the evidence of her own eyes and hands far more than she trusted the pronouncements of preachers or the gossip of her neighbors. In a society held together by conformity and shared belief, Mary's refusal to bend her own knowledge to fit the fears of others was a quiet but constant act of rebellion. She had no patience for foolishness, and she would not pretend otherwise. This flaw was laid bare on a crisp autumn Sunday. A new circuit preacher had arrived in the settlement, a young man with more fire in his sermons than wisdom in his eyes. He spoke of the devil as if he saw him behind every tree, and his God was a God of wrath and judgment. After the service, a man approached the preacher, asking for prayers for his wife, who was wasting away from a lung sickness that left her pale and breathless. The preacher placed a hand on the man's shoulder and declared loudly, for all to hear, that this was a test of faith, and that only fervent prayer could cast out the demon of illness. Just then, Mary Peyton, who had been trading herbs nearby, was asked by another woman if she had a remedy. Mary's gaze was clinical and sad. She knew this sickness. It was consumption, a slow, merciless drowning from within. She looked from the desperate husband to the proud preacher, and spoke in a voice that was not loud, but cut through the air like a cold knife. "Prayer may comfort the spirit," she said, her words measured and clear, "but it will not clear the rot from her lungs. God put the healing roots in the earth for us to use. To let a woman die while ignoring his gifts is the true sin." The silence that followed was heavy and absolute. The preacher's face flushed with a furious red. In one sentence, Mary had not only dismissed his authority, but had framed his piety as a form of willful, deadly ignorance. She hadn't just offered a different opinion, she had challenged the very foundation of his power in front of the entire community. He saw her not as a healer, but as a rival, a purveyor of an older, darker knowledge that stood in direct opposition to his word. That day, Mary didn't just make an enemy of a powerful man, she showed everyone the crack in her armor. She had demonstrated that she stood apart, governed by her own code, her own wisdom. She would not bow, she would not flatter, and she would not pretend to believe what she knew to be untrue, even for the sake of peace. That stubborn, unwavering honesty in a world fueled by fear was the most dangerous flaw of all. The spark landed in the Miller cabin. Their youngest boy, a child who had been healthy and strong just a month before, was seized by a wasting sickness. A fever burned like a coal behind his eyes, and he grew thinner each day until his skin was like parchment stretched over bone. Desperate, the Millers did as the circuit preacher commanded. They prayed, they fasted, they looked for sin in their own hearts. But the boy only worsened. Then other things began to happen. Their best milk cow went dry overnight. A batch of bread made from their dwindling flour soured in the oven. Driven half-mad by grief and the preacher's fiery whispers, Thomas Miller finally broke. He didn't come to Mary's cabin asking for a cure. He came looking for a culprit. He found her by the creek bed, gathering river stones, her back to the path. He wasn't alone. His wife stood a few paces behind him, weeping into her apron, and several other neighbors had followed, drawn by the grim set of his jaw. The air grew thick and still. "Mary," he said, his voice a ragged tear in the quiet afternoon, "my boy is dying." Mary turned, her hands full of smooth grey stones. She saw the pain in his eyes, but she also saw the fear and something uglier beneath it. "I am sorry to hear it, Thomas," she replied, her voice even. "Fevers in the young are a terrible thing." This was the moment. This was the affront. Miller didn't hear sympathy. He heard a cold, distant pronouncement. His desperation, stoked by the preacher's paranoia, curdled into accusation. "You can fix it," he choked out, taking a step closer. "You brought back the Jennings dog from a snake bite. You set my own brother's leg when it was shattered. You can stop this. Lift your hex, Mary. In God's name, lift it." The plea was an accusation, a public branding. He was asking her to confess to being the source of his misery. And here, Mary Peyton's unbending nature sealed her fate. She did not try to soothe him. She did not offer a poultice or a comforting word. She saw his fear as an insult to her life's work, a victory for the ignorance she so despised. Her expression hardened. "Your son is sick, Thomas," she stated, her words as cold and hard as the stones in her hand. "He is not cursed, and your fear is a worse sickness than any fever." To the grieving father, her refusal to engage with his terror was not a denial, it was a confirmation. It was the chilling indifference of the guilty. The last thread of his reason snapped. He pointed a trembling finger at her, and his voice rose to a shout that echoed through the holler for all to hear. "Witch! You are a witch!" The word, once spoken, could never be taken back. It hung in the air, a poison that had finally found its victim. The word witch, once spoken aloud, is a poison seed. It landed on the fertile ground of the community's fear and put down immediate thorny roots. The whispers that had once been confined to the shadows now flew in the open air. Doors that had once opened to Mary with pleas for help now slammed shut as she approached. Mothers who had once thanked her for saving their children now pulled them away from the path when she walked by, shielding their eyes as if from a terrible glare. Mary was no longer just a woman who knew things. She was the thing itself, the source of all their bad luck, the face of their deepest anxieties. Jedediah Stone, an old hunter whose own life Mary had saved years ago after a run-in with a wounded bear, was one of the few who dared to speak to her. He found her at dusk, splitting firewood with a grim, rhythmic determination, as if the accusation had changed nothing. "Mary," he began, his voice low and rough, "you're a sensible woman. Too sensible for your own good, maybe. But you need to put an end to this. Go to the Millers. Take them a sassafras tea. Tell them you're praying for the boy. You don't have to mean it. Just say the words. Give their fear something to chew on besides you." Mary stopped, the axe held motionless in her hand. She looked at Jedediah, and he saw not fear in her eyes, but a cold, burning disappointment. "And what would that be, Jedediah, but a lie?" she asked. "Their boy is sick with a wasting fever, not a hex. Their fear is the sickness that's spreading. To give them a charm would be to admit that their foolishness has power. I will not feed the beast that is devouring them." Jedediah shook his head, a deep sadness in his weathered face. "That beast is about to devour you, Mary," he said, before turning and walking away, leaving her alone in the growing twilight. Her refusal left a vacuum, and the circuit preacher was more than willing to fill it. The following Sunday, he stood at his makeshift pulpit and delivered a sermon of fire and brimstone. He never spoke Mary Peyton's name, but he didn't have to. He spoke of a serpent in their midst, a canker of old-world evil that masqueraded as a helping hand. He warned of those who put their faith in roots and leaves instead of the power of the Lord, who used earthly knowledge as a mockery of God's divine will. He was giving the community's fear a holy purpose, turning a personal grudge into a righteous crusade. Any other person might have retreated, stayed inside their cabin, and waited for the storm to pass. But that was not Mary's way. Her defiance became her only response. She continued to walk the paths, her head held high, her gaze direct. She met the fearful stares of her neighbors, not with anger, but with a silent, questioning look that they took for a malediction. She was daring them to believe the lie, and in their terror, they accepted the dare. Each decision she made, born from her unshakable integrity, was another nail in her own coffin. A dead bird, its neck snapped, appeared on her doorstep. Someone etched a crude cross on her cabin door to ward off its inhabitant. The path of compromise, the one Jedediah had offered, was now completely gone. Mary had refused to bow, and so she had forced the community to act. A confrontation was no longer just possible, it was a certainty. They needed a judgment, a final verdict to quell the terror she, in her stubborn silence, seemed to confirm. The law, in those days, often had a human face. It arrived not in a uniform, but in the worn, homespun coat of Justice of the Peace Thompson, a pragmatic man who had seen more trouble stirred by religion than by rum. He didn't believe in witches, but he absolutely believed in mobs. He came to Mary's cabin not as a judge, but as a man trying to put out a fire before it consumed the whole forest. He found her inside, methodically grinding dried willow bark, the air thick with its sharp medicinal scent. He sat at her small, rough-hewn table, a place of healing now at the center of a storm of hate. "Mary," he said, getting straight to the point, his voice lacking the preacher's fire or Miller's hysteria. "I've known you for 20 years. You've mended more bones and cured more fevers than any woman in this county. But reason has left these people. They're scared, and the preacher is fanning the flames. Thomas Miller has made a formal accusation. I have to hold a hearing." He leaned forward, his hands clasped on the table. "But it doesn't have to come to that. There's a wagon train heading west in 2 weeks. I can buy this plot from you myself for a fair price. You could be in Kentucky by summer. Start over where nobody knows this story. This is not an order, Mary. It is an offer, a way out, a road to peace." It was the last, most sensible off-ramp. An exile, yes, but a safe one. A chance to live, to continue her work somewhere the soil wasn't so poisoned with fear. For a long moment, Mary was silent. Her gaze drifted around the small cabin. She saw the bundles of herbs hanging from the rafters, each one a memory of a day spent in the sun-dappled woods. She saw the shelves of tinctures, each one a story of a life she had touched. This cabin, this small plot of land, this was not just a place. It was the physical record of her entire existence. To leave it would be to erase herself. To flee would be to sign a confession in the dust of the road behind her. She finally met the justice's gaze, and her eyes, though weary, held no hint of surrender. "And what name would I use in Kentucky, Mr. Thompson?" she asked, her voice quiet but unshakable. "Whatever name I chose, the one they gave me here would follow. I would arrive not as a healer, but as a woman who ran from a charge of witchcraft. Their lie would become my truth." She stood up, her hands stained with the dust of the willow bark. "I have done no wrong. This is my home. I will not be driven from it by the fears of ignorant men. Let them have their hearing." In that moment, she made her choice. She chose her name over her life, her integrity over her safety. She turned away from the last road to peace and set her feet firmly on the path that led directly to her reckoning. The hearing was held not in a courthouse, but in the settlement's largest cabin, which also served as its church. The space was packed shoulder to shoulder, the air hot and suffocating, thick with the smell of unwashed wool, nervous sweat, and the cloying righteousness of the mob. To Mary, sitting alone on a simple stool in the center of the room, it felt less like a place of judgment and more like a cage built of hostile eyes. Justice Thompson sat at a rough-hewn table, his face a mask of grim resignation. But the real judge and jury were the dozens of familiar faces that now stared at her as if she were a complete stranger, a monster that had been living among them undetected. The world seemed to narrow, the buzzing whispers fading into a dull roar in her ears as Thomas Miller stood to speak. He did not shout. His voice was a low, trembling thing, filled with a grief so profound it had become poison. He described his son's wasting sickness, his words painting a vivid, heartbreaking picture. Then he turned, his face a contorted mask of pain and certainty, and pointed a trembling finger at Mary. He spoke of how the boy had screamed her name in his fever dreams. He spoke of the sour milk and the dead dog. Each word was a stone cast not to prove a fact, but to inflict a wound. And with every sentence, Mary could feel the weight of the room's belief settling upon her like a shroud. Then came the others. A woman stood and swore that her butter had refused to churn the morning after Mary had walked past her cow pen. A farmer claimed a shadow in the shape of a great black bird had passed over his field, and the next day a patch of his corn was blighted. One by one, they offered up their misfortunes, their anxieties, their petty bad luck, and laid them at her feet. It was a litany of fear, a ritual of communal exorcism where every coincidence was proof and every suspicion was evidence. Mary listened, and the world outside the cabin walls, the world of cause and effect, of seasons and sickness, seemed to fall away, replaced by this suffocating new reality built entirely of their terror. The circuit preacher rose, his shadow falling long across the room. He did not need to present evidence. His role was to provide the divine narrative. He wove their disparate tales of woe into a single terrifying tapestry of satanic influence. He spoke of the serpent in the garden, the wolf in sheep's clothing. He looked directly at Mary, his eyes burning with a zealot's fire, and declared that God's people had a duty to cast out the instruments of darkness from their midst. It was the final, crushing blow. The argument that had been building for weeks was suddenly, permanently over. He had given them permission to hate and a holy reason to do it. Finally, Justice Thompson turned to her. "Mary Peyton," he said, his voice heavy, "do you have anything to say in response to these accusations?" The entire room held its breath. The silence was a physical thing, pressing in on her. She looked at the faces, the Millers, her neighbors, people she had known her entire life. She saw no room for reason, no crack in their certainty where the truth might take root. What could she say? To deny it was to lie, for how could she deny a thing that existed only in their minds? To explain the science of herbs and fevers would be to speak a foreign language. Her world of knowledge had no place here. So she said almost nothing. "I am a healer," she stated, her voice clear and steady, though it cost her everything she had. "I have harmed no one." Her simple, honest words were utterly useless against the storm of their hysteria. Her calm was seen as cunning, her lack of tears a sign of a hardened, unholy heart. Justice Thompson, bound by the law of the state, could find no credible evidence of a crime. He was forced to dismiss the formal charge, but his verdict was a hollow, meaningless sound. As the hearing concluded, a chilling silence fell. There were no shouts, no threats, just a quiet, absolute change. As Mary walked towards the door, the crowd did not touch her. They simply parted, creating a wide, empty path, as if she were a leper, a ghost, a thing so unclean they could not bear to be near her. The heavy cabin door swung shut behind her, the sound echoing in the sudden quiet. And in that moment, Mary Peyton knew her life, as she had known it, was over. The walk from the meeting cabin back to her own was the longest journey of Mary Peyton's life. The path was the same she had walked 1,000 times, but the world had been remade in the last hour. The sun was still warm on her face, the breeze still rustled the leaves, but the air itself felt different, thin and sharp in her lungs. She did not look at the other cabins she passed. She didn't have to. She could feel the flicker of a curtain in a window, the sudden stillness of a child's game in a yard, the weight of unseen eyes pressing on her back. She was no longer a neighbor. She was a haint, a living ghost walking through a town that had already buried her. When she reached her own door, her hand hesitated for a moment on the latch. This small cabin, once her sanctuary and her workshop, now felt like the only solid ground left in the world. She stepped inside, and the scent of drying herbs and wood smoke greeted her like an old friend. But there was no comfort in it now. It smelled of a life that was already over. With a final weary movement, she slid the heavy wooden bolt across the door. The sound, a solid, definitive thud, was the sound of a tomb being sealed. She was not locking the world out. She was locking herself in. There was no storm of weeping, no rage that shook the walls. What settled over Mary was a profound and chilling emptiness. She looked at her hands, the hands that had set bones and delivered babies and eased the final passage of the dying. They were the same hands, but their purpose had been stolen from them. Her knowledge, the intricate map of the natural world she carried in her mind, was now a useless treasure. The people she had served had chosen the comfort of a simple lie over the complexity of a difficult truth. It was a betrayal so deep it felt less like an injury and more like the slow onset of a mortal chill. As dusk bled into a moonless night, Mary sat in her single chair, unmoving, while the shadows in the cabin grew long and deep, consuming the jars of salves and the bundles of herbs until they were just shapes in the darkness. Every creak of the logs, every skittering sound on the roof was now a potential threat. The familiar night sounds of the mountains had become the footsteps of her neighbor's hatred. She hadn't fled. She hadn't been captured or struck down. Her final stand had been a simple refusal to run. And now, the sentence had begun. It was not death, but a living burial, a condemnation to absolute suffocating loneliness. The road had ended right here, at her own hearth. The tragedy did not end at Mary Peyton's bolted door. It seeped out. A slow poison poured into the community's well. A week after the hearing, the Miller boy died. The fever finally consumed him in the dead of night. But his passing brought no release, no vindication for his parents. Their victory over the witch now tasted like ash in their mouths. They had done the unthinkable, cast out a neighbor, and for what? Their son was still gone. Their cabin became a place of profound, hollow grief, haunted not by a hex, but by the terrible question of whether they had destroyed an innocent woman for nothing. Thomas Miller, once a solid and respected man, became a ghost himself, his eyes vacant, his shoulders stooped under a weight far heavier than sorrow alone. The wreckage spread. As autumn deepened, bringing with it the croup and the lung fevers, the community felt Mary's absence like a missing limb. A farmer's wife, who had spoken at the hearing of souring butter, watched her own daughter struggle for breath with a cough that Mary could have soothed with a simple mullein tea. But who could she ask for help now? The other granny women in the surrounding hollows, hearing the story, grew cautious. Their knowledge, once a source of pride, was now a liability. They offered only the simplest remedies, their hands trembling, terrified that a failed cure would earn them the same brand that had been put on Mary. The social fabric, once woven tight by necessity and shared hardship, began to fray. The men and women who had stood to testify against Mary now looked at each other with a new, guarded suspicion. If a neighbor's bad luck could be blamed on a witch, whose bad luck would be next? And who would be blamed for it? Jedediah Stone, the old hunter, no longer shared his kills with the families who had spoken against Mary. A quiet, bitter line had been drawn through the heart of the settlement. The unity of the mob had shattered, leaving behind only the sharp-edged fragments of distrust and resentment. The community had sought to purge a single, perceived evil from its midst. Instead, they had invited a dozen real ones to take its place. They had sacrificed their healer on the altar of their fear. They had traded a woman's life for the illusion of control, only to find themselves more vulnerable than ever. The tragedy was not just Mary Peyton's. It was the deep, self-inflicted wound of a people who, in trying to cast out a shadow, had managed only to extinguish a light. The true hex was not one Mary had cast, but one they had cast upon themselves, and its curse was one of silence, guilt, and a fear that had now truly taken root. In a dusty ledger, under the heading of the year 1802, a brief entry was made by Justice of the Peace Thompson. It likely read something to the effect of, "Accusation of maleficium against Mary Peyton, dismissed for want of evidence." With a dip of his quill and a scratch of ink, the official, written law of the state of Tennessee had spoken. On paper, Mary Peyton was an innocent woman. But that piece of paper was 1,000 miles from the truth that now governed her life. This was the heart of the conflict, the true trial. It was the modern world, with its rules of evidence and its presumption of innocence, clashing directly with the ancient, unwritten code of the mountains. The state's law demanded proof, a witness who saw her cast a spell, tangible evidence of a poison. The mountain code required only a sick child, a curdled pail of milk, and a collective, unshakable fear. The law saw a citizen with rights. The community saw a supernatural threat that had to be contained by any means necessary. The community's reaction to the dismissal was not relief or sober reflection. They saw the verdict as a profound failure of the so-called civilized world to protect them. To them, Justice Thompson wasn't a man of reason. He was a fool, blinded by newfangled laws that didn't understand the real dangers lurking in the shadows of the world. The dismissal didn't exonerate Mary in their eyes. It proved that the devil was a cunning lawyer, able to use the very laws of man to shield his servants from righteous punishment. The circuit preacher seized on this narrative. From his pulpit, he likely spoke of the weakness of earthly courts when faced with a spiritual war. The verdict, he would have argued, was not a reason to welcome Mary back, but a command for the faithful to take up the burden that the law had dropped. They were now God's own jury, and their sentence of shunning was not an act of cruelty, but a holy quarantine, a sacred duty to wall off the source of infection from the rest of the flock. And so, was justice served? By the cold letter of the law, yes. Mary Peyton was not fined, imprisoned, or executed. But in the court of survival and belief, the court that truly mattered in that isolated hollow, she had been found guilty and sentenced to a punishment that the law had no name for. The system had protected her body from the mob, but it was powerless to protect her spirit from their certainty. The verdict, meant to be the final word, was just a whisper lost in the roar of their fear, a perfect, tragic illustration of how true justice can be strangled by the hands of those who believe they are serving it. And what of the men who lit the fuse? What justice did the turning of the years bring to them? The answer, like the rest of this story, is not a simple one. The circuit preacher, the man who gave the community's fear its voice and its holy justification, met no grand downfall. He was a force of nature, a wildfire that sweeps through a dry valley. His work in that hollow was done. By the next spring, he was gone, having moved on to other settlements, other souls to save, carrying his brand of righteous fire with him. He likely never gave Mary Peyton another thought. He left behind a community fractured by his sermon and faced no consequence for it at all. The fate of Thomas Miller was a quieter, more personal form of justice. He had won his battle. The witch had been cast out. But the victory was a hollow, desolate thing. It did not bring his son back. It did not bring him peace. Instead, he became a man haunted not by a curse, but by his own conviction. He had poured all of his grief and rage into the vessel of one woman, and when it was over, he had nothing left. He grew gaunt and silent, a man hollowed out by his own victory. Some neighbors whispered that the real curse was the one he had invited into his own soul, a poison of guilt and doubt that he would carry to his grave. There was no clean resolution, no satisfying final act where the villains received their just deserts. One antagonist simply vanished, an agent of chaos who moved on to his next stage. The other became his own jailer, trapped in a prison of sorrow and regret. It shows a difficult truth. In a tragedy fueled by fear, there are no real winners. The line between accuser and victim blurs until all that is left is the wreckage. The story was never about a single witch. It was about a sickness of the spirit, and it claimed everyone it touched. The winter that followed the hearing was a harsh one, and Mary Peyton's cabin remained a dark, silent island in a sea of snow. No smoke rose from her chimney. No tracks marked the path to her door. When spring finally came and the world thawed, a quiet and terrible curiosity began to grow. It was Jedediah Stone, the old hunter, who finally put his shoulder to her door. The bolt, weakened by damp, gave way with a splintering crack. The silence inside was absolute. Mary was found in her chair, a figure of bone-thin stillness, having quietly wasted away in her self-imposed tomb. She had not starved for lack of food, but for lack of a world to live in. Her legacy had no bloodline to carry it. It was tied instead to the land she had occupied. No one dared to claim her cabin. It was left to the elements, a monument to the community's great and terrible secret. For years it stood as a warning, its roof slowly sagging, its walls surrendering to the relentless embrace of ivy and honeysuckle. Her garden, a living library of cures, went wild, a chaotic riot of potent herbs that no one else had the knowledge to use. The place became well and truly haunted, a spot children dared each other to run past at dusk, a physical reminder of the price of fear. The community did not heal, it scarred over. The name Mary Peyton was almost never spoken aloud again. It became a taboo, a heavy stone of shared guilt and shame dropped into the well of their collective memory. The Miller family, broken by the tragedy, eventually packed their wagon and moved west, seeking a place where they were not known as the people who had cried witch. The silence they left behind was filled not with peace, but with a brittle and anxious piety. When sickness came now, people prayed harder, their faces turned to the heavens because they had cast out their most knowledgeable connection to the earth. The power dynamic in the hollow had shifted permanently. The preacher had moved on, but his legacy of fear remained. The delicate balance between folk wisdom and frontier faith had been shattered. In casting out their healer, they had elevated their fear. They had traded a woman of knowledge for a ghost story. The community was left poorer, more isolated, and more vulnerable, not to the dark arts, but to the simple, brutal realities of a world that Mary Peyton had, in her own quiet way, understood better than any of them. Even today, if you know which overgrown path to take, you can find the place where Mary Peyton's cabin once stood. There is nothing left now but a stone chimney fall, a silent monument half swallowed by the woods. Around it, you can still find plants that have no business growing together, a tangled ghost of her garden, with foxglove and ginseng still pushing up through the weeds. The land itself seems to hold a memory, a quiet that feels older and heavier than the surrounding forest. The real Mary Peyton, the healer with the steady hands and the unbending will, was buried twice. Once in the cold earth, likely in an unmarked grave, and again under the weight of a legend she would never have recognized. Over the generations, her story was sanded down, its complex truths worn away until all that remained was a simple, sharp-edged tool used to frighten children. Old Witch Peyton, they called her. She became the monster who lived in the ruins, the creature who would snatch you if you stayed out after dark. Her tragedy was repurposed into a local ghost story. Her name became a permanent scar on the landscape. The little valley where she lived is still known by some old-timers as Peyton's Hollow. They might not know the full story of the Hearing or the Miller Boy, but they know it's a place to be wary of, a place with a history. The name itself is an echo, a fragment of a warning passed down through time. To speak the name of the Hollow is to unknowingly repeat the final word of her community's judgment. And so, Mary Peyton is gone, but her spirit, the idea of her, still haunts those mountains. She is the ghost of the woman who knew too much, the cautionary tale of what happens when you refuse to bend to the fears of your neighbors. She exists now as a whisper on the wind, a chill that runs down your spine when you pass a place where the woods feel a little too dark. She is a permanent resident of the Appalachian psyche, a timeless reminder of the ancient war between suspicion and knowledge, and of the terrible power of a story to kill a person long after they are dead. So we return to the question that hangs like mist in that forgotten hollow. Was Mary Peyton a witch? The answer, of course, is no. She was a woman of knowledge in a time of fear, a healer whose competence was mistaken for dark power. Her story is not about what she was, but about what her community needed her to be. In the face of random, cruel misfortune, they desperately needed a source, a reason, a face to put on their terror. They needed a witch far more than they needed a healer, and so they transformed one into the other. In the end, this is a story about the true nature of evil. The monster in this ballad was not a woman who dealt in hexes and curses. The monster was a quiet, creeping thing called fear. It was fear that soured the milk, fear that wasted the child, and fear that turned good, God-fearing people into a mob that would condemn a woman to a living death. It's a timeless lesson about how a community, in its desperate search for a demon to fight, can become the very thing it dreads. It shows us how a person's greatest strength, in Mary's case, her unbending integrity, can become the fatal flaw that leads them to ruin. The law gave her a piece of paper that said she was innocent, but her neighbors gave her a sentence of silence that proved to be fatal. Her body lies in an unmarked grave, but her story has become a landmark, a warning that echoes down through the generations. And that, my friends, is the ballad of Mary Peyton, a woman who knew all the secrets of the earth, but who could not find a cure for the sickness in the hearts of men. They say if you walk the old McCoy lands on a cold January night, when the wind moans through the bare sycamores, you can still hear her. A woman's voice, thin and full of sorrow, whispering two names into the darkness. Alifair Calvin. It's the ghost of Sarah McCoy, they say, the living curse of the great feud, a mother forever searching for the children who were murdered right before her eyes. But how does a person become a ghost while they're still breathing? How does a tough, resilient mountain matriarch, the very heart of a family, get broken so completely that her grief itself becomes a local legend? Hers is not a story of bullets and bravado. It's the story of what happens after the guns fall silent, and of a sorrow so deep it haunts the hills to this very day. Today, we separate the woman from the haint and trace the path that led Sarah McCoy into that long, lonely darkness. To understand the woman, you first have to understand the mountains that made her. Sarah Mullins was born in 1829 into a world of sharp ridges and deep, isolated hollows along the Kentucky side of the Tug Fork. This wasn't a land of easy living. It was a place that demanded everything from you: your strength, your sweat, your resilience. The seasons were harsh, the soil was rocky, and the outside world with its formal laws and governments was a distant rumor. Life was governed by a different set of rules: the turning of the seasons, the needs of the family, and the unwritten code of the hills. She was a Mullins before she was a McCoy, and like all mountain families, they lived by a simple, powerful creed: you take care of your own. Sarah's childhood wouldn't have been one of play and schooling. Her education came at her mother's side, learning the hard-won lessons of survival. She learned how to birth a child and how to bury one. She learned which roots could break a fever and which berries were poison. She learned to mend clothes, cure meat, and stretch a handful of cornmeal to feed a hungry family through the dead of winter. It was a life that forged a quiet, unbreakable strength into the very marrow of her bones. There are no documents that tell us of a single, defining moment in her youth. But the life of every mountain girl was filled with them. You can imagine a winter so fierce it threatened to starve the family out, and a young Sarah, not yet a woman, helping her mother keep a dying fire alive. You can picture her nursing a younger sibling through a sickness, learning for the first time that hollow-eyed fear that comes when a loved one's life hangs by a thread. These small, forgotten battles were her forge, tempering her into a woman who could endure hardship without complaint, because complaining was a luxury the mountains never afforded. In 1849, that quiet strength was joined with the formidable pride of Randolph McCoy. Randall, as he was known, was a stubborn, unbending man, quick to see a slight and slow to forgive a debt. When Sarah married him, she wasn't just becoming a wife, she was becoming the bedrock of a new dynasty. Her life's work would now be to build a family, to raise sons and daughters who carried the McCoy name. He was the stone wall facing the world. She was the mortar holding it all together, the quiet force that turned a rough log cabin into a home. Her code was not the code of the gunman or the feudist, not yet. Her code was the ancient, unspoken law of the Appalachian matriarch. It was a law written in the rhythm of a rocking chair, the smell of baking bread, and the fierce, protective glare she'd give anyone who threatened her children. Her honor wasn't tied to land disputes or stolen hogs. It was tied to the well-being of the 13 souls she brought into this world. Her domain was the hearth. Her ambition was a full pantry, and her loyalty was absolute, not to a cause, but to the lives she had created. Before the first shots of the feud echoed in her memory, Sarah McCoy's world was one of simple, profound purpose. Her domain wasn't the courthouse or the battlefield. It was a rough-hewn log cabin on a Kentucky hillside, a home that was overflowing with the noise and chaos of life. While Randall was out wrestling a living from the rocky soil or nursing a grievance with a neighbor, Sarah was the quiet gravity that held their chaotic world in orbit. The cabin wasn't just a shelter, it was her life's work, a testament to her endurance, filled with the smell of wood smoke and stew and the constant hum of her children's lives. And what a life it was. She was the mother of 13. Imagine that. 13 times she went through the trial of childbirth, and 13 times she held a new life in her arms. Her days weren't measured in hours, but in the tasks required to keep that many souls alive and well. It was an endless cycle of mending torn shirts, calming fevers with cool rags, breaking up squabbles between brothers, and singing the youngest ones to sleep. Her hands were never still. They were either kneading dough, churning butter, snapping beans, or gently brushing the hair from a sleeping child's face. She wasn't a woman given to grand pronouncements. Her strength was in her presence. When a child fell and scraped a knee, it was Sarah's lap they sought. When a son came home angry over some dispute, it was her steady gaze that could soothe the heat of his pride. She was the keeper of their stories, the witness to their growth. She saw the stubborn set of Randall's jaw in her son Talbot, and the quiet kindness in her daughter Alifair. She knew their fears, their dreams, and the secret hurts they hid from the world. For 2 decades, that world, while never easy, was whole. The rhythm of their lives was tied to the land. There was the hard work of planting in the spring, the relief of the summer harvest, and the huddling together for warmth and stories in the long, dark winters. This was the world Sarah McCoy had built and fought to protect. It wasn't a kingdom of wealth or power, but it was rich in what mattered most to her, the sight of her family, gathered and safe, under one roof. Her treasure wasn't a plot of land. It was the sound of her children's laughter echoing through the hollow. This was what was at stake. Not honor, not a family name, not the ownership of a stray pig. For Sarah, the escalating tensions with the Hatfields across the river were a terrifying threat to the only thing she held sacred. Every angry word Randall brought home, every dark rumor that drifted over the tug fork, was like a tremor beneath the foundation of her home. She was a mother standing guard over a precious, fragile peace, and she could feel a storm gathering on the horizon that threatened to wash it all away. Every great tragedy is driven by a fatal flaw, a crack in an otherwise strong foundation. For Randall McCoy, it was his unbending pride. For his sons, it was their quick, violent temper. But Sarah's flaw was something far more subtle and heartbreaking. It wasn't a sin, but a virtue taken to a terrible extreme. Her absolute, unconditional love for her family. Her love was so powerful, so all-consuming, that it blinded her to any path that required her to stand against her husband or her sons. She saw her duty not as guiding them, but as enduring with them, no matter the cost. We see this flaw in sharp relief after the tragedy of 1882. The Hatfields had captured 3 of her sons, Talbot, Farmer, and Randolph Jr., and, in an act of brutal frontier justice, tied them to pawpaw trees and executed them. The grief that fell upon Sarah's house was a physical thing, a suffocating shroud. This was the moment where a different kind of woman might have broken. She might have screamed at Randall, "Your pride has already cost me 3 sons. Are you waiting for it to take the rest?" She could have begged him to leave the valley, to sell the land, to save what was left of their family from the fire of his feud. But she didn't. Her love and her grief fused into a kind of hardened, silent resolve. To suggest leaving would have felt like a betrayal of her murdered boy's memory. To question her husband's path would have been to break the sacred code of a mountain wife. And so, she stood by him. While the men spoke of honor and revenge, Sarah's world was one of empty chairs at the dinner table and ghosts in every corner of the cabin. Her loyalty, once the family's greatest source of strength and comfort, now became the quiet engine of its destruction. She would support their fight, even if it led them all to the grave. This unwavering devotion was, for most of her life, her greatest strength. It's what allowed her to raise 13 children in the harshest of conditions. It was the bedrock on which the McCoy family was built. But in the face of a blood feud, that same strength became a profound weakness. It made her a passive participant in her own family's annihilation. She couldn't see that sometimes the most loving act is to say no more. She couldn't imagine a world where her family was separated or their honor was compromised, and that inability to envision a different future trapped them all on the path to ruin. And so, she supported Randall's stubborn refusal to back down. She nursed the anger of her remaining sons and tended to the family's wounds, all while the storm gathered closer. Her flaw was not malice or pride. It was a love so deep it couldn't admit the possibility of defeat or retreat. She was the heart of the family, and she would continue to beat in rhythm with it, even as that rhythm became a death march. Her love had built their home. Now that same love would inadvertently help burn it to the ground. For 5 long years after the Paw Tree executions, the feud had become a war of whispers and shadows. The grief in Sarah's home was a constant, cold presence, but the open bloodshed had ceased. A fragile, unspoken truce held the valley in its grip, the kind of quiet that feels heavier than noise. But in the winter of 1887, the McCoy clan, led by their kinsman and lawyer Perry Cline, made a fateful decision. They decided to fight the Hatfields, not with rifles in the hollers, but with warrants in the courts. This was the spark that would ignite an inferno. Cline, who held a deep personal grudge against the Hatfields, used his influence to have old murder warrants from 1882 reissued in Kentucky. He then deputized a rough, fearless man named Bad Frank Phillips to hunt down the Hatfields responsible for killing Sarah's sons. To the outside world, this was the law taking its course. But in the mountains, this was a profound and unforgivable insult. It was seen as a coward's move, an attempt to use outside authority to settle a family matter. You didn't send a lawman to do a man's work. It was a direct challenge to the sovereignty of the Hatfield clan and their patriarch, Devil Anse. The affront became an invasion when Frank Phillips and his posse crossed the Tug Fork into West Virginia. They were armed, they had the law on their side, and they began to hunt Hatfields on their own soil. They captured several men, and in the process, a Hatfield ally was killed. The news of this invasion, this violation of their territory by a McCoy-led force, reached Devil Anse like a declaration of war. The fragile truce was shattered. The Hatfields' response would not be in a courtroom. It would be swift, total, and merciless. For Sarah, this news was not a victory. It was a death sentence. When she learned that the law was being used as a weapon, a cold dread must have settled deep in her bones. She, more than anyone, knew the nature of the men they were provoking. She had seen their brand of justice firsthand at the base of 3 paw trees. While the men in her family may have felt a surge of righteous power, Sarah would have felt the earth begin to tremble beneath her feet. The point of no return had been crossed. The men had kicked the hornet's nest with the lawyer's boot, and she knew the swarm would be coming for her home. Her immediate visceral reaction wouldn't have been one of anger or pride, but of a mother's paralyzing fear. She would look at her daughter Alifair and her son Calvin, the 2 children who remained with her in that isolated cabin, and see them with new, terrified eyes. They were no longer just her children. They were the targets. Her fatal flaw, that unwavering loyalty, now chained her to this reckless course. She couldn't protest. She could only pray. The men had lit the fuse, and Sarah was left to do nothing but watch it burn closer and closer to her door. For the first time in 5 years, a dangerous kind of hope flickered in the McCoy men. With Frank Phillips and his posse raiding West Virginia, they felt the tide turning. Justice, or at least their version of it, seemed within reach. But the whispers that drifted back across the Tug Fork were as cold and dark as a winter creek. Friends and neighbors, men who knew the Hatfields not as names on a warrant, but as flesh and blood forces of nature, brought warnings to Randall. They spoke in low, urgent tones of men gathering at Devil Anse's command, of the cold fire they'd seen in Jim Vance's eyes. These weren't formal offers of peace. The time for that had long passed. These were the desperate pleas of a community that could feel the ground getting ready to shake. "Take your family and go, Randall," one might have said. "Go to Pikeville, anywhere, just until this blows over. A piece of paper won't stop a bullet." They were warnings born of experience, a deep mountain wisdom that understood that provoking a man like Jim Vance was like cornering a rattlesnake. You might have the right to do it, but you'd be a fool to expect to walk away unharmed. But Randall McCoy, his pride now buttressed by the authority of the law, was deaf to these pleas. To him, leaving would be running. It would be an admission of defeat, a betrayal of the sons already in the ground. "We have the law on our side now," he'd retort, his jaw set like stone. He mistook the warrants in his pocket for a shield, believing the outside world's rules now applied to this ancient, personal war. He and his remaining sons walked with a newfound confidence, blind to the fact that they were marching their families straight towards an open grave. Sarah saw it, though. She saw the truth not in Randall's defiant words, but in the silence that followed them. She saw it in the way neighbors averted their eyes, in the sudden quiet that fell over a room when she entered. She could feel her family being walled off, isolated by her husband's stubborn pride. The warnings the men ignored, she heard as a deafening roar. She knew the Hatfields. She knew what they had done to her boys at the pawpaw trees, and she knew they had done it without the pretext of a legal invasion. What would they do now, with their homes raided and their kinfolk dragged away in irons? Her path of no compromise was one of silent, terrified endurance. Every day that passed was another missed opportunity to flee. Every sunset that painted the winter sky felt like a final act. The cabin, once her sanctuary, began to feel like a trap made of logs and pride. While her husband saw their stand as a matter of honor, Sarah saw only the shrinking circle of safety around her children. The men were too busy listening to the lawyers and the deputies to hear the sound that Sarah heard every night in her sleep, the sound of approaching footsteps in the snow. And so, with every warning ignored, with every chance for escape dismissed, the certainty of a violent end grew. The feud was no longer a simmering conflict. It was a runaway wagon careening downhill, and the McCoy family was tied to the driver's seat. Their isolation was now complete. They were alone in their holler, surrounded by a world that was holding its breath, waiting for the inevitable crash. The only question left was how terrible the wreckage would be. The final chance for peace didn't come with a white flag or a parley at the river's edge. It came in the dead of night, on New Year's Eve, 1887, inside the four walls of the McCoy cabin. It came not as a negotiation, but as a wife's desperate plea to her husband. The children were asleep, their breathing soft and even in the cold air. The only sounds were the crackle of the fire in the hearth and the low moan of the wind outside, a sound that seemed to be whispering a warning. Sarah sat watching the fire, but she wasn't seeing the flames. She was seeing the faces of her sleeping children, Calvin and Alifair, and the image of them was superimposed over the memory of her 3 dead sons. The fear she had been swallowing for weeks finally rose in her throat, too powerful to be contained. She turned to Randall, who sat cleaning a rifle, his face a grim mask in the flickering light. Her voice, when it came, was barely a whisper. "Randall, let's leave this place." He stopped his work, the sound of the oiled rag on steel falling silent. He didn't look at her. "Leave? And go where?" "This is our home, woman." But Sarah pressed on, her words tumbling out in a torrent of a mother's terror. "To Pikeville, just for a while. Let the lawmen do their work. The land will be here when we come back, Randall. The house will be here. But the children, I can't lose any more children." This was her one and only act of defiance, a desperate attempt to place the lives of her family above the honor of their name. For a brief, flickering moment, the iron in Randall McCoy's gaze seemed to soften. He looked over at his son, Calvin, a young man now, asleep by the fire. He looked at his daughter, Alifair, her face peaceful in her dreams. He saw the genuine, heart-stopping fear in his wife's eyes. This was the crossroads. He could choose his family, or he could choose his feud. He could choose life, or he could choose the dirt his ancestors were buried in. The entire weight of the McCoy family's future rested on the next words to leave his mouth. He shook his head, slowly at first, then with a final, terrible certainty. And let them say I ran? Let Jim Vance and his murdering kin tell their children that Randall McCoy was a coward who abandoned his home and the graves of his sons. He stood up, his voice low and hard. No, Sally. We are McCoys. We don't run. With that, the final door slammed shut. He had made his choice. He had chosen pride. Sarah said nothing more. She simply stared into the fire as the last ember of hope died, turning to cold, grey ash. The silence that filled the cabin now was the silence of a tomb waiting for its occupants. It started not with a shout, but with the sound of the world breaking. A splintering crash from the door, and then the night outside the McCoy cabin exploded. The family's dogs, which had been barking frantically, fell suddenly, horribly silent. The air turned to thunder. Flashes of orange light punched through the thin wooden walls, each one a deafening crack that seemed to rip the fabric of the cold January night. For Sarah, the world shrank to the terrified faces of her children, illuminated in strobing, violent bursts of light. The cabin was no longer a shelter, it was a cage. Then came a new smell, sharp and hungry. Kerosene. A sudden, whooshing bloom of light appeared at the windows and beneath the doors, painting the inside of the cabin in a ghastly, dancing orange. The dry roof caught with a hungry roar, and the heat became a living thing, a monster breathing down on them, driving them out into the open. Smoke, thick and acrid, filled their lungs, turning every breath into a choking gasp. The home Sarah had built with her own two hands was now a furnace, an altar for a terrible sacrifice. Her son Calvin, now a man, grabbed a rifle, his face a mask of desperate courage. He lunged for the main doorway, a silhouette against the rising flames, trying to give his family a chance to escape out the back. From the darkness came a single sharp report, a sound louder and more final than all the others. The argument that had been Calvin's young life was suddenly, permanently over. He simply crumpled and was gone from the doorway, leaving a void where her son had stood just a heartbeat before. A new sound cut through the chaos, Alifair's scream, raw with terror and grief. "Stop it, please, stop!" She bolted from the smoke-filled room into the freezing yard, a desperate prayer on her lips, her hands outstretched as if she could physically push back the violence. Outside, in the hellish, flickering firelight, another shot rang out across the holler. The screaming stopped, just like that. In the snow, her daughter's frantic motion ceased, and a terrible, unnatural stillness took its place. Instinct, the purest and most primal force a mother knows, took over. Sarah scrambled out into the freezing air, her world narrowing to the still shape in the yard. She fell to her knees beside Alifair, a mother's wail tearing from her throat, a sound of absolute ruin. A dark shape loomed over her, a man's form silhouetted against her burning home. There was a swift, dark movement in the air above her. Not a sound, not a pain, just a blinding flash of white light behind her eyes. The world tilted on its axis. The roar of the fire and the crackle of gunfire faded to a distant, muffled hum. The cold, soft snow rose up to meet her, and the night, which had been so full of fire and noise, went utterly and completely black. The first thing she felt was the cold. Not the bracing cold of a winter night, but a deep, seeping cold that seemed to be coming from inside her own bones. Consciousness returned not as a gentle dawn, but as a slow, agonizing crawl out of a black, silent pit. There was a ringing in her ears, and the ground was wet beneath her cheek. The sharp, bitter smell of wet ash and burnt pine filled the air. For a moment, there was nothing else, just cold, silence, and the smell of ruin. Slowly, she pushed herself up. A crushing weight of pain exploded in her skull, a blinding agony that made the world swim. Her hand went to her head and came away slick and dark, with something that wasn't melted snow. Her eyes focused. Above her, the stars were still glittering, cold and indifferent. But where her home should have been, there was only a jagged black skeleton, its ribs smoldering faintly against the night sky. And then, she remembered, fire, gunshots, screaming. Her gaze fell upon a shape in the snow nearby, a dark bundle, unnaturally still. Alifair. The name was a thought, not a sound. Sarah crawled towards her, the pain in her head forgotten, her body moving with a will of its own. The snow beneath her daughter was stained a dark, impossible color. She reached out a trembling hand and touched her child's face. It was as cold as the frozen earth. A great, silent bell had been struck inside her soul, and the ringing had shattered everything. There was no scream, no cry. The sound was trapped somewhere deep inside her, unable to escape. Her eyes lifted toward the charred remains of the doorway. She saw him then. Calvin. What was left of him? The sight did not add to the horror. It simply confirmed it. The world had ended. This was what came after. She was no longer a wife or a mother. She was a witness, a survivor left behind in the graveyard of her own life. There was no triumph, no shock, no regret. There was only a vast, hollow emptiness where a heart had once been. She didn't flee into the mountains. She didn't stand her ground. She simply knelt there in the blood-soaked snow, a frozen statue between her two dead children, staring at the smoldering corpse of her home. Hours later, when the first grey light of dawn threatened the sky, Randall and the others who had escaped crept back out of the woods. They found her there. She looked at them, but her eyes were vacant, seeing something far away, or perhaps nothing at all. Randall had survived the night, but the woman he found in the ashes was not the wife he had left behind. The Sarah McCoy, who had raised 13 children and anchored a family, was gone forever, and in her place was only a ghost. The fire that consumed the McCoy cabin sent shockwaves of a different kind across the mountains. The immediate wreckage wasn't just timber and ash, it was human. Randall McCoy, a man whose pride had forbidden him from leaving his home, was now forced to lead a ragged procession of ghosts away from the Tug Fork. They were homeless, landless, and carrying with them a grief so heavy it was a physical burden. Their destination was Pikeville, a town that offered safety, but also the quiet shame of exile. They were refugees from a war they had helped start, driven from their ancestral land not by an army, but by the hatred of their neighbors. But the most profound piece of wreckage was Sarah herself. They had managed to save her body from the flames, but her spirit had been left behind in the snow with Alifair and Calvin. She was now a walking wound, a constant, silent testament to the horror of that night. For her surviving children, the burden was twofold. They had to mourn the siblings they had lost, while simultaneously caring for a mother who no longer recognized them, who looked through them as if they were made of glass. Every meal they prepared for her, every time they led her gently back indoors from a wandering daze, was a fresh reminder of how much had been stolen from them. They hadn't just lost a home, they had lost the heart of their family. News of the New Year's massacre spread through the hollers, not like a rumor, but like a pestilence. This wasn't another chapter in the feud. This was something different, something darker. Ambushing armed men on a trail was one thing. Executing prisoners by a pawpaw tree was brutal, but it followed a certain grim frontier logic. But setting fire to a family's home in the dead of night and shooting down an unarmed woman and a boy in their own yard, that violated even the most primitive mountain codes. The attack shattered any local sympathy the Hatfields might have had. It transformed them from proud patriarchs defending their territory into a pack of midnight murderers. This singular act of brutality, intended to end the McCoy line for good, instead sealed the Hatfields' own doom. The story of the massacre and of Sarah's tragic state lit a fire under the authorities in Kentucky. The feud was no longer a local squabble. It was now a manhunt, sanctioned and funded by the state. Bad Frank Phillips's posse was no longer just a band of McCoy allies. It was the arm of the law, and its hunt for Jim Vance and the others became a relentless crusade. The fire didn't end the war. It escalated it into a final bloody chapter that would lead to pitched battles, arrests, and ultimately, the gallows. The tragedy, in the end, belonged to everyone. The ashes of the McCoy cabin were the funeral pyre not just for Alifair and Calvin, but for any hope of a peaceful resolution. It left a permanent scar on the community, deepening the lines of hatred and distrust that would poison the valley for another generation. The true wreckage wasn't a burned-out foundation on a Kentucky hillside. It was the countless broken lives, both Hatfield and McCoy, left behind in the wake of a single night of unimaginable violence. The New Year's massacre didn't just burn down a cabin, it set fire to the unwritten rules of the feud. The law didn't just cross the tug fork anymore, it kicked down the door. Frank Phillips and his posse, now acting with the full fury of the Kentucky government behind them, hunted the raiders with a vengeance. Several Hatfields and their allies were captured, bound, and dragged across the river to stand trial in Pikeville. To the state of Kentucky, this was the legitimate capture of fugitive murderers. To West Virginia, it was an armed invasion and a kidnapping. The clash was no longer just between two families, it was between two states. The case went all the way to the United States Supreme Court. Imagine that. A blood feud born of stolen pigs and mountain pride was now being debated by the highest legal minds in the nation. In a landmark decision, the court sided with Kentucky, ruling that they had the right to prosecute the captured men. It was a stunning moment. For the first time, the formal black-robed law of the outside world had officially superseded the ancient, bloody code of the mountains. The federal government had declared that the tug fork was not a border between two kingdoms, but simply a line on a map that justice could cross at will. The Pikeville courthouse became a theater for this culture clash. On one side stood the machinery of the law, prosecutors in starched collars, law books filled with complex language, and a judge who represented a power far greater than any clan patriarch. On the other side stood the accused, men like Ellison Cottontop Mounts. He was a rough-hewn product of the mountains, a man who lived by a code of loyalty to his kin and whose understanding of justice was likely settled with a fist or a firearm. He sat in the courtroom, a bewildered and defiant figure, as his fate was debated in a language he barely understood. The community was torn in two. For the McCoys and their sympathizers, who packed the Kentucky side of the courtroom, this was divine retribution. They didn't see Cottontop Mounts the man. They saw the embodiment of the Hatfield clan, the face of the evil that had burned down Sarah's home and murdered her children. Every word of the prosecution was a vindication of their suffering. But across the river and among the Hatfield allies, the trial was seen as a sham, a legal lynching. They saw Cottontop not as a criminal, but as a political prisoner, a scapegoat being sacrificed to satisfy a Kentucky vendetta. He was their martyr. The verdict, when it came, was as swift and certain as a Hatfield bullet. Guilty. The sentence was even more final. Death by hanging. The law, which had for so long been a distant and irrelevant concept, had finally bared its teeth. Its judgment was absolute, and it promised a public, orderly, and legal end to a man's life, a stark contrast to the chaotic, passionate violence that had defined the feud for decades. But was it true justice? That's the question that still hangs over the valley. Cottontop Mounts was just a follower, rumored to be simple-minded, a man caught up in the powerful currents of clan loyalty. The masterminds of the raid, Jim Vance and Cap Hatfield, had escaped the noose. Vance was already dead, shot by Frank Phillips, and Cap would eventually be pardoned. The law had claimed its pound of flesh, and the hanging of cotton-top mounts officially marked the end of the feud. But for many, it felt less like a resolution and more like a final bitter irony. A war started by powerful men had ended with the execution of one of their weakest soldiers. So, what became of the men who brought hell to Sarah McCoy's doorstep? Did they face a reckoning of their own? The answer, like everything in this story, is a tangled mess of violence, irony, and unsatisfying justice. The fates of the Hatfield leaders show that in the mountains, the ledger of right and wrong is rarely balanced so neatly. Jim Vance, the old wolf of the clan, the man widely believed to have delivered the crippling blow to Sarah's head, met a fittingly violent end. He was hunted relentlessly by Frank Phillips, who pursued him not with a warrant, but with the cold fury of an avenger. In January 1888, just weeks after the massacre, Phillips cornered Vance in the woods. There was no trial, no judge. There was only a final, brutal shootout. Jim Vance, who had lived his life by the gun, died by the gun, his body left in the frozen wilderness. For the McCoys, this was the only kind of justice they could truly understand. But for the others, the law's judgment was far more elusive. Cap Hatfield, Devil Anse's hot-headed son and another leader of the raid, was a ghost to the law. He dodged posses and hid in the mountains until the political winds shifted. Thanks to the bitter jurisdictional disputes between Kentucky and West Virginia, Cap was eventually granted a pardon. He never spent a day in jail for the New Year's raid. In a twist of staggering irony, the man who had acted as judge, jury, and executioner in Sarah's yard went on to become a lawyer and land agent, living a long and prosperous life. He died an old man, a respected member of his community, the blood of that night, a distant, unpunished memory. And what of the patriarch himself, Devil Anse Hatfield? He was the man in whose name it was all done, yet he never faced a single legal consequence for the feud. He outlived Randall McCoy by a decade, transitioning from a feared clan leader to a successful timber baron. The Hatfields, far from being destroyed, became a powerful and influential family in West Virginia politics. On the surface, it seems Devil Anse won. But a strange thing happened in his old age. In 1911, this man who had seemed to fear neither God nor the law waded into the waters of Island Creek and was baptized. The image of the old feudist, his hands now trembling with age, seeking to wash away a lifetime of sin, suggests a man who was, in the end, haunted. He may have escaped man's law, but it seems he was making a final, desperate peace before facing a higher judgment. For the surviving McCoys, life in Pikeville was a long, quiet epilogue written in the ink of grief and exile. Randall, the proud patriarch who had refused to abandon his home, now lived out his days as a ferryman, a humbled and broken man. His children grew up under a long shadow, forever known as the feud McCoys. They couldn't escape the name. It was whispered in the general store, it followed them to school, it clung to them like the smell of wood smoke. Some tried to build new lives, to distance themselves from the bloody history, but the story was a brand on their family name, a legacy of loss they would carry to their own graves. Back in the Tugfork Valley, a strange and heavy silence descended. The hanging of cotton-top mounts had drawn a formal line under the conflict, and the community, exhausted by years of violence and fear, collectively decided to bury the memory. Neighbors who had once aimed rifles at each other from opposite sides of the river now had to pass on the same dusty roads, trade at the same stores. The only way to survive was to not speak of it. The feud became the great unspeakable trauma, a ghost in the attic that everyone knew was there, but no one dared acknowledge. The healing was not a process of reconciliation, but of willed amnesia, a fragile peace built on a foundation of unspoken horror. The power dynamics of the region had been permanently redrawn. The fall of the McCoys from the Tugfork was absolute. Their land was gone, their influence shattered, their name reduced to a cautionary tale. But for the Hatfields, the feud had the opposite effect. It cemented their legend and consolidated their power in West Virginia. They transformed their notoriety into political and economic capital. Devil Anse's sons became sheriffs, lawyers, and businessmen. The Hatfields, far from being destroyed by the conflict, had emerged as a formidable Appalachian dynasty, their success built, quite literally, upon the ashes of the McCoy homestead. And in the middle of this silent, shifting landscape was the memory of Sarah. While the men's names became synonymous with the fighting, her story endured as the symbol of its true cost. She was the ghost that haunted the community's silence. The men's legacy was one of pride, violence, and shifting power. Hers was a legacy of pure, inconsolable sorrow. Long after the last shot was fired and the last grave was dug, it was the image of the broken mother, wandering the hills and calling for her lost children, that served as the feud's most chilling and enduring epitaph. If you travel to the Tug Fork Valley today, you can find the place where it all happened. The state has put up a historical marker, a neat metal sign that tries to tame the wildness of the story with dates and official language. But the sign isn't what holds the power of that place. A little farther in, you can still see the foundation stones of the cabin, half buried in the earth. And you can see the old well, its stone ring, a silent, hollow mouth in the ground. To stand there is an eerie experience. The air is heavy with a profound and unsettling quiet, and you can't help but feel you are trespassing on sacred, sorrowful ground. A few miles away, in a small cemetery, you can find their names carved into weathered stone. Randall lies there, and Sarah is beside him. Their graves are simple, unadorned, the final factual statements in a story that has since become a legend. People come from all over the country now, tracing the feud's bloody map from one site to another. They take pictures of the tombstones, treating them like relics of a distant, almost mythical past. But the names etched there, McCoy, Alifair, Calvin, are a stark reminder that these were real people, with real lives that were violently, tragically cut short. The story of Sarah, however, did not get buried in that cemetery. It seeped into the soil and became part of the folklore of the hills. Long after she died, people kept telling the stories. They weren't talking about Crazy Sally anymore. They were talking about a true spirit, a haint bound to the land by the force of her grief. Hunters moving through the woods at dusk would swear they heard a woman's voice carried on the wind, whispering those two names. Travelers would tell of a sudden, bone-deep cold that would settle over them near the old cabin site, the kind of cold that has nothing to do with the weather. Her tragedy has been transformed. It's now a key chapter in the American saga of the Hatfields and McCoys, a cautionary tale told to children about the poison of hatred. It has been written into books, acted out on television, and even sung about in mournful mountain ballads. The raw, private agony of one woman has become a public ghost story, a piece of our shared dark heritage. The world remembers the feud as a story of stubborn, violent men, but it is the ghost of Sarah McCoy that gives the legend its soul-chilling power. And so, she endures. Devil Anse, Randall McCoy, Frank Phillips, they are figures of history, their actions debated and analyzed. But Sarah is a figure of pure, human tragedy. She is the mother who lost everything, the woman whose mind was broken by a sorrow too great to bear. The men's spirits may rest in the ground, their battles long over. But her spirit, the spirit of a mother's eternal, inconsolable grief, that is the one that still truly haunts these mountains. So we come back to the question we asked at the beginning. How does a person become a ghost while they are still breathing? The life of Sarah McCoy gives us the terrible answer. She was neither a hero nor a villain in this legendary war. She was the battlefield itself. The men fought over honor, land, and pride, but it was on the terrain of her heart that the true cost was tallied. Her story strips away any romance from the feud and shows us the raw, ugly truth. The deepest wounds aren't made by bullets, but by the memories they leave behind. In the end, this is a story about the terrible math of hatred. It shows that in a conflict fueled by pride, the price is always paid by the innocent. It is a brutal lesson that a mother's love, the most powerful force in the human world, cannot shield her children from the consequences of the foolishness of men. The curse of Sarah McCoy wasn't supernatural. It was the simple, horrifying curse of survival, of being the one left behind to count the graves and remember the screams. The names Hatfield and McCoy are now written in history books, symbols of a uniquely American conflict. But while their war is long over, her sorrow endures. And that, my friends, is the true ballad of the Tugfork Valley. A story not of the men who fired the guns, but of the mother whose unending grief became the feud's most haunting ghost. In the stunned silence that followed the storm of gunfire, the people of Huntington, West Virginia, were left with a grim spectacle on their courthouse lawn, the body of a dead stranger. He was a man who didn't belong, a ghost from the bloody plains of Missouri, laid low in the heart of Appalachia. His death wasn't an answer, it was a question mark written in blood on the town's doorstep. How did the most infamous outlaws in American history, the James Younger gang, end up so far from home, leaving one of their own dead in a desperate, bullet-riddled retreat? Today, we will answer that question and unravel a story of Appalachian grit colliding with legendary evil. To understand the shock of that day, you have to understand the world that was shattered. Huntington, in 1875, was not some quiet mountain hollow lost to time. It was a city with a swagger, a raw and muscular town born from coal dust, steel rails, and ambition. Forged just a few years earlier by the railroad magnate Collis P. Huntington, it was the proud western terminus of the Chesapeake and Ohio Railway. It was a place where the ancient rhythm of the mountains met the thunder of the locomotive, a boom town humming with the promise of a new industrial Appalachia. At the very heart of this vibrant new world, on the corner of 3rd Avenue and 9th Street, stood the Bank of Huntington. It was more than just a building of brick and mortar, it was the town's beating heart. Through its doors flowed the lifeblood of the region, massive C&O payrolls for the railroad men, the hard-earned wages of miners who clawed wealth from the deep hills, and the fortunes of the industrialists who were taming the wilderness. This bank wasn't just holding money, it was holding the collected dreams and sweat of an entire community. The guardian of this trust was a man named Robert T. Oney, the bank's cashier. He was a man of ledgers and ink, of quiet respectability and steady habits. His world was one of predictable order, of days measured by the familiar clicks of the telegraph and the comforting clang of the vault door swinging shut. That afternoon, his son was with him in the bank, learning the family trade, surrounded by the symbols of security and civilization. For them, the world was a safe and logical place. Outside the bank's windows, the town bustled with activity, a testament to its newfound importance. But beyond the last paved street, the ancient Appalachian hills rose up, dense and watchful. These were the old mountains, the ones that had seen empires come and go, their hollows filled with secrets and shadows. They formed a stark contrast to the noisy, forward-looking city at their feet, a wilderness that could swallow men whole, a perfect landscape for both escape and ambush. But progress is a double-edged sword. The very thing that made Huntington a beacon of prosperity also made it a target. The same steel rails that carried coal out also carried stories in. Tales of the C&O payrolls, of the fat new bank on the Ohio River, traveled west on telegraph wires and in the talk of rail riders. These whispers reached the ears of men who saw progress not as an opportunity to build, but as a chance to take. Unseen and unheard, a shadow was stretching from the Missouri plains, drawn eastward by the irresistible scent of a prize that was simply too rich to ignore. On the sweltering afternoon of September 6, 1875, the first clue that something was wrong arrived on horseback. 8 strangers, cloaked in long, dust-colored coats that seemed oddly heavy for the heat, rode into town. They moved not like weary travelers, but with a chilling purpose, their eyes scanning the streets with a predator's focus. There was a disciplined silence about them that felt more menacing than any drunken shouting. For the citizens of Huntington, they were an unnerving puzzle, a whisper of trouble on the wind. The puzzle quickly turned into a portrait of terror. 4 of the riders dismounted in front of the Bank of Huntington. As one stood guard at the door, a sentinel of violence, the other 3 stepped inside, their heavy boots echoing on the floor. Within moments, the routine calm of Robert Oney's afternoon was obliterated. A $5 bill was offered for change, a simple transaction that became the trigger for a nightmare. As the cash drawer opened, a Colt revolver appeared, massive and unarguable. The outlaw's voice was calm, almost conversational, which made his words even more terrifying. "We are the James boys. We have come for the money." The scene inside was one of cold, professional plunder. While Oney and his son were held frozen under the barrel of a gun, the other men moved with a terrifying efficiency, vaulting the counter and stuffing bags with the town's wealth. The scene spoke not of a desperate smash and grab, but of a rehearsed, military-style operation. The outlaws knew exactly what they wanted, from the loose cash to the contents of the new, modern vault. Outside, the other 4 horsemen turned 3rd Avenue into a shooting gallery. They galloped back and forth, firing their pistols into the air, their shouts echoing off the brick buildings. This wasn't random chaos. It was calculated terror designed to paralyze the town and suppress any resistance before it could begin. For those first few minutes, the street was a bewildering landscape of noise, smoke, and fear. The crime scene wasn't a static place of discovery. It was a living, breathing storm of violence. The questions came in a panicked rush. Who were these men? Why were they here? Was this the end of their town? The wilderness wasn't in the surrounding hills. It had ridden right into the heart of Huntington, and it offered no easy answers, only the immediate deafening report of a dozen 6-guns. In the days that followed the raid, as the story was pieced together from 100 terrified accounts, the first and most obvious suspect was not a single man, but a ghost. It was the ghost of the Confederacy, a phantom born from the raw, unhealed wound of the Civil War. You see, this wasn't just a bank robbery. To many people, especially those with Southern sympathies, this was a calculated act of war, a personal vendetta waged against a symbol of Northern power and occupation. The motive was as clear as a mountain spring to anyone who had lived through the conflict. The Bank of Huntington was the financial heart of the C&O Railway, a Yankee enterprise carving up the ancient hills and imposing a new order on the land. To a man who had lost his home, his kin, and his cause fighting for the South, that bank wasn't just a building full of money. It was a monument to his defeat. Robbing it wasn't simple theft. It was a righteous blow against the conqueror, a desperate attempt to reclaim a sliver of lost honor and pride. Whispers quickly turned to the methods of the crime itself. The initial evidence was in the execution, the cool discipline, the expert horsemanship, the terrifying efficiency. This wasn't the work of common thieves or local hotheads. This was the cold arithmetic of combat, the tactics of seasoned cavalrymen who had learned their trade in the brutal guerrilla warfare of the border states. Locals who had fought in the war recognized the style immediately. It was the same ruthless precision used by the partisan Rangers who had terrorized Missouri and Kansas. It wasn't long before a name was put to this ghost: Jesse James. The name was already legend, spread by dime novels and sensationalist newspapers. He was cast as the avenging angel of the lost cause, a man who had never surrendered. His history as one of Quantrill's most fearsome raiders was well known. The story fit perfectly. The raid on Huntington was seen as a natural chapter in his ongoing war against the banks, railroads, and authorities that represented the Union. For many, the case was closed before it had even been properly opened. The perpetrators were the James Younger gang, and their motive was vengeance. But as the dust settled and the adrenaline faded, a more unsettling question began to snake its way through the back rooms and taverns of Huntington. Was it really that simple? The James Younger gang were ghosts from another world, strangers in this rugged Appalachian terrain. How did they know the exact day the C&O payroll would be in the bank? How did they navigate the town with such confidence? And more importantly, how did they know the perfect escape route? A direct line into the tangled wilderness of Wayne County, where a posse would be useless. The cold, horrifying answer began to form. They couldn't have known. Not on their own. Suspicion began to fall not on a man with a gun, but on a man with a pen. An insider. Someone within the C&O Railway or even the Bank of Huntington itself. This suspect had no public feud or bloody history. He was a trusted face, perhaps a quiet clerk who saw the river of money flowing past his desk while his own share was but a trickle. Or maybe a telegraph operator, a man who translated the secret clicks and dashes that detailed the movement of fortunes he could never hope to possess. This man saw the wealth of the railroad barons firsthand and felt the bitter sting of his own small place in their grand design. His motive wasn't vengeance for a lost cause. It was the timeless, ugly engine of greed and resentment. He was a man who felt cheated by the very system he served. He saw the easy money waiting in the vault and saw the outlaws from Missouri as a tool, a violent key to unlock a future he felt he was owed. Providing them with a map, a schedule, and the layout of the bank would have been his ticket out of a life of quiet desperation. When re-examined through this lens, the outlaw's actions took on a darker shade. Jesse James's supposed inspection of the new vault wasn't just bravado. It was the remark of a man who had been told to expect it. The gang's immediate and unerring flight to the 9th Street Bridge was no longer a lucky guess, but the execution of a pre-planned route. This theory was terrifying because it meant the enemy wasn't just an external force that had stormed the town. It suggested that a Judas had been living among them all along, a man who had sold his neighbor's safety for a bag of stolen silver. The betrayal, hidden behind a trusted face, felt far more sinister than the open violence of the raid itself. There was, however, a third theory, one that was whispered in the boardrooms and telegraph offices far from the dusty streets of Huntington. This theory suggested the crime wasn't born of Southern pride or an insider's greed, but was a cold, calculated move in a much larger, more brutal war. It was a war fought not with cannons, but with contracts, spies, and when necessary, hired guns. This theory posited that the James Younger gang were not the masterminds, but merely the bloody instrument of a powerful external force. The target, in this version of events, wasn't just the money in the vault. The real target was Collis P. Huntington himself and his burgeoning C&O empire. In the cutthroat world of 19th century railroad expansion, rivals like the Baltimore and Ohio were locked in a ruthless struggle for territory and resources. Huntington's success as the C&O's western hub was a direct threat to their interests. What better way to cripple a competitor than to strike at his proudest achievement? A brazen, violent robbery would send a clear message. Huntington is not safe. The C&O cannot protect its own assets. Your investments, your payrolls, your very lives are at risk in this lawless Appalachian outpost. In this scenario, the James gang becomes a scalpel in the hands of a surgeon dressed in a three-piece suit. Someone with deep pockets and a complete lack of scruples could have easily sent a pathfinder like Bill Chadwell to Missouri with an offer, a handsome fee to sow chaos, plus whatever they could carry out of the bank. This would explain the gang's incredible gamble in traveling so far into unfamiliar territory. It wasn't a whim, it was a contract. They were mercenaries hired for an act of corporate terrorism. Looking back, some locals remembered unsettling signs in the months leading up to the raid. They recalled strangers in fine city clothes, men who didn't belong in the rough-and-tumble town, asking pointed questions about railroad shipping times, land values, and the bank's security. At the time, they were dismissed as investors or surveyors. But in the bloody aftermath, their presence took on a sinister new meaning. They were the scouts for an economic predator, the advance guard for an attack designed not just to empty a vault, but to shatter the confidence of an entire city and derail the ambitions of a railroad king. In the minutes after the gang thundered across the 9th Street Bridge, Huntington's shock curdled into pure, unadulterated rage. A posse, a mix of grim-faced lawmen and ordinary citizens turned avengers, plunged into the tangled wilderness of Wayne County. They were fueled by a righteous fury, certain that a swift and bloody justice could be found just around the next bend of the Guyandotte River. They followed the fresh tracks, believing the outlaws' brazenness was matched only by their foolishness for choosing such a difficult escape. Their greatest hope was the wounded rider, the one who had slumped in his saddle. A man that badly hurt couldn't go far, they reasoned. He would slow the others down, leave a trail. They scoured the forest floor for a speck of blood on a leaf, a hastily discarded bandage, any sign of a man faltering. But they found nothing. The tracks led them deeper into a labyrinth of creeks and hollows, a green, suffocating world that seemed designed to hide fugitives. The trail grew cold, the hoofprints scattered and vanished. It was as if the forest itself had conspired with the outlaws, swallowing them whole. Frustrated, the posse turned its attention to the theory of an insider. Suspicion fell on any known Southern sympathizers living in the rugged hills between Huntington and Kentucky. Men who had ridden with the Confederacy were rousted from their farms, their homes searched, their families questioned. But this tactic backfired spectacularly. They were met not with confessions, but with a wall of stony silence. These mountain folk, already distrustful of authority, closed ranks. Every question was answered with a shrug, a blank stare, or a muttered, "I saw nothing." Instead of uncovering a conspiracy, the posse only managed to sow deeper resentment, chasing shadows while the real culprits slipped further away. Days later, they straggled back into town, their horses lame and their spirits broken. They returned not with prisoners in tow, but with the bitter taste of failure in their mouths, their clothes torn by briars and their faces etched with exhaustion. The only proof the gang had ever been there was the body of Tom McDaniels, a silent, decomposing trophy that offered no answers. The initial blaze of heroic defiance had died down, leaving behind the cold embers of fear and the growing, terrible realization that the most dangerous men in America had come to their town, bled their streets, and simply vanished. The posse's failure in the hills of Wayne County was about more than just rough terrain. It was a collision with an invisible, impenetrable fortress. It was a confrontation with the ancient mountain code, an unwritten law far more powerful than any statute passed in a distant state capital. As the lawmen pushed deeper into the hollows, they found that people's eyes grew guarded and their doors closed a little tighter. Men who would normally share a story and a dipper of water suddenly had nothing to say. Women would call their children inside and the world would go quiet. This wasn't simple ignorance. It was a deliberate collective act of forgetting. To understand it, you have to understand the soul of Appalachia. This was a land settled by people who had come to escape authority, be it from kings across the ocean or tax collectors from the flatlands. Here, loyalty was not to a government, but to blood, to kin, and to your neighbor. You didn't talk to the law because the law had never done a thing for you, except maybe try to take your land or your moonshine. Justice was a private matter, handled with a handshake or, if necessary, a shotgun. The fear of retribution was a palpable thing, as thick as the morning fog in the valleys. Everyone knew what happened to those who talked. A fence might be cut in the dead of night, letting the livestock wander off. A prize hog might turn up sick. A barn, the very symbol of a family's livelihood, could go up in flames from a single well-placed lantern. These weren't idle threats. They were the grim language of mountain politics. Helping the law against men like the James Gang, men who, to some, were still seen as Confederate heroes, was seen as the ultimate betrayal. It was choosing the side of the outsider, against your own. And so, the wall of silence held firm. A farmer might have seen 8 riders pass his gate, their horses lathered and one man slumped low. A woman drawing water from her well might have heard the desperate gallop and seen them disappear up a hidden creek bed. But when the sheriff came asking, they saw nothing. They heard nothing. They knew nothing. Their silence was a shield, protecting them not only from the outlaws' revenge, but also from the intrusive world that lay beyond their ridgelines. The truth of the Huntington heist was lost somewhere in that silence, buried deep in the unmappable country of a community's fear. For years, the story of the Huntington heist remained frozen in time, a brutal but unresolved chapter in the town's history. The outlaws had vanished, the money was gone, and the wall of silence in the hills had proven unbreakable. The official investigation withered on the vine, leaving only folklore and speculation. But the truth, as it often does, was lying dormant, waiting for an accidental turn of a key. The turning point didn't come from a sheriff's investigation or a lucky posse, but from a place far away, a consequence of the gang's own arrogance. 1 year later, in September of 1876, the James Younger gang rode into Northfield, Minnesota, expecting another easy conquest. Instead, they rode into a buzzsaw. The townspeople fought back with a ferocity that dwarfed even Huntington's resistance. When the gun smoke cleared, Bill Chadwell and Clell Miller were dead in the street, and the Younger brothers were captured, grievously wounded. The invincible aura of the gang was shattered forever. It was in the aftermath of this disaster that the forgotten clue from Huntington finally resurfaced, not as an object, but as a confession. Held in a Minnesota jail, facing a lifetime of hard labor, Cole Younger began to talk. He spoke of the gang's history, their motives, and their methods. When questioned about the audacious raid so far to the east, he confirmed the long-held suspicion. He admitted that the gang had indeed robbed the bank in Huntington, West Virginia. He spoke of the fierce street fight and the desperate flight into the mountains. Most importantly, he gave a name to the man who lay in a pauper's grave on the courthouse lawn, Tom McDaniels, a trusted member of their deadly fraternity. This confession was like a lightning strike in the dark. It traveled back to Huntington on telegraph wires, a voice from a Minnesota prison cell that finally broke the Appalachian silence. It wasn't a hidden map or a dusty journal. It was the unvarnished truth from the mouth of one of the perpetrators. It transformed the dead outlaw from a nameless stranger into a specific villain. It validated the stories of the townspeople who had fought back and confirmed that they had faced down the most legendary criminals of their age. The confession didn't recover the stolen money or reveal any local conspirators, but it provided something just as valuable: certainty. The ghost that had haunted Huntington for a year finally had a face. For a full year, the identity of the Huntington Raiders had been a ghost story, a legend told with a mix of fear and a strange, grudging respect. The name Jesse James was on everyone's lips, but it was a name spoken like a folktale character, a boogeyman from a distant land. There was no proof, only the chilling style of the crime and the whispers that followed. The town was left in a state of suspended animation, knowing they had been violated, but unable to officially point a finger at the specters who had ridden through their streets. The unmasking, when it came, was not a sudden discovery, but a cold, hard confirmation that the legend was terrifyingly real. The news from the Minnesota jailhouse swept through Huntington like a cleansing fire. Cole Younger's confession was the final, irrefutable piece of the puzzle. The ghosts were finally dragged from the realm of myth and into the harsh light of reality. They were not phantoms. They were men of flesh and blood, now with names that could be written in a ledger of crime. The dead outlaw on the courthouse lawn was no longer an anonymous casualty. He was Tom McDaniels. The wounded rider who vanished into the hills was, as many had suspected, Cole Younger himself. And the cold-eyed leaders who had calmly announced their intentions in the bank were none other than Jesse and Frank James. The full roster of the culprits was now known, a rogues gallery of the most wanted men in America. Jesse James, the charismatic leader, his brother Frank, the quiet killer, the formidable Cole Younger, the hardened veterans Clell Miller and Bill Chadwell, and the ill-fated Tom McDaniels. They were the core of the gang, a brotherhood forged in the guerrilla wars of Missouri, and they had brought their private war to the doorstep of Appalachia. And what was their definitive motive? Was it a noble act of Confederate defiance, as the dime novels claimed? Was it a complex plot of corporate sabotage? The confession, stripped of all romance, laid the truth bare. The motive was far more primal and far less glamorous. It was money. By 1875, the James Younger gang were no longer soldiers fighting a lost cause. They were professional thieves. Their past as Confederate partisans had given them their skills, their ruthlessness, and a convenient moral justification for their crimes. But their war was over. Their business had begun. The C&O payroll and the bank's deep vaults were simply the largest, most tempting prize they had heard of in years. The raid on Huntington was a strategic business decision. They were drawn east, not by ideology, but by the scent of a fortune. The polite manners, the supposed Robin Hood persona, it was all a carefully crafted myth, a public relations campaign for a gang of killers. The unmasking revealed that beneath the legend of the Southern Avenger was the cold, simple heart of a predator. Huntington was not a symbol to be defied. It was a treasure chest to be cracked open by any means necessary. The afternoon air inside the Bank of Huntington was thick with the lazy heat of late summer, smelling of paper and brass polish. That peace was shattered by the thud of heavy boots. As Robert Oney looked up, the world tilted. The man across the counter offered a $5 bill, but his eyes were cold, holding no warmth of commerce. As Oney's hand went to the cash drawer, the outlaw's hand went to his coat. There was a soft whisper of leather, and then the massive dark eye of a Colt revolver was staring at him. The hammer being cocked was the loudest sound Oney had ever heard, a metallic click that sealed the moment in time. A calm voice cut through the silence, and the world of order and ledgers was gone, replaced by the simple, brutal law of the gun. Oney and his son could only watch, frozen in a state of primal fear. The raiders moved with a terrifying grace, a ballet of plunder. They vaulted the teller's cage as if it were a pasture fence, their long coats flaring. There was no fumbling, no hesitation. Their hands, accustomed to reins and triggers, swept stacks of currency and coins into canvas sacks with a rustling, clinking sound that was a sickening parody of a normal bank transaction. One of them paused to look at the new vault, the town's pride, and spoke a few words of mock admiration before emptying its contents. It was a performance of absolute dominance, designed to break not just the bank's locks, but the spirit of the men inside. Outside, the street had become a vision of hell. The four mounted outlaws were orchestrating a symphony of terror. They galloped from one end of the block to the other, a whirlwind of dust and menace. The air cracked and popped with the constant discharge of their pistols. It wasn't aimed fire. It was auditory violence, a deafening declaration of ownership of the street. Windows on the second floor of the St. James Hotel shattered, the tinkling of glass lost in the unending roar. For the people of Huntington, peering from behind curtains and doorways, it was a waking nightmare. Their town was no longer theirs. It was a stage, and they were the terrified audience to a terrifying show. But the paralysis of fear can only last so long before it hardens into rage. The outlaws' barrage was suddenly answered. The sharp crack of a squirrel rifle from a hardware store doorway joined the deeper boom of the Colts. A window flew open above the dry goods store, the glint of a shotgun barrel appearing for a second. The symphony of terror became a discordant duel. The air, already thick with smoke, grew hazy, a rolling fog of battle that obscured figures and turned the street into a landscape of lethal guesswork. The hunters had, in a shocking turn, become the hunted. As the gang burst from the bank's doors, their bags heavy with loot, they ran headlong into this new reality of organized resistance. They were no longer performers on a stage, but soldiers caught in an ambush. In the chaotic scramble for their horses, amidst the rolling cloud of gun smoke, one of the riders suddenly stiffened, a marionette whose strings had been cut. He pitched sideways from his saddle without a sound and fell, a dark, motionless shape against the bright dust of the street. His panicked horse, now riderless, bolted after the others. In that same hail of unseen lead, another rider lurched forward, grabbing the pommel of his saddle as if struck by a giant, invisible fist. His hat flew from his head, but his powerful frame clung to the horse, his body contorted in a silent struggle against an unseen force. He did not fall. The remaining outlaws dug their spurs into their mounts, their disciplined operation now a frantic, desperate flight. They thundered towards the 9th Street Bridge, a mad dash for the safety of the wilderness, leaving the echoes of their violence hanging in the air. When the last hoofbeat faded, a ringing silence descended upon the street. The smoke slowly drifted away on the afternoon breeze, revealing a scene of surreal stillness. Shattered glass glittered on the boardwalks, and there, in the middle of the street, lay the still form of Tom McDaniels, a final grim testament to the fact that on this day, the people of Huntington had fought back. In the aftermath of the raid, there was no grand trial in Huntington. There was no solemn judge, no jury of 12 peers, no eloquent lawyers arguing points of law. The only trial that ever mattered for the James Younger gang in West Virginia took place in a 90-second span of chaotic gunfire on 3rd Avenue. The jury was a hardware store owner with a rifle, a clerk with an old army pistol, and a dozen other anonymous citizens who decided that their town was worth defending. The verdict for Tom McDaniels was delivered not by a foreman, but from the barrel of a gun, a swift and final judgment that required no appeal. Instead of a courtroom, the town had the courthouse lawn. McDaniel's body was dragged there and put on display, becoming a gruesome pulpit from which the town preached a silent sermon of defiance. Crowds gathered to stare, their faces a mixture of grim satisfaction, morbid curiosity, and lingering fear. This was justice in its most raw and primal form, a public spectacle meant to reassure the community that an invader had been repelled and a price had been paid. A coroner's inquest was held, a brief formality that concluded, to no one's surprise, that the outlaw had died of justifiable homicide. He was then unceremoniously buried in a pauper's grave, his story in Huntington ending as it began, a nameless threat, now a nameless corpse. The real legal reckoning came a year later and hundreds of miles away in a Minnesota courthouse. It was there that the captured younger brothers faced a formal system of justice. There was no defiance in their demeanor, only a stoic, weary acceptance of their fate. Cole Younger, in particular, was calm and cooperative, his confession providing the final, authoritative chapter to the Huntington raid. They pleaded guilty to their crimes in Minnesota to avoid the spectacle of a trial and the near certainty of a hangman's noose. They were sentenced to life in prison, a verdict that was celebrated in the North as a triumph of law and order. But for the people of Huntington, it was a distant echo, a hollow victory. The Youngers were being punished for Northfield, not for the terror they had inflicted upon West Virginia. The money stolen from their bank was never recovered, and the two men most responsible, Jesse and Frank James, remained free, ghosts in the wind who had escaped Appalachian justice entirely. And so, the final verdict for the Huntington heist was a deeply unsatisfying one, an empty chair at the defendant's table. Jesse James would eventually be killed by a traitor in his own gang, and Frank would surrender and through legal maneuvering walk away a free man. No member of the James Younger gang was ever convicted or even formally charged for the crime committed in Huntington. The town had won the battle in the street, but the masterminds of the war had gotten away clean, a bitter injustice that still lingers in the hills, a story of a crime that was punished but never truly prosecuted. The gunsmoke over Huntington eventually cleared, but the lives it touched were never the same. The raid was a flash of lightning that left a permanent afterimage burned into the soul of the town and its people. For Huntington itself, the brutal afternoon became a defining moment. It was a scar that, over time, became a badge of honor. The city was no longer just a proud boom town of the railroad. It was the town that had stood up to the James gang and drawn blood. The men who had grabbed their rifles and fought back became local legends, their stories told and retold until they became a part of the city's foundation myth, a testament to the fierce, self-reliant spirit of Appalachia. For Robert T. Oney, the cashier who stared down the barrel of that Colt revolver, life was cleaved in two, the quiet, orderly life before the raid and the rest of his days after. He had looked into the eyes of the most famous outlaws in America and survived. He carried that memory with him always, not as a source of fear, but as a quiet mark of resilience. He remained a respected figure in Huntington, a living link to that historic day, a man who had been at the very epicenter of the storm and had held his ground. But the fates of the outlaws were also irrevocably altered. You see, for the James Younger gang, the Huntington heist was a victory that planted the seeds of their destruction. It was here, in these Appalachian hills, that they first encountered a civilian population that was not easily cowed, one that would fight back with lethal fury. The death of Tom McDaniels and the serious wounding of Cole Younger were a shock to their system. They had won the money, but they had been bloodied and forced into a desperate, humiliating retreat. It was a dress rehearsal for their own funeral. 1 year later, emboldened by their success but failing to heed its warning, they would face that same citizen rage in Northfield, Minnesota, a fight that would shatter the gang forever. The cloud of suspicion about an internal betrayal eventually faded, but it left a lingering chill. The raid forced the community to look at itself, to wonder about the loyalties of their neighbors in a way they never had before. It strained the delicate trust that holds a town together, a wound that healed slowly over time. The raid became a shared trauma, and in surviving it together, Huntington forged a stronger, harder identity. And what of the masterminds? The James brothers, who had escaped West Virginia's justice, could not outrun their own violent destiny. Jesse James, the charismatic leader, would be shot in the back of the head years later by a coward in his own gang, killed for a reward. Frank James, the quiet brother, would eventually surrender and, through a series of controversial trials, live out his days as a farmer and a reluctant celebrity, a ghost from a bygone era of American violence. Their lives, and the lives of everyone they touched that September day, were forever intertwined, bound together by the echoes of gunfire on a Huntington street. If you stand on the corner of 3rd Avenue and 9th Street in Huntington today, you won't see the bank that the James gang robbed. That building is long gone, replaced by the glass and steel of the modern city. But while the bricks have vanished, the story has soaked into the very ground beneath your feet. The memory of that day doesn't live in a monument. It lives in the whispers that still drift through the Appalachian air. This is a story that has become a permanent part of the region's folklore. Ask an old-timer about it, and their eyes will light up. They'll tell you the enduring legend of Cole Younger, wounded and barely clinging to his horse. The tale goes that he was secretly taken in by a Confederate sympathizing doctor deep in the hills of Wayne County, nursed back to health in a hidden cabin while the posse searched fruitlessly. There's no hard proof, of course, but in these mountains, a good story holds its own kind of truth, a truth about loyalty and the old codes that never really die. And then there's the gold. Like a promise whispered on the wind, the legend of buried treasure persists. For over a century, people have believed that in their frantic escape, the gang was forced to bury a portion of their heavy loot somewhere in the tangled wilderness between Huntington and the Kentucky border. Treasure hunters, armed with folk tales and a stubborn hope, still comb the creek beds and scour the hillsides, searching for Jesse James's Appalachian gold. The most tangible trace of that day is a void. Somewhere in Huntington, in an unmarked pauper's grave, lies the dust of Tom McDaniels, a permanent silent resident from Missouri. And the bridge they crossed is gone, replaced by a modern span of concrete. But the real echo through time isn't made of stone or bone. It's the hollows and creek beds of Wayne County, the very landscape of the escape. The city's memory may fade with each new generation, but the mountains themselves hold the story, etched into their ancient, silent faces. They remember the thunder of hooves, and they've kept the secret of that desperate ride ever since. We began this story with a question mark written in blood on a courthouse lawn. How did the most feared outlaws in America end up so far from home, leaving one of their own dead in a West Virginia street? We know the answer now. They were drawn here not by the ghosts of the Confederacy, but by the simple, powerful magnet of greed. They came for the C&O Railroad's gold, believing their own legend would be enough to paralyze a town with fear. They misjudged their target. They expected to find timid sheep, and instead found a den of wolves. But the true lesson of the Huntington heist is not about the audacity of the James gang. It is about the ferocious courage of ordinary people. This is a story of how a young Appalachian city, barely 4 years old, refused to play the part of the victim. It's a story that proves that history isn't just written by famous men with guns. It's forged in the split-second decisions of nameless citizens who decide that enough is enough. The iron will of the men and women who carved a life from these mountains proved to be a far more formidable weapon than any outlaw's revolver. So the next time you hear the romantic tales of Jesse James, the Robin Hood of Missouri, remember the truth of what happened here. Remember the hardware store owner with his rifle, the cashier who refused to break, and the town that bled but did not bow. This is a story of how character is revealed by chaos, and how a community's soul can be forged in the crucible of 90 seconds of gunfire. It's a testament to the enduring, unshakable spirit of these hills. And now, my friends, you know the rest of the story, or at least as much of it as the mountains are willing to give up. Imagine 10,000 American coal miners, rifles in hand, marching to wage war in the mountains of West Virginia. They faced a private army armed with machine guns and even airplanes that dropped makeshift bombs from the sky. This wasn't a riot. This was the largest armed uprising in United States history since the Civil War. The question that hangs in the air, thick as coal dust, is why? What could push thousands of ordinary men to the absolute breaking point to aim their guns not at a foreign enemy, but at their own countrymen? The official story is one of labor unrest. But those who lived it knew the truth. It was a war for the very soul of a man. Before the valleys echoed with the rattle of machine guns, there was a different sound. It was the rhythm of a world carved into the ancient mountains of West Virginia, a world of sharp ridges and deep shadowed hollows where the mist clung to the creeks like a shroud. These mountains were a paradox. They were breathtakingly beautiful, a fortress of nature that had long sheltered a proud and independent people. But deep within their rock, they held a treasure that had become a curse: coal. And for the men who mined that coal, the mountains were no longer a sanctuary. They were a cage. A miner's day began and ended in darkness. He would rise before the sun, his wife packing his dinner bucket, and walk to the mine mouth, a black wound in the side of the mountain. He would spend 10, sometimes 12 hours on his hands and knees in a cramped seam of earth, the weight of the whole world pressing down on him. His work was a constant gamble with death from rockfalls, gas explosions, and the slow, suffocating disease of black lung. He did this not for wealth, but for survival, to feed the family waiting for him in a flimsy house he didn't own. That house, you see, belonged to the coal company. So did the church where he prayed, the school his children attended, and the doctor who treated his injuries. Most importantly, the company owned the store. A man wasn't paid in the currency of the United States. He was paid in scrip, a private money printed by his boss, worthless anywhere but the single company store. Prices there were set so high that by the end of the week, his entire wage was swallowed back into the operator's pocket. It was a system of modern-day serfdom, a cradle-to-grave bondage designed to keep a man in perpetual debt. And this kingdom, built on black rock and broken backs, was ruled by force. The coal operators employed private armies of guards, most notoriously the Baldwin Felts Detective Agency. These weren't security men. They were gun thugs, mercenaries in fine suits who patrolled the coal camps with rifles cradled in their arms. They were there to enforce the company's law. Their job was to crush any whisper of dissent, to beat any man who spoke of organizing, and to evict his family from their home at a moment's notice, dumping their belongings in the muddy street. This was the calm before the storm, not a peaceful calm, but an oppressive one. It was the heavy, watchful silence of a people pushed to the very edge of their endurance. It was a silence filled with unspoken fears, quiet prayers, and a deep, simmering rage. But change was coming, carried on the wind like a distant rumble of thunder. It came in the form of a simple four-letter word, whispered in the dark of the mines and behind closed doors. Union. And that one word was about to set these mountains on fire. To understand the fire in the miners' hearts, you have to dig deeper than a coal seam. You have to go back to the very bedrock of these mountains, to the men who first settled this land. They were Scots-Irish, German, and English pioneers, soldiers who had been paid for their service in the Revolutionary War with land grants. They weren't looking for riches, they were looking for freedom. They carved their homesteads out of the wilderness with an axe and a long rifle, wanting nothing more than a piece of ground to call their own, far from the reach of kings and landlords. Their deed was written in sweat and blood, and their law was self-reliance. But then, the outside world discovered the treasure hidden beneath their feet. The railroad snaked its way up the river valleys, and with it came a new kind of king, industrialists and financiers from New York and Philadelphia. They saw the mountains not as a home, but as a vault to be plundered. They came with smooth words and complex legal documents, buying up mineral rights for pennies on the dollar from folks who could barely read or write. It was the greatest swindle in Appalachian history. The descendants of the pioneers who owned the surface of the land suddenly found themselves trespassers on the wealth that lay beneath it. This land already bore the scars of old divisions. West Virginia itself was born from the Civil War, a state torn from a state because its people refused to follow the Confederacy. That conflict had pitted neighbor against neighbor, brother against brother. It had burned into the mountain psyche a deep suspicion of outside authority and a hardened belief that some fights could only be settled at the end of a rifle barrel. A man's loyalty was to his kin and his hollow, not to some distant government or, God forbid, some company from out of state. And so, the stage was set for a new war, a clash not between North and South, but between two irreconcilable worlds. On one side was the mountaineer, a man whose name was his bond, whose pride was rooted in his independence. On the other was the coal operator, a man who saw land as a commodity and people as an expense on a ledger. This wasn't just a fight over wages, it was a fight over a way of life. It was a battle between the spirit of the pioneer and the ghost of the feudal lord, fought on the very land the pioneers had once bled for. In the claustrophobic world of a company town, there were no secrets, only whispers. The mine foreman was the company's eyes and ears, a man who had often worked his way up from the coal face and now stood between his old friends and his new masters. His reports could get a man fired, or worse, blacklisted, a word that struck terror in the hearts of miners. A man on the blacklist was a ghost. His name was circulated to every mine in the region, ensuring he and his family would starve before he ever found work again. Everyone knew a family that had been broken on the anvil of the blacklist. The air itself was thick with suspicion. The company-paid preacher delivered sermons on the sin of discontent, weaving the words of God into a defense of the operator's greed. At the company store, men would gather on the porch after their shifts, their faces still grey with coal dust, but their conversations were guarded. A friendly question from a stranger could be a trap. The Baldwin-Felts guards, who seemed to be everywhere at once, would lean against the porch posts, their presence a silent threat, turning men's conversations to weather and trifles. Trust eroded faster than a slate roof in a hailstorm. Old wounds festered just beneath the surface. Men still spoke in hushed tones of the strike at Staniford a few years back, where armed guards had fired into a crowd of miners, killing 6. They remembered the Holly Grove strike, where families had been evicted in the dead of winter, their belongings piled up in the snow. These weren't just stories, they were warnings. They were the ghosts of past failures that haunted every secret union meeting, held deep in the woods by the light of a kerosene lamp. This constant pressure cooker of fear and resentment turned minor slights into major grievances. A dispute over the weight of a coal car, a foreman's insult, a family getting better housing because they were loyal to the company. These were the sparks in the powder room. Rumors spread like wildfire through the camps. The union organizers were branded as Reds and Bolsheviks, foreign agitators sent to destroy the American way of life. In turn, the miners whispered that certain foremen were pocketing money by cheating them at the scales, or that the Baldwin-Felts men were responsible for the mysterious disappearance of a union sympathizer. The community was no longer a community. It was a fractured landscape of loyalties and hatreds. Families were divided, old friendships soured. Every man had to choose a side, even if that choice was silence. But in the West Virginia coalfields, silence was a luxury no one could afford for long. The ground was saturated with gasoline, and everyone was just waiting for the match to fall. That year, the mountains themselves seemed to hold their breath. The summer was long and brutally hot, the air so thick with coal dust and humidity it felt like you were breathing wool. The creeks ran low and warm. Old-timers, sitting on their porches, noted that the birds had gone quiet in the woods, a silence that felt heavy and unnatural. On moonless nights, a panther would scream from the high ridges, a sound that folk tradition said was a sure omen of death. It was a cry that slid under a man's door and coiled in the pit of his stomach. A feeling was growing in the hollows, a sense that the fragile peace was rotting from within. Then, the human omen arrived. He wasn't a railroad man or a lawyer in a fancy suit. He was a union organizer, a man who came not with a bang, but like a shadow slipping between the company houses after dark. He didn't speak on street corners. He spoke in hushed, urgent tones around kitchen tables to men whose faces were grim in the lamplight. He spoke of dignity, of fairness, of a brotherhood of miners standing together. His words were more dangerous than dynamite because they planted a seed of hope in ground that had long been barren. His presence was an immediate challenge. The Baldwin-Felts guards, who had always been a threat, now walked with their hands resting on their pistols, their eyes sweeping over the miners with open contempt. The unspoken tension in the camps became a living thing, a coiled snake ready to strike. A miner's wife didn't need to hear the panther's cry to know what was coming. She saw it in her husband's eyes when he came home from a secret meeting deep in the woods. The exhaustion was still there, etched into his face. But something else had replaced the old resignation. It was a hard, cold resolve, a look that told her he had crossed a line in his own heart. She watched him one evening, cleaning his old hunting rifle with a slow, deliberate care he hadn't shown in years. He wasn't getting ready for deer season. In that quiet, domestic moment, she felt a cold certainty settle over her. The world they knew, with all its hardship and its small, fierce joys, was already dead. All that was left was to wait for the sound of the first gunshot. The company's answer came not in words, but in the splintering of doors. The Stone Mountain Coal Company decided to make an example of the Mingo County strikers, and they brought in their favorite instrument of terror, the Baldwin Felts Detective Agency. A dozen agents, led by the infamous Albert Felts himself, stepped off the train in Matewan. They were professionals, dressed in sharp city suits that looked alien against the dusty backdrop of the town. Their mission was simple and brutal: throw the striking miners and their families out of their company-owned homes. All day, they moved through the camp, kicking in doors, hauling furniture into the street, and leaving women and children weeping in the rain beside their meager possessions. It was a cold, calculated act of humiliation designed to break the men's spirit. But the operators had made a fatal miscalculation. They hadn't accounted for Sid Hatfield. The sheriff of Matewan was not a company man. He was a local, born and raised in the Hollows, a man the miners saw as one of their own. When he heard what was happening, he walked down to the camp alone. He didn't shout or draw his gun. He simply stood before Albert Felts and his armed thugs and told them that what they were doing was illegal. He informed them that in his town, evictions required a court order, which they did not have. For the first time in their lives, the miners saw a lawman stand up not for the company, but for them. The agents, bristling with arrogance and used to having their way, were stunned. They finished their day's dirty work, but a shadow now hung over them. As they prepared to leave on the 5 o'clock train, they walked through the center of town, their path blocked by Sid Hatfield and the town's mayor, Cable Testament. The entire town seemed to be watching from windows and doorways, a silent, grim-faced jury. Felts, enraged at being challenged by a hillbilly sheriff, made a fatal error. He produced a warrant for Sid Hatfield's arrest, a flimsy charge cooked up by the company. It was a blatant power play, an attempt to publicly humiliate and remove the one man who stood in their way. Sid Hatfield just looked at the warrant, then looked into Albert Felts's eyes. He didn't see a lawman. He saw a hired gun trying to impose a foreign tyranny on his home. The mayor declared the warrant was fraudulent. The air grew thick and heavy. Decades of resentment. The memory of every beaten miner, every cheated paycheck, every starving child. It all came to a head in that single supercharged moment on a dusty street in Matewan. The time for talking was over. The insults had been traded, the lines had been drawn. This was the point of no return. It was no longer a dispute over wages or a conflict between a company and its workers. It had become a raw, personal battle between two kinds of law: the cold, corporate law of the gun thug and the fierce, protective law of the mountains. And in the mountains, when a man's honor and his home are threatened, there is only one way to settle the matter. Hands slowly, deliberately, moved towards pistols holstered under coats. The first drops of blood were about to be spilled. No one agrees on who fired first. Maybe it was a nervous agent, maybe a defiant miner hidden in a doorway. In the end, it doesn't matter. A single sharp crack of a pistol shattered the afternoon stillness, and in that instant, the street in Matewan, West Virginia, became a slaughterhouse. That first shot was not an answer, it was a question, and the answer was a deafening, rolling thunder of gunfire from all sides. It wasn't a duel, it was an ambush, a spontaneous volcanic eruption of hate. For the townsfolk peering through their windows, the scene dissolved into a nightmare of smoke and noise. They saw the flash of muzzles, the blur of men dropping behind barrels and ducking into doorways. They saw a man in a fine suit suddenly jerk backward, his hat flying from his head and tumbling into the dust. They saw another man simply crumple, his legs giving way beneath him as if his strings had been cut. The air filled with the screams of men and the hornet swarm of ricocheting bullets. Splinters flew from the doorframes of the hardware store, and little puffs of brick dust appeared on the walls of the bank. The chaos lasted less than a minute, but it stretched into an eternity. It was a whirlwind of motion and death, a storm of lead that seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere at once. The air grew thick and heavy with the acrid smell of burnt gunpowder, a fog that momentarily obscured the awful tableau on the ground. Then, As suddenly as it began, it was over. The last shot echoed off the buildings and faded, leaving a silence that was more shocking than the noise it replaced. It was a dead, ringing silence, broken only by the low moan of a wounded man. Slowly, the gun smoke began to clear, revealing the terrible price of that single minute. 10 men lay dead or dying on the ground. Among them was the town's mayor, Cable Testament, cut down in the first volley. And scattered around him, like fallen chess pieces, were the bodies of 7 Baldwin Felts agents. The invincible gun thugs, the company's private army, had been utterly decimated. Albert Felts, the man who had come to break Matewan, lay dead. His brother Lee lay dead beside him. And from the center of that swirling smoke, one man emerged, seemingly untouched by the hailstorm of bullets. It was Sheriff Sid Hatfield. He stood steady, the pistol still warm in his hand, looking out at the carnage he had unleashed. In the eyes of the miners, he was no longer just a lawman. He was an avenger. He was the man who had faced down the devil and won. It's easy to paint the Baldwin Felts men as monsters, as pure evil stepping off a train. But to truly understand the terror they represented, you have to climb inside their heads for a moment. In his own mind, Albert Felts was not a villain. He was a surgeon, and the union was a cancer growing in the body of American industry. He saw the miners not as men, but as a problem to be solved. They were ignorant, ungrateful children at best, or dangerous foreign Bolsheviks at worst, incapable of understanding what was good for them. He saw himself as the hand of order, a necessary force protecting property and progress from chaos. The violence he dealt was, in his twisted logic, a form of medicine, harsh but essential for the health of the system. The transformation from professional enforcer to killer happened in the space of a heartbeat on that Matewan street. When Sid Hatfield, a local sheriff with mud on his boots, stood up to him, it wasn't just a legal challenge, it was a profound insult to Felts's entire world. His authority, his reputation, and the very foundation of the company's power were being defied by a man he considered his inferior. In that moment, Hatfield ceased to be a lawman in Felts's eyes. He became a symbol of the rebellion, the head of the snake that had to be cut off. The decision to draw a gun wasn't born from a sudden rage, but from a cold, calculated belief that this was the only language these people understood. It was pest control. But the men who pulled the triggers were not the true architects of this tragedy. Miles away, in comfortable offices in Charleston and Philadelphia, the coal operators who had hired Felts received the news by telegraph. For them, there was no remorse, no pang of conscience for the men who lay dead on both sides. There was only shock and a cold, burning fury. Their primary tool of intimidation, the weapon they had used for years to keep the miners in line, had been shattered. They hadn't just lost a dozen employees, they had lost control. The aftermath in their minds was not a feeling of guilt, but a simple, terrifying calculation. The miners had fought back, and they had won. This could not be allowed to stand. Their response wouldn't be to seek peace, it would be to unleash hell. The beast wasn't dead, it had just been wounded. And a wounded beast is the most dangerous kind of all. The silence that fell over Matewan was heavier than any tombstone. For a long moment, the only movement was the lazy curl of gun smoke in the still afternoon air, and the slow, dark spread of stains on the dusty street. Then, doors creaked open. Faces, pale with shock, peered out. The people of Matewan stepped cautiously from their homes and businesses, drawn to the carnage with a mixture of horror and a grim, unspoken awe. They saw their mayor lying dead, but they also saw the bodies of the Baldwin Felts men, the hated agents who had been the face of their oppression for so long. And in that moment, fear was eclipsed by a fierce, dangerous pride. They had fought back. Sheriff Sid Hatfield didn't stand admiring his work. The adrenaline of the fight was replaced by the cold reality of his duty. He was still the law in Mingo County. He began giving orders, his voice steady, directing men to secure the weapons of the dead agents and to tend to the wounded. For the miners who had fired alongside him, the world had been turned upside down. They were no longer just striking workers. They were killers in the eyes of the state, but heroes in the eyes of their own people. They had crossed a river of blood, and they knew there was no going back. The story of the shootout didn't just spread, it exploded. The telegraph wires hummed with the news. In coal camps up and down the Tug Fork River, the tale was told and retold, growing with each telling. Sid Hatfield's name became a legend overnight, a whispered prayer of defiance. He was the lawman who couldn't be bought, the gunman who couldn't be beaten. He was their David who had slain Goliath. The massacre, intended to break the Union, had instead become its most powerful recruiting tool. Men who had been afraid to even speak the word Union now proudly pinned on the badge of the UMWA. But while the miners celebrated their champion, a different kind of storm was gathering in the state capital. The coal operators, enraged and humiliated, demanded vengeance. The governor declared Mingo County to be in a state of insurrection. State police were dispatched not to keep the peace, but to crush the rebellion. A grand jury, stacked with company loyalists, handed down indictments for murder, not just against Sid Hatfield, but against dozens of miners. The full weight of the law, which had always been a tool of the operators, was about to be brought down like a hammer. The hunt was on. The coal companies plastered the state with wanted posters, offering thousands of dollars for the capture of Sid Hatfield, dead or alive. The surviving Baldwin Felts agents, burning with a desire for revenge, poured back into the region, their badges now giving them the legal authority to kill. The fight was no longer confined to one bloody street in Matawan. It had spilled out into the surrounding hills and hollows. The war for Mingo County had begun. The gunsmoke from Matawan settled not just on the ground, but in the hearts of the people of Mingo County, leaving a residue of fear and suspicion that poisoned everything. The county, already scarred by the conflict, split wide open, the crack running through every church, every store, and every family. The lines were drawn not in the dirt, but in glances across a room. At the company store, loyal company men and strikebreakers shopped in the morning. While Union families would wait for the afternoon, the two sides refusing to even breathe the same air. In the saloons, a man's choice of whiskey was less important than the side of the room he chose to drink it on. This was a war fought with whispers as much as with bullets. The company held the power of life and death over the towns. A word from the mine foreman could get a man a better house, an easier job above ground, or it could get him blacklisted forever. Men who had once been friends now looked at each other with distrust, wondering if their neighbor was an informant, trading secrets for a few extra dollars in scrip to feed his hungry children. The pressure was immense, a daily test of loyalty that frayed the very fabric of the community. A suffocating conspiracy of silence descended upon the hollows. When the state police and company lawyers came asking questions about the Matawan shootout, they were met with a wall of amnesia. Men who had watched the whole thing unfold from 20 feet away suddenly remembered they were in another room, or that the sun was in their eyes. This silence was born of both loyalty and terror. They were protecting Sid Hatfield, their hero, but they were also protecting themselves. They knew the Baldwin Felts agency was not gone, merely regrouping, and its agents were now hunting for witnesses as much as for killers. To speak to the law was to paint a target on your own door. Yet, in this darkness, there were small, defiant acts of courage that burned like candles in a storm. A farmer from up the creek, who was not a miner, would leave a sack of potatoes on the porch of a striking family in the dead of night and never speak of it. A doctor's wife would organize the church women to secretly collect clothes and food for the evicted families living in tent colonies. These were not grand gestures, but they were acts of rebellion that carried the risk of ruin, a quiet testament that the company could own the mines, but it couldn't own everyone's soul. And for every act of courage, there was an act of quiet desperation that looked like cowardice. A man with a sick wife and 6 children, who had been a staunch Union supporter, took a job as a company guard. His old friends spat on the ground as he passed, calling him a traitor and a scab. They didn't see a villain, they saw a man broken by a terrible choice. Mingo County was no longer a community of neighbors. It was a hunting ground, where every man was both the hunter and the hunted, a place at war not just with the coal company, but with itself. The hunt for Sid Hatfield was not a posse of local men riding for justice. It was a corporate invasion force. The Baldwin Felts Agency, its ranks refilled with hardened men eager to avenge their fallen comrades, descended on Mingo County with the full authority of the state behind them. They were no longer just private guards, they were state-sanctioned manhunters. Backed by the governor, they set up machine gun nests on the hillsides overlooking the miners' tent colonies, their sole purpose to intimidate and terrorize. The coal operators' money flowed freely, paying for guns, ammunition, and a network of spies. A handsome reward was placed on Sid Hatfield's head, a sum that could turn a desperate, hungry man against his own neighbor. But Sid wasn't running. In an incredible act of defiance, he continued to walk the streets of Matewan, serving as its sheriff, a pistol on his hip and a calm certainty in his eyes. He was not a fugitive cowering in the woods. He was a king defending his territory, and the mountains and their people were his fortress. Union miners, many of them skilled hunters and Great War veterans, became his unofficial bodyguards. They set up a sophisticated intelligence network, a grapevine telegraph that passed messages from hollow to hollow faster than any telephone. The arrival of any stranger, the movement of any state police patrol was noted and relayed to Sid within minutes. The hunt became a brutal, low-grade guerrilla war fought in the tangled wilderness. Baldwin Felts agents, used to city streets, found themselves clumsy and exposed in the dense Appalachian forest. They would march up a creek bed, only to have a single, unseen rifle crack from the ridgeline, sending them diving for cover. The mountains themselves became a weapon against them. The miners, who had known these woods since they were boys, moved like ghosts through the trees, striking and melting away, leaving the agents frustrated, paranoid, and increasingly vicious. The hunters had become the hunted. It became chillingly clear to the coal operators that they could not capture or kill Sid Hatfield in Mingo County. He was too well protected, too loved, and too at home in the terrain. As long as he was there, he was untouchable. They realized that if the mountain wouldn't come to them, they would have to lure him away from the mountain. They shifted their strategy from brute force to legal trickery, using the very system of law they so often ignored. The trap was set. Phony charges, unrelated to the Matewan shootout, were filed against Sid Hatfield and his friend and deputy, Ed Chambers, in Welch, the county seat of neighboring McDowell County. This was enemy territory, a county completely controlled by anti-union operators, where the sheriff was a company man. Sid was summoned to stand trial. He was faced with a terrible choice: ignore the summons and become a true fugitive, confirming the operator's claims that he was an outlaw, or walk willingly into a den of wolves, trusting a justice system he knew was corrupt. Believing in his own innocence and perhaps in the power of his own legend, he chose to face the law. On August 1st, 1921, Sid Hatfield and Ed Chambers, deliberately unarmed to show they came in peace, walked with their wives up the steps of the McDowell County Courthouse. They were not met by deputies with handcuffs. They were met by a group of Baldwin Felts agents waiting for them at the top of the stairs. The hunt in the shadows was over. The ambush, in the full light of day, was about to begin. There was no trial for Sid Hatfield and Ed Chambers. There was only a verdict, delivered by a volley of pistol fire on the courthouse steps. As their wives watched in horror, the Baldwin Felts agents opened fire. The men never had a chance to speak, to plead, to even raise a hand in their own defense. They were shot down in cold blood, their bodies tumbling down the stone steps of the very building that was meant to represent justice. The assassins, their work done, didn't flee. They calmly turned and surrendered their weapons to the local sheriff, a company man with the confident smirks of men who knew they were above the law. The trial that followed was not for the murder of Sid Hatfield, but a trial of the system itself. The assassins were charged, of course. A trial was a necessary piece of theatre. But the courtroom in Welch was not a house of justice. It was a stage set for a farce. The coal operators' money paid for a team of the state's most cunning lawyers. Witnesses for the prosecution were threatened, their families intimidated into silence. The defense's argument was a breathtaking piece of fiction, that the dozen armed agents had acted in self-defense against two unarmed men who were accompanied by their wives. The atmosphere in the courtroom was thick with menace. Armed company guards stood along the walls, their gazes fixed on the jury box. The jury, made up of men who either worked for the company or lived in fear of it, heard the testimony under a cloud of unspoken threat. The outcome was never in doubt. It was a foregone conclusion before the first witness was even called. The verdict came as no surprise to anyone in West Virginia. Every single one of the Baldwin Felts agents was found not guilty. They walked out of the courtroom free men, their actions legally sanctioned, their message to the miners now crystal clear. There is no law but our law. There is no justice but our justice. The system hadn't just failed, it had actively looked the other way. It had placed its stamp of approval on a cold-blooded assassination. This was the verdict that broke the miners' faith in the law of men. If their hero could be gunned down on the courthouse steps with impunity, what hope was there for any of them? If the courts were just another tool of the operators, then what was left? The answer was simple and terrifying. All that was left was the justice of the mountains. All that was left was war. The assassins of Sid Hatfield did not go to prison. They walked out of the McDowell County Courthouse as free men, and legend says went to a local saloon to celebrate their victory. In the eyes of the law, they were exonerated. But in the eyes of the mountains, they were cursed. Their acquittal bought them their freedom, but it cost them their names. They became ghosts, bogeymen in the stories told to children in the coal camps, a living embodiment of a justice system so broken it could call an execution self-defense. They may have escaped a hangman's noose, but they would forever be hunted by the memory of the man they killed and the hatred of the people who loved him. For the widows of Sid Hatfield and Ed Chambers, there was no life to rebuild. There was only a duty to bear witness. They returned to Mingo County not as grieving wives, but as living symbols of the ultimate betrayal. Their presence was a constant, silent accusation, a reminder that their husband's blood was still fresh on the courthouse steps. They had seen the law of men, and it was a lie. They had no home to return to, because the idea of a peaceful home had been murdered along with their husbands. The community did not try to move on. You don't move on from an amputation, you learn to live with the wound. The story of the assassination and the farcical trial wasn't buried under a blanket of silence. It became a gospel of rage. The news traveled by telegraph and by word of mouth, a hot cinder landing on the dry forest floor of the miners' patience. In coal camps along the Kanawha River, men heard the news, and a quiet, chilling transformation took place. The talk of strikes and negotiations stopped. The talk turned to rifles. This was the final, unforgivable insult. The system had not only allowed their hero to be murdered, it had applauded the murderers. The miners understood then that they were on their own. If the law would not protect them, they would have to become their own law. If the courts would not give them justice, they would have to take it themselves. There would be no atonement for the killers in this life. There would only be a reckoning. In the days following the verdict, men began to gather. They came out of the mines and down from the hollows, their faces set like stone. They were no longer just miners. They were an army, gathering to deliver a verdict of their own. For decades, the state of West Virginia tried to bury the story of the coal wars. It was treated as a shameful secret, an embarrassment to be scrubbed from the history books. But you can't kill a story like this. It seeps into the ground and comes back up in unexpected ways, a ghost that refuses to rest. The family names, Hatfield, Chaffin, Testament, still echo in those hollows, carrying the weight of that bloody history. But the proudest and most misunderstood legacy is a single word: redneck. Today, it's often used as an insult. But for the men who marched on Blair Mountain, it was a badge of honor taken from the red bandanas they tied around their necks. It meant you were a Union man. It meant you stood up and fought. The physical traces of this war are still there if you know where to look. Go to Welch today and you can stand on the very courthouse steps where Sid Hatfield was murdered. The stone is worn, but the memory is sharp and cold. In Matewan, the buildings that witnessed the shootout still line the street, silent witnesses to that minute of thunder. You can almost feel the ghosts. But the greatest monument, and the most haunted, is Blair Mountain itself. For years, historians and archaeologists have fought a new battle there. A battle to save the mountain from the very same force the miners fought, the coal companies, who want to destroy it with mountaintop removal mining. And in that fight, the mountain has begun to give up its secrets. Walking those ridges, they found the evidence the state tried to forget. Thousands of spent shell casings from rifles and machine guns, the faint outlines of trenches the miners dug, even the rusted shrapnel from the homemade bombs dropped from the sky. The men who fought there are long dead. Their voices have faded. The state tried to erase their memory from the history books and tell a simpler, cleaner story. But the mountains remember. They hold the rust and the lead deep in their soil. They keep the score. So we come back to the question that started it all, the question that hangs in the gunsmoke of history. Why did 10,000 American men take up arms against their own government? The answer is now clear. It was never just about a few more cents per ton of coal. It wasn't a riot over a paycheck. It was a war for a single simple idea, that a man has a right to stand up straight and that his soul does not belong to the company that owns his house. They marched on Blair Mountain because every other avenue of justice had been slammed shut in their faces. The ballot box was stuffed. The courts were bought. The lawmen were assassins. When the system itself becomes the weapon of the oppressor, the last and most terrible resort is the rifle. This is a story of brutality, of corporate greed so profound it saw human beings as nothing more than an expendable resource. But to leave it there would be a disservice to the men who fought and died. This is also a story of incredible courage, of the unbreakable Appalachian spirit. It's a testament to the fact that you can push a man, you can cheat him, you can beat him, but there is a line that you cannot cross. The miners lost the Battle of Blair Mountain, but their fight lit a fire that could not be extinguished. The blood they spilled on that ridge watered the seeds of the New Deal, which finally guaranteed the rights they had been fighting for. The lesson that echoes down from these mountains is a chilling and timeless one. It's a warning about what happens when power becomes absolute and when people are left with no hope and no voice. It is the story of ordinary men who were pushed into an extraordinary war, fighting for the very soul of America in the hollows of West Virginia. Their story was almost forgotten, almost buried beneath the weight of shame and silence. But the mountains remembered. And now, my friends, you know the rest of the story. In the heart of Appalachia, there was a city that lived a double life. By day, it was Wheeling, West Virginia, a town of steel, smoke, and hard-working men. But when the sun bled out behind the mountains, it became something else entirely. A place whispered about in neighboring states, a place that earned the sinister nickname Little Chicago. How could a city in the middle of conservative America become a gangster's paradise, a capital of vice where the law was just a suggestion? The official records talk about crime, but the mountains remember a different story. The tragedy of a city that sold its soul for a few decades of neon lights and easy money. Wheeling wasn't born a monster. For generations, It was a city built on sweat and steel, nestled in a bend of the mighty Ohio River. Its lifeblood was the clanging of the mills and the rumble of the coal cars. The air was thick with the smell of industry, and the brick buildings were permanently stained with a film of soot. This was the Rust Belt in its prime, a tough, proud place where a man's worth was measured by the calluses on his hands. It was a world of simple, hard truths. You worked, you provided for your family, and you found your rest on Sunday. The people of Wheeling were the heart of this world. They were steel workers, miners, and factory hands who came home each night with their faces smudged with grime and their bodies aching. They were men and women who understood the grim reality of life in the mountains. Their dreams weren't grand. They dreamed of a steady paycheck, a hot meal on the table, and maybe a little something extra on a Saturday night to forget the toil of the week. This city was their home, their legacy, a place they had built with their own two hands. Into this world of grit and labor stepped a man named William Leas, known to everyone as Big Bill. He wasn't a gangster in a pinstripe suit who rolled in from New York or Chicago. He was the son of Greek immigrants, a local boy who understood the city's hunger. He had a disarming smile and a way of speaking that made you feel like he was your oldest friend. He started small, running whiskey during Prohibition, but he wasn't just a bootlegger, he was a visionary of vice. Leas saw the exhaustion in the eyes of the workers, and he offered them an escape. He built churches and sponsored little league teams, presenting himself as a pillar of the community, a generous benefactor. People loved him. He gave them jobs when the mills were slow and entertainment when their lives felt bleak. He was one of them, they thought, just a little smarter, a little luckier. They didn't see the ice behind his eyes or the cold calculation in his every move. But a shadow was beginning to stretch over Wheeling, long before it was ever called Little Chicago. It started with a friendly game of cards in the back of a tavern, a slot machine quietly installed in the corner of a diner. It was the friendly cop who was told to look the other way. The small envelope of cash slipped into a politician's hand. Each small compromise was another brick in the foundation of a corrupt empire. The city, so desperate for a taste of prosperity, didn't realize it was making a deal with the devil. They were a community on the brink, about to lose everything they thought they were, all for the illusion of a good time. It wasn't a single gunshot that marked the point of no return for Wheeling. It was a sound, the constant mechanical grinding and clatter of hundreds, then thousands of slot machines. Big Bill Leas didn't conquer the city with an army of thugs. He seduced it with an army of one-armed bandits. They appeared like a quiet invasion, first in the back rooms of his clubs, then in bars, restaurants, and eventually even corner drugstores. Each machine was a tiny, glittering promise of fortune, and a spigot for a river of untaxed silver that flowed directly into his empire. At first, the city's honest lawmen tried to fight back. They would raid an establishment, confiscate a few machines, and make an arrest, feeling they'd done their duty. But it was a fool's errand. The arrested man would be out on bail within an hour, the case mysteriously dismissed by a compliant judge. The next day, 2 new machines would appear in the same spot. It was a demoralizing, soul-crushing charade. This is where the real poison took hold. Leas understood that you didn't need to own every man with a gun if you owned the men with the gavels and the badges. The system of corruption wasn't a secret. It was an institution. Police officers began receiving weekly envelopes stuffed with cash, a bonus for simply looking the other way. It wasn't presented as a dirty bribe, but as a practical arrangement, a way to ensure the city ran smoothly. For a cop with a family to feed on a meager salary, the choice was brutal. Uphold a law that no one else respected, or accept the cash and provide. One by one, the city's guardians laid down their arms. The conflict shifted from the streets to the quiet, desperate struggle within the hearts of those few who refused to bend. A councilman who spoke out against the gambling racket would find his business suddenly failing inspections. A reporter who dug too deep might get a quiet visit, a friendly warning that his curiosity was unhealthy. The violence wasn't always loud. It was often the silent, chilling threat of ruin. The first drops of blood weren't shed on the pavement. They were the slow bleeding of a city's integrity, the death of its hope that the law was still the law. Wheeling had crossed a threshold, and everyone knew it. The city no longer belonged to its people. It belonged to Big Bill Lias. The slaughter in Little Chicago wasn't a single night of gunfire. It was a slow, methodical strangulation of a city's soul, carried out over decades in smoke-filled backrooms and on dimly lit streets. It was the steelworker who, after a brutal week in the mill, came to Wheeling looking for a little fun. He'd put a few coins in one of Big Bill's machines, mesmerized by the spinning reels. That small thrill became a weekly ritual, then an obsession. The children's frozen terror wasn't from seeing a monster, but from watching their father walk through the door with empty pockets and hollow eyes, his week's pay sacrificed to the one-armed bandit. His family didn't die in a hail of bullets. They starved slowly, their future devoured $1 silver at a time. This was Lias's genius. His violence was often invisible. But for those who couldn't be bought or intimidated, a more permanent solution was whispered about. The Ohio River, the city's lifeblood, became its graveyard. No one ever admitted to seeing a body thrown from the Wheeling suspension bridge, but the stories were there, dark and cold as the river itself. A man who couldn't pay his debts would simply vanish. The rumor was he'd gone for a swim in cement shoes. Fishermen downstream would sometimes cut their lines in a panic, having snagged something that felt unnervingly human, and they learned to never, ever talk about it. The river kept its secrets. As time went on, the violence grew bolder. After Lias, a new figure rose to prominence. Paul No Legs Hankish, a man who ruled his own syndicate from a wheelchair with a cold, terrifying fury. The quiet threats of Big Bill's era were replaced by open warfare. One night, the calm was ripped apart by a deafening explosion that rattled windows for miles. Where a car had been parked on a residential street, there was now only a mangled, smoking crater of twisted metal. The blast didn't just kill a man, it served as a public execution, a message written in fire and shrapnel. The true heart of darkness in Wheeling was this normalization of dread, the silence of the good people who were too scared to speak, the casual acceptance that some men were above the law and that a human life was worth less than a gambling debt. The city hadn't been conquered by an outside force. It had been eaten alive from the inside, one compromised soul, one broken family, and one silent splash in the river at a time. For decades, the corruption in Wheeling was a ghost at the feast, a secret everyone knew but no one dared to name aloud. But eventually, the whispers from those dark Appalachian hills grew loud enough to reach Washington. A U.S. senator from Tennessee named Estes Kefauver had declared a crusade against organized crime, and his traveling committee was cutting a swath across the nation. When they set their sights on West Virginia, Little Chicago was suddenly blinded by a spotlight it could not control. The party was over. The end didn't come with a shootout. It came with the quiet, methodical arrival of men in dark suits who carried briefcases instead of shotguns. They were agents from the FBI and, more importantly, the Internal Revenue Service. They were a quiet army of accountants and taxmen who were immune to Big Bill's charm and his envelopes of cash. They weren't interested in the rumors of bodies in the river. They were interested in the river of money that flowed from the slot machines, a river that had never once touched the ledger books of the U.S. Treasury. The reaction in the city was a quiet, nervous panic. The web of corruption that had felt so strong began to fray. Police officers who had been on the take for years suddenly grew fearful, their weekly payoffs now feeling like anchors that could drag them to the bottom. Politicians who had dined at Lias's table now couldn't remember his name. For the first time in a generation, a force had arrived in Wheeling that Big Bill could not buy, control, or intimidate. The fear that had held the city in his grip was now turned against his own people. Then came the raids. But these were not the staged, theatrical raids of the local police. Federal agents moved with cold efficiency. They didn't just seize a few slot machines, they swept through the city like a cleansing fire. In a single day, thousands of one-armed bandits were confiscated. They were dragged out of the bars and clubs, piled onto trucks, and taken to be destroyed. The signature sound of Little Chicago, that constant, hopeful, greedy grinding of the machines, was replaced by the sound of smashing glass and splintering wood as they were broken apart with sledgehammers. A new kind of silence fell over Wheeling. The neon lights of the gambling dens and backroom casinos flickered and went dark, one by one. The weekend crowds from Ohio and Pennsylvania stopped coming. The flow of easy money that had been the city's lifeblood and its poison simply ceased. What was left was a city in a state of shock, holding its breath. The king was cornered, his empire was in ruins, and the ashes of his fallen kingdom were still settling in the quiet, empty streets. The federal courthouse in Wheeling wasn't one of Big Bill's smoky backrooms. It was a place of cold marble, polished wood, and unwavering fluorescent lights, a world where his charisma and cash held no power. His trial was the greatest show the city had ever seen. The courtroom was packed every day with a strange mix of his loyalists, his victims, and the morbidly curious, all wanting to see if the king would finally fall. Armed federal marshals stood guard, their presence a stark reminder that the old rules no longer applied. For the first time, justice in Wheeling would be decided not by a backroom deal, but by a jury of 12. In the defendant's chair sat William Lias, and he looked like a man out of time. The confident, charming benefactor was gone. In his place was an aging man in an ill-fitting suit, looking confused and diminished under the weight of federal authority. He would scan the faces in the crowd, perhaps searching for the familiar fear and respect he once commanded. But he found only strangers and the cold, impartial gaze of the law. This wasn't his world. He was a mountain lion dragged from his territory and put in a cage, surrounded by hunters who spoke a language he didn't understand. The prosecution's case was a masterpiece of methodical destruction. They didn't call witnesses to speak of rumored murders or broken legs. They didn't speak of the fear that had paralyzed the city for a generation. Instead, they brought in accountants. They presented ledgers, bank statements, and sworn testimony from Lias's own bookkeepers. One by one, former associates and lieutenants, men who had gotten rich under his protection, took the stand to save themselves, their testimony a cascade of betrayals that buried their old boss under a mountain of evidence. The weapon that finally brought down the king of Little Chicago wasn't a smoking gun, it was a fountain pen. The charge was the same one that had felled Al Capone, tax evasion. The government proved with painstaking detail that millions of dollars from thousands of slot machines had simply vanished, never to be seen by the taxman. It was a simple, brutal, and undeniable truth. While the newspapers screamed about racketeering and the whispers on the street told of bodies in the river, the case itself was as dry as dust. It was a cold, mathematical execution. When the jury returned, the verdict was a formality. Guilty. William Big Bill Lias, the man who had owned a city, who had built an empire on vice and fear, was sentenced to years in federal prison. The law of men had finally won. But as he was led from the courtroom, a free man no more, a question hung in the air, heavy and unspoken. Was this justice? The man who corrupted a generation of public officials and broke countless families on the altar of gambling was going to prison for a bookkeeping crime. The system had punished him, yes, but it felt like it had punished him for the wrong reasons. The city was free of its king, but the real sins of Little Chicago seemed to have been left unjudged, washed away like so many other dark secrets in the Ohio River. Big Bill Lias did eventually get out of prison. He returned to Wheeling, but the city he came back to was no longer his kingdom. He was a ghost from a bygone era, his power broken, his name now just a story whispered by old-timers. The man who had once been the uncrowned king of a city died not in a hail of gunfire, but quietly, his empire already turned to dust. The vacuum he left behind was filled for a time by more vicious predators like No Legs Hankish, whose reign was one of bombs and fear, but that too eventually crumbled under the relentless pressure of federal law enforcement. If you drive through Wheeling today, you can still visit the heart of Big Bill's old empire, Wheeling Downs. It's a modern racetrack and casino now, clean, bright, and perfectly legal. The clatter of slot machines is back, but now every dollar is counted and taxed. It stands as a sanitized monument to a dark past, a place where families can go for an afternoon of fun, with no idea of the illegal betting syndicates and hidden currents of cash that once defined its very existence. It's the ghost of what it once was, tamed and put on display. Walk the older streets of downtown, past the brick facades that have stood for a century, and you can almost feel the echoes. That building there, now a law office, might have been the 19th hole, where deals were made in clouds of cigar smoke. That empty storefront could have been a club where a politician and a gangster shook hands. The neon signs are gone, the secret tunnels are sealed or forgotten, and the Ohio River flows on, carrying its secrets silently to the sea. Most people who live in Wheeling now have only a vague sense of this history. Little Chicago is a nickname, a local legend. But the deepest scars left by that era aren't in the brick and mortar. They are in the city's soul. It's an ingrained distrust of authority, a cynical belief that every system can be bought. It's in the stories passed down from grandfathers who remember the open secret of the city's double life. The official records are filed away in dusty archives, but in Appalachia, the true history is the one that lives in the memory of the people. The mountains saw it all, and the mountains never forget. So we come back to the question that hung in the smoky air at the start of our story. How did a hard-working Appalachian city become a gangster's paradise? The answer is as simple as it is tragic. Little Chicago wasn't built by force. It was built on a quiet, desperate bargain. Big Bill Leas didn't conquer Wheeling. He seduced it. He offered a city, weary from the toil of the mills and the mines, an escape. He offered them the illusion of prosperity, the thrill of the jackpot. And all he asked for in return was their silence and their soul. This is more than just a crime story. It is a cautionary tale, a lesson etched into the very hills of West Virginia. It's a story about the danger of looking the other way, of accepting small compromises until there is nothing left of your integrity to compromise. The tragedy of Wheeling wasn't just that a criminal empire rose in its streets, but that so many good people stood by and let it happen, convinced that the easy money was worth the moral rot that came with it. It is a timeless story of how a community, desperate for a better life, can make a deal with the devil, never realizing the price is always far higher than they can imagine. The steel mills have cooled, and the bright neon signs are dark. But the ghost of Little Chicago still haunts these hills, a cold lesson written in the heart of Appalachia. Its legacy is a reminder that the most dangerous monsters are not always the ones who break down your door, but the ones you willingly invite inside. Here, on the banks of the Nolichucky River, the water still speaks in the old tongue of the mountains. It tumbles over rocks that have seen empires rise and fall, and it whispers through trees that remember a time when this was the very edge of the world. It was here, in this misty East Tennessee valley, that a man came and took the river's name for his own, branding himself into the landscape forever. They called him Nolichucky Jack. But was he a hero, a rebel, or a king in buckskin? Today, we're going to follow the current back in time, because these waters hold a story of fire, blood, and ambition that shaped the very soul of Appalachia. Let's go back to 1773. Imagine this valley not as a quiet, settled place, but as the raw, bleeding edge of a new continent. This was a world of towering hardwoods and shadow-filled hollows, where the law was whatever a man could enforce with a long rifle and a steady hand. The settlements here, places like Watauga and Holston, weren't towns. They were clusters of raw log cabins huddled together for warmth and safety, islands in a vast, untamed wilderness. This was land that was promised by God, but forbidden by a king across the ocean, and more importantly, it was the ancestral hunting ground of the Cherokee. Into this crucible walked John Sevier. He wasn't born of these mountains. He was a man from Virginia with a hunger for land that was sharper than any axe. When he arrived and built his home on the Nolichucky, he didn't look like a mountain-born brawler. He was handsome, charming, with a gaze that could disarm a rival or win the loyalty of a stranger in a single glance. He had the easy smile of a man who knew deep in his bones that you'd follow him, that you'd trust him with your life. But those who looked closer saw something else. Beneath the charisma was a core of cold, hard steel. This wasn't just a farmer looking for a homestead. This was a born leader, a speculator, a man who saw this forbidden land not just as a home, but as an empire in the making. He was building a life here with his wife and children, but every nail he hammered was an act of defiance against a distant government and a declaration of war against the people who had called this place home for centuries. The air itself was thick with tension. To the west, Cherokee leaders like Dragging Canoe watched the endless stream of settlers and swore a blood oath to drive them back across the mountains. To the east, the whispers of rebellion against the British Crown were growing into a roar. Sevier and his neighbors were caught in the middle, squatters on stolen land, poised on the brink of a war that would force them to choose a side. They had come seeking freedom, but they had found themselves in a powder keg, and John Sevier was the man holding the match. To really understand what forged John Sevier from a simple settler into a legend, you can't just look at maps or read treaties. You have to feel the weight of the times. I'm holding a piece of that weight right here in my hands. It's a trade tomahawk, the kind that were mass-produced in English foundries. The iron head is simple, brutal, and efficient. The hickory handle is smooth from a century of handling. It feels cold, balanced, and deadly. But this isn't just an antique weapon. This is a political document written in steel. When the revolution began, the British had a strategy for their southern frontier: turn the mountains red. They funneled weapons like this one to the Cherokee and other tribes, encouraging them to attack the rebellious settlements. For the British, it was a calculated move in a global war. But for the families living in those isolated cabins, it meant this object became a symbol of their worst nightmares. It was the face of a war that didn't happen on distant battlefields, but on their own doorsteps. This simple tool forces us to ask a visceral question, one that cuts through the pages of history. What happens when the world outside your thin wooden walls is consumed by fire and screams? What does a man like John Sevier do when he's looking over the palisade of a besieged fort and sees a young woman running for her life, with a weapon just like this one slicing through the air right behind her? When the revolution finally broke, it wasn't a glorious affair of flags and cannons on the frontier. It was a wave of pure terror. The British strategy was simple and brutal. They would unleash their allies, the Cherokee, upon the settlements. The war had come to the mountains, and it came on silent, moccasined feet, armed with English steel. Suddenly, every rustle in the woods, every shadow at dusk, could mean death. Cabins were burned, families scattered, and the survivors fled to the flimsy security of their forts. At Fort Watauga, the air was thick with the stench of fear and gunpowder. Hundreds of Cherokee warriors, led by the brilliant and implacable Dragging Canoe, materialized from the forest and laid siege to the crude wooden walls. Inside, John Sevier was no longer just a landowner. He was a commander, responsible for the lives of every man, woman, and child huddled within. The siege was a grinding nightmare of sniper fire, of terrifying war cries that echoed through the night. a constant reminder that death was only a few feet of log wall away. It was during this chaos that the legend of Nolichucky Jack was truly born. A young woman, Catherine Sherrill, was caught outside the walls when the attack began. As she sprinted across the cleared ground toward the fort, she was a lone figure of desperation. She could hear the footsteps pounding behind her, could feel the nearness of her pursuers. A tomahawk, a weapon just like this one, its polished edge glinting in the sun, whizzed past her ear and thudded into the gate just as she reached it. It was barred shut. For a heart-stopping second, her hope died. But from the top of the wall, John Sevier had seen it all. As Catherine, in a final act of pure will, leapt for the top of the palisade, his hands shot out, grabbing her arms and hauling her over the edge to safety. In that single breathtaking moment, Sevier became more than a man. He became a protector, a hero. The seeds of conflict, sown by a distant king, had just bloomed into a very personal war for him, and that heroic rescue planted the seeds of a love story that would itself become a cornerstone of Appalachian folklore. History books can give you the dates and the names, but they can't give you the soul of a story. For that, you have to talk to the people who are its living keepers. My search for the soul of the King's Mountain story led me to the back room of a county historical society, a place that smelled of old paper and cedar. It's there I met a local historian, a man in his 80s whose family had been in these hills since before Tennessee was even a dream. His name isn't important. What is important is that the stories of this place run in his blood. I asked him about Major Ferguson's threat. Why did it light such a fire? Why march over a frozen mountain on what looked like a suicide mission? He leaned back in his creaky wooden chair and gave me a look that said I was asking the wrong question entirely. "You have to understand," he said, his voice a low Appalachian rumble. "Ferguson didn't threaten an army. There was no army. He threatened their hearthstones." He explained that these weren't soldiers who answered to a distant general. They were clans. They were families. Their loyalty was to the man whose land bordered their own, to the neighbor who helped them raise a barn. When Patrick Ferguson promised to hang their leaders and lay their country waste with fire and sword, it wasn't a threat of war. It was a promise of annihilation aimed directly at their wives, their children, and their homes. "My great-great-great-uncle was there," the old man continued, tapping a weathered finger on a map. "Family law says he was plowing a field when the rider came with the news. He didn't even unhitch the mule. He just dropped the reins, walked into his cabin, took his long rifle from over the fireplace, and told his wife he'd be back when it was done." That single image, passed down through generations, tells you more than any history book. This wasn't a political calculation. It was a personal insult, a blood feud declared on an entire people. And it was an insult that could only be answered one way. Major Patrick Ferguson's threat was a spark on dry tinder. It wasn't heard in a government hall. It was carried by riders from one isolated settlement to the next, a whispered promise of hellfire that spread through the mountains like a contagion of rage. This wasn't a challenge to an army. It was a personal insult, a vow to burn out the very heart of the over-mountain people. And in that moment, something shifted in the soul of the frontier. The time for talk was over. The time for defense was over. This was now a hunt. The gathering at Sycamore Shoals was not a military muster. It was a human flood. Men poured out of the hollows and down from the ridges, their faces set like stone. They were a rough-hewn army, clad in buckskin and homespun, their only uniform a shared fury. Their weapon was the American long rifle, a tool of subsistence that had become an instrument of vengeance. They left their plows in the field, their harvests in the barn, and their families with a grim promise to return. In the center of this storm of men stood John Sevier. Alongside Isaac Shelby, he was the axis around which this whole desperate enterprise turned. He didn't need to give speeches. His presence was enough. He moved through the camp, his piercing gaze meeting the eyes of farmers and hunters. transforming their individual anger into a singular, deadly purpose. He was one of them, but he was also more. He was the embodiment of their defiance. The decision was made. They would not wait for Ferguson to bring his fire and sword to them. They would take the war to him. They would do the unthinkable, march over the high, snow-dusted peaks of the Appalachians, leaving their own homes vulnerable to hunt down a superior British force. This was the point of no return. As they turned their faces east and began their climb into the freezing autumn air, they were no longer just settlers. They were an avalanche of buckskin and fury, and they would not stop until they had buried Ferguson and his army on a mountain of his own choosing. Today, King's Mountain is a place of profound peace. You can walk the paved trails, hear the wind rustling the leaves, and read the solemn granite monuments that mark the place where a battle turned the tide of a war. But the true evidence, the real scar left on this landscape, isn't carved in stone. It's the land itself. You have to leave the path and feel the ground under your feet to understand what happened here. This isn't a mountain in the way you might imagine. It's a long, steep-sided ridge that rises abruptly from the surrounding country. When Major Ferguson brought his loyalist army up here, he thought he had found the perfect fortress. From this high ground, he could see in every direction, and he believed no army could assault such a steep, rugged slope. He was so confident, he reportedly boasted that he was king of this mountain, and that God Almighty and all the rebels out of hell could not drive him from it. He saw a fortress. He failed to understand that he was choosing a tomb, right here. Stand at the bottom of the slope and look up. You can feel the steepness in your legs and your lungs. This is where it happened. Ferguson's men were arrayed on the cleared summit, a perfect target against the skyline. But the over-mountain men didn't attack in formation. They used the dense woods on these slopes for cover, melting between the very trees that still stand here today. Each of these ancient oaks, each of these weathered rock outcroppings, became a silent testament to the chaos of that day. This whole ridge became a killing jar, and the over-mountain men were about to seal the lid. It began with a sound that was not quite human. From the base of the mountain on all sides, a terrifying chorus of whoops and yells erupted from the trees, the sound of panthers, of wolves, of men who had become something primal. The over-mountain men didn't march. They swarmed up the wooded slopes, a relentless tide of buckskin and iron will. It was a kind of warfare the British had never truly understood. For every volley of musketry the Loyalists fired down the hill, hitting little more than bark and shadow. A dozen puffs of white smoke would answer from the trees below. The crack of the long rifles was sharp, personal. Each one was a sentence of death delivered from an unseen judge. A man in a bright red coat would be reloading on the summit, and then he would simply fold, vanishing into the chaos. The Loyalists charged with bayonets, a wave of disciplined steel meant to break any line, but there was no line to break. The frontiersmen just melted back into the forest, letting the charge pass, only to rise up on their flanks and rear, their rifles speaking again and again. The fortress had become a slaughter pen. Above the din, Major Ferguson's silver whistle could be heard, a shrill, piercing note trying to impose order on pure chaos. He rode his white horse back and forth across the summit, a magnificent, defiant target, rallying his crumbling lines. For an hour, the mountain was consumed by a storm of lead and fury. The air grew heavy and acrid with the smell of gunpowder. The roar of battle was continuous, a deafening drumbeat of rifle fire, screams and war cries. Then, suddenly, the silver whistle fell silent. The man on the white horse, who had seemed invincible just moments before, reeled in his saddle. He swayed for a moment, a stunned look on his face, before sliding to the ground. With his fall, the last bit of fight drained from the Loyalist force. White handkerchiefs began to appear, tied to the ends of ramrods and held aloft in surrender. The shooting didn't stop immediately. The raw fury that had carried them over a frozen mountain demanded a final, terrible price. But soon, a new sound replaced the gunfire, the triumphant, breathless roar of men who knew they had just broken the back of the British war in the south. After the gun smoke clears, the ink begins to flow. This is a copy of the official report on the Battle of King's Mountain, written by the commanders and sent to the Continental Congress. It's written in the formal, looping script of the 18th century, and its language is as detached as the battle itself was intimate and brutal. It talks of troop movements, of casualties, and of objectives secured. It describes the battle in a single, sanitized phrase: a sharp conflict. A sharp conflict. Those three words are the cold ashes left over from a raging fire. There is no mention in this dry report of the war cries that echoed through the trees, or the raw fury of men avenging a threat against their homes. The official record doesn't tell you about the terror in the eyes of the loyalists as they were swarmed from all sides, or the grim satisfaction of the frontiersmen as they won. The paperwork of war is always a ghost of the real thing, a sterile summary that strips away the blood and the humanity. And this is where the story of John Sevier takes its most important turn. In this document, he is a hero of the new United States, a loyal officer serving the cause of liberty. But what this paper trail doesn't show is what was happening in Sevier's own mind. He had just seen how power was won, not in distant congresses, but by the will of determined men with rifles in their hands. As he rode home over the mountains, a hero of continental fame, he wasn't just thinking about the war he had won, he was thinking about the kingdom he was about to build. The official record sealed his legend as a patriot, but it was a title he was already preparing to betray. The hero returned from King's Mountain not just to a home, but to a vacuum of power. North Carolina, broke and exhausted from the war, ceded its western lands to the federal government, effectively abandoning the over-mountain settlements. Left without courts, laws, or protection, the people did what they had always done. They took matters into their own hands. In 1784, they declared themselves a new, independent state, the state of Franklin, and there was only one man they would trust to be its governor, John Sevier. For a brief, shining moment, Nolichucky Jack was a king in his own right, ruling over a renegade republic carved out of the wilderness. But the law, however distant, has a long memory. North Carolina quickly regretted its decision and reasserted its claim, creating chaos. Two governments now claimed the same land. The conflict became a bitter personal feud between Sevier and a man named John Tipton, a former brother-in-arms from Kings Mountain who now led the North Carolina Loyalist faction. This wasn't a political debate, it was a civil war in miniature, a clash of two frontier titans who refused to bend. The breaking point came in the dead of winter. Tipton's faction, acting for North Carolina, seized some of Sevier's enslaved people as payment for back taxes. For Sevier, this was the ultimate insult. Enraged, he raised a small army and laid siege to Tipton's farm. The Battle of Franklin was a tragic farce played out in a blizzard. For days, the two sides traded insults and gunfire from behind fences and trees until a surprise attack by Tipton's reinforcements shattered Sevier's force. The state of Franklin collapsed in the snow and mud, and its governor was now a wanted man. The law's pursuit began. The hero of King's Mountain was now a fugitive, hiding in the very mountains that had once hailed him as their savior. He was hunted by the government of North Carolina, the state he had once defended so ferociously. The cheers of victory were replaced by the quiet footsteps of a man on the run, a king with no kingdom, charged with the high crime of treason. Eventually, the law caught up with him. He wasn't captured in a blaze of glory, but arrested quietly, a shocking humiliation for a man of his stature. They put him in irons. Imagine that sight. Nolichucky Jack, the Indian fighter, the revolutionary commander, being hauled back over the mountains, not as a hero, but as a common felon. The tense journey ended at the courthouse in Morganton, North Carolina, where he was to be tried for his life. But as he stood before the court, a different kind of justice arrived. A mob of his armed followers stormed the building, freed him from his captors, and set him back on his horse. The official verdict was never delivered, because the people of the frontier had already delivered their own. John Sevier simply rode away, a free man, proving that in Appalachia, the loyalty of the people could be a law unto itself. To find the final chapter of this story, you have to visit two very different pieces of ground. The first is here, on the lawn of the old Knox County Courthouse, in the heart of the city he helped build. A grand stone monument marks the final resting place of John Sevier. It proclaims him a hero, a patriot, the first governor of the state of Tennessee. He lies here in a place of ultimate public honor, celebrated as a founding father. But as you stand here, you can't help but feel the paradox. This is the grave of a man who was once arrested, put in irons, and charged with high treason. To understand the other side of that conflict, you have to travel a few miles away to a quieter place. Here, on the rolling farmland that was once his home, lies John Tipton. His grave is simple, solid, unyielding, much like the man himself, who stood for the law when it was unpopular and faced down the most famous man on the frontier. He rests on the very land he defended, the homestead that Sevier himself once besieged. They lie just a county apart now, enemies in life, neighbors in death. The man who upheld the law rests on his private farm, while the rebel who defied him is enshrined in the town square. This stark contrast, written in granite and soil, is the final, silent testament to their long and bitter feud. It forces us to ask the most crucial question of all. What happened in the years after the guns fell silent? How did the fugitive Nolichickie Jack not only escape justice, but rise from the ashes of his failed state to become the most powerful man in Tennessee? The long shadow of his failed state hung over John Sevier, but he was a man who thrived in the half-light. After his dramatic rescue, he was still technically a fugitive, a traitor in the eyes of North Carolina. But in the mountains and hollows of his homeland, he was simply Nolichickie Jack, their leader, protected by a fierce loyalty that no law could penetrate. He was a political ghost they couldn't exorcise. So what does a man do when his kingdom has crumbled and his enemies hold all the legal cards? He finds a new game to play. And this is where Sevier's story takes a dark, secretive turn. A desperate man, he began a clandestine correspondence with Spanish diplomats. He hinted that the frustrated people of the frontier, feeling abandoned by the United States, might be willing to secede entirely and place themselves under the protection of the King of Spain in exchange for free navigation of the Mississippi River. Was it genuine treason? Or was it the shrewdest political bluff in American history? A move designed to force the young United States to finally pay attention to its western frontier. The truth is buried with him, but it shows a man willing to risk everything to protect his interests and regain his power. Meanwhile, North Carolina faced a dilemma. They couldn't arrest Sevier. His followers would simply free him again. They couldn't ignore him. His influence was too great. They couldn't defeat him, so they did the only thing they could. They embraced him. In a stunning act of political pragmatism, they issued a full pardon for his treason. Then, they went a step further. They elected the rebel leader to their own state senate. It was a masterstroke. By bringing him into the system, they neutralized him as an outlaw. But they had underestimated Nolichickie Jack. He wasn't neutralized. He was legitimized. He took his seat in the government that had once hunted him and used his new position, combined with his undiminished popularity back home, to fight for the one thing he always wanted, a new state. But this time, done the right way. He outmaneuvered every opponent, trading his buckskin jacket for a politician's coat without ever losing the grit of the frontiersman. When Tennessee was finally granted statehood in 1796, there was no debate, no question about who would lead it. The election of John Sevier as its first governor wasn't a political victory. It was a coronation. The rebel king was dead. Long live the governor. And that's where the story gets complicated, because even today, John Sevier isn't one man, he's two. The first Sevier is the one written in stone and bronze, the man on the monument. This is Nolichucky Jack the hero, the father of Tennessee, the fearless Indian fighter who protected the fledgling settlements from annihilation. To this day, if you ask the descendants of the Over-Mountain men, they will tell you he was a patriot who risked everything at Kings Mountain and a statesman who carved a civilization from a savage wilderness. This is the Sevier of public record and popular legend. But then there's the other John Sevier. This is the man whose story isn't written on monuments, but whispered in the shadows of history. To understand this Sevier, you have to stand on the other side of the Nolichucky River, on the land that was once the sovereign territory of the Cherokee Nation. From that perspective, Sevier wasn't a hero. He was the leading edge of an invasion. He wasn't a protector. He was a conqueror. Every acre of land he settled was an acre of land he took. His 35 battles weren't heroic skirmishes. They were a relentless campaign of ethnic cleansing. And it wasn't just about land for a home. The second Sevier was a ruthless speculator, a man whose patriotism and personal profit were always tangled together. His renegade state of Franklin looks less like a noble experiment in democracy and more like a massive land grab, an attempt to secure his and his cronies' illegal claims. His flirtation with Spain wasn't a bluff. It was the act of a man whose ultimate loyalty was to his own ambition. So who was the real Nolichucky Jack? Was he the courageous patriot or the greedy opportunist, the community builder or the dispossessor of a people? The truth is, he was all of it. He was a man who contained the violent, contradictory, and deeply flawed soul of the American frontier itself. And to this day in Appalachia, the version of the story you hear still depends entirely on which side of the mountain your family came from. When a man's life is as large and loud as John Sevier's, it doesn't just end when he's laid in the ground. It seeps into the soil. It becomes part of the mist that hangs in the hollows. The hard facts of his life, the battles, the politics, the betrayals, began to soften over the decades, smoothed over by time like river stones, until a new shape emerged, the shape of a legend. The most powerful legends are often the ones people needed to be true. Take the story that he fought in over 30 battles and was never once wounded. Historically, it's an incredible feat of luck and skill. But in the telling and retelling around a hearth fire, it became something more. It became proof. In a world of constant, random violence, where a snake bite or a fever could kill as surely as a tomahawk, the belief that their leader was untouchable, that he was shielded by Providence itself, wasn't just a story. It was a shield for their own hearts. But every bright legend casts a long shadow. There's another kind of story you'll hear in East Tennessee, one told in a hushed voice after the children are in bed. They say that on certain nights, when the moon is hidden and the river fog is thick, you can still hear the echoes of his forgotten wars down by the Nolichucky. They say it isn't Sevier's ghost you have to worry about. It's the ghosts of those he fought, the Cherokee spirits still bound to the land he took, their whispers of anger and loss carried on the water. It became a cautionary tale, a way for the mountains themselves to remember the price that was paid for the state he built. And so, the man became a myth. He is both the invincible hero protected by heaven and the haunted figure whose deeds left unquiet spirits in his wake. The history books tell you what John Sevier did, but it's the folklore, the ghost stories, and the tall tales whispered from one generation to the next that tell you how the mountains remember him. So we find ourselves back where we started, here on the banks of the Nolichucky. The river still speaks its ancient language, tumbling over the same stones, but we hear it differently now. We can no longer see this as just a quiet valley. We see the ghosts. We see the raw frontier, the smoke of the cabin, and the determined figure of a man who took the river's name and made it his own, bending a wilderness to his will. The journey to understand John Sevier is to understand that our heroes are never simple. It's easy to want the man on the monument to be the whole story, a flawless patriot cast in bronze. But the Appalachian frontier was no place for simple men. It demanded men who were as complex and contradictory as the land itself, men who could be both courageous and cruel, builders and destroyers, heroes and villains, sometimes all in the space of a single day. Sevier wasn't a good man who did bad things, or a bad man who did good things. He was a man of his time, and his time was a storm. So the next time you pass a forgotten ruin on a lonely road, or see an old name carved into a county courthouse, remember that it's not just a pile of stones or a word on a map. It's a library filled with stories of love, loss, and the brutal choices that define us. The story of Nolichucky Jack is a reminder that our history is not a clean, straight line. It's a tangled, bloody, and glorious thicket, and it's in those shadows and contradictions that the truest stories are found. The people are gone. The houses are gone. The world they fought for has vanished. But the story remains. The streets of Morehead, Kentucky were a slaughterhouse. For 2 terrifying hours, the town echoed with the roar of Winchesters as over 100 armed men laid siege to a hotel. When the gun smoke finally cleared, the most powerful man in the county, Craig Tolliver, lay dead in the dirt, his body riddled with bullets. The newspapers called it the end of a brutal feud. But what if it wasn't a feud at all? What if it was the final bloody battle of a war fought over politics, power, and the very soul of a county? Today, we separate the folklore from the facts and uncover the story of the Rowan County War. Before the gunfire and the blood, Rowan County was a world of 2 halves, held together by a fragile peace. Out in the hollows and on the ridges, life moved to the rhythm of the seasons. Men like Floyd Martin woke with the sun and knew their land not by deeds and property lines, but by the feel of the soil in their hands. They were farmers, patriarchs of large families, their wealth measured in livestock, healthy children, and the respect of their neighbors. Their world was one of hard work, self-reliance, and a fierce independence born from the isolation of the mountains. To them, the law wasn't written in a book down at the courthouse. It was a code of honor passed down through generations. Then there was the town of Morehead. It was the county's beating heart, and its pulse was controlled by one man, Craig Tolliver. His kingdom wasn't made of dirt and timber, but of influence and fear. From the bar of his Monarch saloon or a suite in his Galt House hotel, he orchestrated the county's politics. He was handsome, always dressed in fine clothes that stood out against the town's mud and dust, but his smile never quite reached his eyes. He was the democratic boss, the man who could make another man rich with a handshake or ruin him with a whisper. He saw Morehead not as a home, but as a chessboard, and every person in it was a pawn. These 2 worlds brushed against each other on market days. The Martin clan and their Republican allies would ride into town, their faces weathered by the sun, their conversations quiet and watchful. They'd trade their crops, buy supplies, and endure the smirks of Tolliver's men who ran the town. In the saloons, Democrats and Republicans drank at separate tables, the air thick with an unspoken history. Everyone knew who had worn the blue and who had worn the gray, or whose father had. It was a peace, but it was the kind of quiet you get in the woods just before a storm breaks. Every handshake was a calculation. Every glance held a question. The people of Rowan County were living on a fault line, a deep crack in the earth left by the Civil War, and everyone could feel the ground trembling beneath their feet. They were proud people, both in the town and in the hills, and pride in Appalachia is a dangerous thing. It can build a home, but it can also burn one to the ground with everyone still inside it. And on the horizon, an election was coming. It was August of 1884. To the rest of America, it was just another local vote. But in Rowan County, it wasn't about choosing a representative. It was a referendum on power itself. It was the spark falling toward a powder keg that had been filling for 20 years. Little did they know, this day of voting would not be settled with ballots, but with blood, and the world they knew was about to be lost forever in a haze of gun smoke. The hatred that fueled the Rowan County War wasn't born in a saloon brawl in 1884. Its seeds were sown 20 years earlier in the blood and fire of the Civil War. Kentucky was a state torn in half, a borderland where loyalties were not to a flag, but to family and to the ground beneath one's feet. Brother fought against brother, and neighbor took up arms against neighbor. When the war ended, the soldiers returned to their farms and towns, but they brought the conflict back with them. They laid down their rifles, but they never truly laid down the fight. In the rugged hills of Rowan County, these old battle lines hardened into political identities. To be a Republican, like the Martins, was to align with the Union, with the federal government that had preserved the nation. It was the party of Lincoln, a symbol of victory and order to some, but of occupation and overreach to others. To be a Democrat, like Craig Tolliver and his faction, was to carry the banner of the old Confederacy, of states' rights and resistance to that same federal power. It was a politics of pride and grievance, a burning resentment that the world had been turned upside down. This wasn't about policy debates, it was about memory. It was about which side your father fought on at Perryville or Shiloh. It was about remembering the Union patrols or the Confederate raiders who had passed through these very hollows. The land itself held these memories. For the Martins and their allies, their farms were a testament to their own hard work and independence, a legacy carved from the wilderness. For Tolliver, the town of Moorhead was a different kind of territory, a center of power to be controlled, its commerce and law to be bent to the will of his party, his faction, his cause. In these mountains, a family name is a heavy thing. It's a coat of arms and a burden, all at once. The name Martin became a rallying cry for every Republican farmer who felt choked by the town's political machine. It stood for the country, for the hills, for the men who answered to no one but God. And the name Tolliver became the symbol of absolute democratic control, of the saloons, the courthouse, and the money that made the town run. It was a feud of ideas long before it was a feud of men. The blood of the Civil War had never truly dried. It had just soaked into the soil, waiting for a single spark to turn the ground red once more. The conflict in Rowan County didn't live in grand declarations, but in the quiet, poisonous whispers that spread from house to house. Craig Tolliver's Monarch Saloon wasn't just a place to drink. It was a spider's parlor where the web of rumor was spun. Here, his lieutenants, men who owed him their jobs or their freedom, would gather. They were the town's deputies, clerks, and business owners, all bound to Tolliver by loyalty or fear. They nurtured every slight against their party, magnifying small disputes into grave insults against the Democratic cause and Tolliver himself. The Martin alliance was quieter, forged not over whiskey, but over shared meals and silent nods of understanding on the steps of a country church. Theirs was a sprawling network of kin and fellow Republicans, families like the Coopers and the Hoggers, who saw Tolliver's grip on the courthouse as a tyranny that was slowly strangling them. They were men who had been denied loans, lost court cases on technicalities, or had their businesses squeezed by Tolliver's allies. Their support for Floyd Martin wasn't just political, it was a matter of survival. The ground was already salted with old wounds. Just a few years prior, a sheriff's election had been decided by a handful of questionable ballots, installing a Tolliver man and leaving the Martins and their supporters feeling cheated and disenfranchised. There was the bitter memory of a land dispute between a Tolliver ally and a Republican farmer, a case settled in a court controlled by Tolliver's friends. These weren't isolated incidents, they were a pattern. Each one was a fresh layer of resentment, a reminder that the law in Rowan County bent to the will of the town boss. Gossip became a weapon, as dangerous as any pistol. A drunken argument at the general store was retold in the Monarch Saloon as a deliberate Republican provocation. A Martin supporter speaking too loudly about his rights was marked as a troublemaker. The air grew thick with suspicion. Men started carrying guns, not just for hunting, but for a trip into town. Friendships that had crossed party lines began to fray. The community wasn't just divided, it was curdling, turning sour with paranoia and hate. The stage was being set for a tragedy, and every rumor, every old grudge, was another nail being hammered into the coffin of peace. In the long, sweltering weeks leading up to the August election of 1884, a heavy stillness settled over Rowan County. The summer had been brutally hot and dry, cracking the creek beds and turning the dirt roads into a fine, choking powder that coated every leaf and fence post. Old-timers whispered that it was a bad sign when the katydids fell silent in the heat of the day. It was as if the land itself was holding its breath, waiting for the coming violence. The usual sounds of the mountains, the birds, the rustle of game in the undergrowth seemed to have faded, replaced by an oppressive quiet that felt more menacing than any storm. The true omen, however, wasn't in the sky or the trees. It was in the faces of the men gathering in Moorhead. Election day was approaching, and it felt less like a civic duty and more like a muster for war. The flow of whiskey, always a tool of political persuasion in those days, began to run more freely than usual, loosening tongues and sharpening tempers. Craig Tolliver's men walked the town's boardwalks with a certain swagger, their hands resting near their hips, while the Martin men who rode in from the country were grim-faced and watchful, their eyes scanning every alley and doorway. A deep sense of dread, a cold knot in the gut, became a shared secret among the people of Rowan. Wives watched their husbands clean rifles that hadn't been fired since the last deer season, a silent question hanging in the air between them. Men who had been neighbors their whole lives now passed each other on the road with a curt nod, the old bonds of community straining under the weight of political hatred. This wasn't just another election. It felt like a final reckoning was at hand. They couldn't have known what was coming, not exactly, but they could feel the pressure building, a charge in the air that promised not rain, but lightning. Election day, August 4th, 1884, dawned hot and suffocating. At a polling place just outside Moorhead, the air was thick with more than just summer humidity. It was charged with whiskey and years of bottled-up hatred. Men from both factions gathered, their political affiliations worn like uniforms. Votes were being bought with liquor, and every conversation was a low growl of intimidation or defiance. This wasn't democracy in action. It was a standoff, a test of nerve where everyone was waiting for the first man to flinch. The spark came in the form of a drunken slur. John Martin, Floyd Martin's own son, got into a heated argument with a fervent Tolliver supporter named Solomon Bradley. The exact words were swallowed by the noise and the heat, but they were likely the same insults that had been traded for years. Taunts about the war, about family, about honor. But this time, fueled by cheap whiskey and the tension of the day, words were not enough. Shouts turned to shoves, and shoves exploded into a vicious, desperate brawl. It was over in a flash of chaotic violence. The crowd surged, men yelled, but no one dared to intervene. In the midst of the scuffle, in the dust and the confusion, Solomon Bradley fell to the ground, mortally wounded. Whether a knife flashed in the sun, or if he was simply beaten to death, the accounts would forever conflict. But the result was brutally clear. Bradley lay dying, and John Martin stood over him, his knuckles raw, the grim reality of his actions beginning to dawn on his face. The cheering and the jeering died instantly, replaced by a stunned, horrified silence. The news ripped through the county faster than a telegram. For the Martin clan, it was a tragedy, but a defensible one. They called it a fair fight, a drunken brawl that went too far, provoked by Tolliver's men and their liquor. John Martin was arrested, and his family prepared for a legal battle. But for Craig Tolliver and his faction, this was no accident. This was a declaration of war. It was the son of their political enemy striking down one of their own on election day. They saw it as a calculated act of aggression, an assassination meant to send a message. The law might have had John Martin in a cell, but the code of the mountains now demanded a different kind of justice. The political quarrel had been baptized in blood. It was no longer about who would control the courthouse, it was about vengeance. The first drop of blood had hit the dry Kentucky dirt, and a war was about to bloom from it. There was no going back now. What followed was not an open war, but a slow, creeping plague of violence that lasted for 3 years. The law of the gun replaced the law of the land, and Rowan County became a place of shadows and fear. Death could come from anywhere, at any time. A man might be plowing his field, the only sound the harness creaking and the birds singing, when the tree line would suddenly erupt with a volley of gunfire. He would simply fall, another life erased without a word. A riderless horse returning to a barn at dusk became a common and dreaded sight, a silent messenger of another ambush. The first major act of retribution was aimed directly at the head of the Martin clan. As Floyd Martin rode along a quiet country road, a section of woods he'd passed 1,000 times before, the trees themselves seemed to explode. A hail of lead tore through the air, and Martin was thrown from his horse. He lay grievously wounded, but by some miracle, he survived. The message, however, had been delivered in smoke and lead. No one was safe, no place was sacred. The war of assassination had begun. This shadow war culminated on a blistering summer morning, June 22nd, 1887. The Martin faction, now an army of over 100 determined men, descended from the hills and laid siege to Moorhead. The morning calm was shattered by a sound like rolling thunder, a sound that sent townspeople scrambling for their lives, diving into cellars or hiding behind anything that could stop a bullet. For hours, the air was filled with a constant, deafening roar as hundreds of rounds were fired. It was a storm of lead. The high-pitched whine of bullets was everywhere. Wooden storefronts splintered, sending shards of timber flying through the air. The windows of the Galt House Hotel, where Craig Tolliver and his men were cornered, shattered one by one. Through the thick haze of gunsmoke, you could see the muzzle flashes from doorways, from rooftops, from behind wagons. The Martin men weren't brawling. They were conducting a methodical extermination, tightening a noose of rifle fire around the heart of Tolliver's power. Then came the final, desperate act. Trapped, his men falling around him, Craig Tolliver made a run for it. He burst from the hotel, a flash of motion against the chaos. It wasn't a single shot that answered him, but a deafening, instantaneous chorus of rifles firing as one. The unstoppable town boss, the man who had ruled Rowan County with an iron fist, simply collapsed in the middle of the street. And in the moment his body hit the dirt, the thunder of the guns stopped. A deafening silence fell over Moorhead, broken only by the ringing in men's ears and the sight of the dead man lying in the dust. The war was over. To understand the 3 years of terror that followed, we must try to look at the world through Craig Tolliver's cold, calculating eyes. In his own mind, he was no villain. He was a king, and Moorhead was his kingdom. The Galt House Hotel was his castle, the Monarch Saloon his throne room. He believed in order, but it was his order. He provided jobs, settled disputes, and kept the peace, all so long as his authority was never questioned. He didn't see the Martins and their allies as a political opposition. He saw them as rebels, as a disease threatening the body of his carefully controlled world. When Solomon Bradley was killed on Election Day, Craig Tolliver didn't see a drunken brawl gone wrong. He saw an assassination. He saw the son of his chief rival striking down one of his loyalists in a blatant act of defiance. To him, this was an insurrection, a declaration of war against his rule. A king cannot allow such a challenge to go unanswered, or the throne itself will crumble. The moment he heard the news, a switch didn't flip from anger to rage. It flipped from political maneuvering to calculated extermination. The Martins had chosen the weapon, and he would simply prove he was a master of it. The decision to ambush Floyd Martin wasn't made in a fit of passion. It was a cold, strategic move, a piece being moved on a chessboard. Tolliver would have seen it as a regrettable but necessary act of statecraft. In his logic, removing the head of the rebellion would cause the movement to collapse. After the ambush failed, he wouldn't have felt frustration or panic, but a grim resolve. It was simply a problem that now required a more thorough solution. For 3 years, as the bodies fell on both sides, it's unlikely Tolliver felt guilt. Each report of another Martin supporter shot from ambush would have been received not with glee, but with a sense of grim satisfaction. It wasn't murder, it was management. It was the slow, methodical process of cutting a cancer out of his county. He was the only man, in his own view, strong enough to do what needed to be done. This is what makes his evil so chilling. It was not the product of madness, but of a terrible, unwavering certainty that he was the hero of his own story. When the final volley of shots faded, a silence fell over Moorhead. It was a silence so deep and heavy, it felt louder than the gunfire that had preceded it. A thick, acrid haze of gun smoke hung in the humid summer air, burning the eyes and throat. For a long moment, nothing moved. The only sign that the world hadn't ended was the sight of Craig Tolliver's lifeless body lying in the dusty street, a final stark punctuation mark at the end of a bloody 3-year sentence. Slowly, cautiously, the town began to emerge from its hiding places. Cellar doors creaked open. Shopkeepers peered out from behind barricaded windows. The faces of the townspeople were pale with shock, their eyes wide as they took in the scene. The main street looked like a battlefield. Bullet holes pocked nearly every building. Windows were shattered, and the ground was littered with spent shell casings. The bodies of Tolliver and his lieutenants lay where they had fallen, silent testament to the terrible finality of the fight. The Martin faction, victorious, did not flee back to their hollows. They were no longer an invading army. They were the new power in Rowan County. They stood in the open, rifles held loosely in their hands, their faces grim and streaked with sweat and gunpowder. They had come to Moorhead to kill a king, and they had succeeded. With Tolliver and his closest men dead, their political machine, built on years of intimidation and control, had vanished in the space of a single morning. The reign was over, but news of a private war travels fast. When word reached the state capital of Frankfurt that a county seat had been seized by an armed force and its leadership exterminated in the streets, the reaction was one of pure shock. This wasn't a feud, this was an insurrection. Governor J. Proctor Knott didn't send a sheriff, he sent the army. For the first time in Kentucky's history, the state militia was called out to quell a local war. Days later, uniformed soldiers marched down the main street of Moorhead, their polished boots kicking up the same dust that had soaked up Craig Tolliver's blood. They came with bayonets fixed, under orders to restore order by force if necessary. They were a foreign power, an outside authority that neither the Martins nor the Tollivers had ever answered to. Their arrival marked the true end of the war. The law of the mountains had finally been silenced by the law of the state. The arrival of the state militia did not bring peace to Rowan County. It simply put a lid on a boiling pot. The gunfire was replaced by a tense, suffocating quiet, enforced by the cold steel of soldiers' bayonets. But beneath this forced calm, the community was more fractured than ever. The war wasn't over. It had just moved indoors, into the whispers in the general store and the fearful glances exchanged over church pews. The town of Moorhead and the surrounding hollows broke into two camps, with a terrified majority caught in the middle. For the Republicans and the families of the Martin faction, it was a moment of liberation. They saw themselves not as killers, but as patriots who had overthrown a tyrant. They had stood up to Craig Tolliver's machine and won, restoring what they believed was true justice to the county. They were the heroes of their own story, and they expected to be treated as such. But for the friends, allies, and business partners of the dead Democrats, The Martin clan was a mob of savage murderers from the hills. They saw the great gunfight not as a battle, but as a massacre, and they now lived in mortal fear of the men who had perpetrated it. This fear gave birth to a powerful conspiracy of silence. When the state authorities began their investigation, they were met with a wall of sealed lips and downcast eyes. Men who had witnessed the entire 2-hour battle from their shop windows suddenly claimed they had been hiding in their cellars and had seen nothing. Others, who surely knew the names of every man who marched on the town, would only shrug and say they couldn't recognize anyone through the smoke. To speak the truth was to choose a side, and in the shadow of such violence, choosing a side was a potential death sentence. Fear of Martin retribution was a more immediate threat than a distant state court. Yet, in this atmosphere of terror, small acts of courage and cowardice defined the true character of the people. A former Tolliver deputy who once walked with a confident swagger would now cross the street to avoid meeting the gaze of a Martin man. But a doctor who had been a friend of Tolliver's would still ride out to a Martin farm to tend to a sick child, his oath as a healer overriding the politics of hate. A widow of a slain Tolliver man might find a sack of flour left on her porch in the dead of night, a silent offering from a neighbor who dared not show support in the daylight. The war had moved from the streets into the hearts of the people, and every small decision, who to trade with, who to talk to, who to help, became a declaration of allegiance in a conflict that was far from over. The hunt for the killers of Craig Tolliver was not a chase with hounds and rifles through the dark hollows. The killers weren't hiding. They were walking the streets of Moorhead in broad daylight, confident and victorious. The hunt that followed was a different kind of pursuit altogether, a methodical and dangerous game of wits waged by outsiders in a land that guarded its secrets jealously. The posse was not made of vengeful neighbors, but of state prosecutors and detectives from Frankfurt, city men who wore stiff collars and carried law books instead of Winchesters. Their prey was an entire faction, over 100 men bound by blood, politics, and the shared secret of the final gunfight. The mountains that had once hidden Tolliver's ambushes now served a new purpose. They hid the truth. The state's men rode from one isolated farm to the next, asking questions that were met with blank stares, convenient memory loss, and a steadfast, unnerving silence. The people of the hills, loyal to the Martins or simply terrified of them, created a fortress of ignorance. The investigators found themselves lost not in the woods, but in a fog of fear and clan loyalty. But the state had a power that Tolliver never did: the full weight of the law and the endless patience of bureaucracy. Slowly, painstakingly, they pieced together a list of names. Whispers were gathered, deals were offered, and cracks began to appear in the wall of silence. Finally, the state felt it had enough. Indictments were issued for the leaders of the Martin faction, charging them with murder and insurrection. The question that hung over the entire county was, would they come peacefully? Or would the state's lawmen have to fight a second war to bring them in? The moment of capture was not a bloody firefight, but a scene of quiet, surreal drama. Faced with warrants from the state, the very authority they claimed to respect, the Martin leaders made a calculated choice. One by one, they came down from their hill farms, met the lawmen, and surrendered their rifles. There was no resistance, no desperate last stand. They walked into custody with their heads held high, not as cornered fugitives, but as men who believed utterly in their own righteousness. They were confident that any jury of their peers would see them not as criminals, but as liberators who had done the county a necessary, if brutal, service. Their war was not over. It was simply moving from the battlefield to the courtroom. The courthouse in Moorhead was not a hall of justice, it was a fortress. State militia, with bayonets fixed, stood guard at every entrance and lined the courtroom walls. The room was packed to suffocation, split down the middle as if by an invisible wall. On one side sat the grim-faced farmers and families of the Martin faction, their expressions hard and unyielding. On the other, the remaining allies of Craig Tolliver, their faces a mixture of grief, fear, and a desperate hope for vengeance. Every person in that room understood this was not just a trial. It was the final battle of the Rowan County War, fought not with rifles, but with words and law books. The prosecution, sent from the state capital, laid out a clear and brutal case. This was murder, plain and simple. A conspiracy of over 100 men who had taken the law into their own hands, sieged a town, and executed their political rivals in the street. They painted the Martin faction as a lawless mob, a threat to the very fabric of civilized society. But the defense lawyers, shrewd men who understood the ways of the mountains, told a different story. They portrayed Craig Tolliver as a ruthless tyrant who ruled Rowan County through fear and corruption. The Martin men, they argued, were not murderers. They were patriots, Minutemen, who had risen up to liberate their community from a despot when the law itself had failed them. The trial became a spectacle of fear. One by one, witnesses were called to the stand. Men who had seen the whole bloody affair unfold would stare at the floor, their hands trembling, and mumble that they couldn't be sure of any faces they saw that day. The smoke, they'd say, was too thick. The chaos was too great. And you can imagine, my friends, the pressure in that room. You can imagine the silent, heavy gazes from the Martin supporters, a non-verbal promise of a long memory. The conspiracy of silence that had protected the killers in the hills now followed them right into the courthouse. Throughout the proceedings, the accused leaders of the Martin clan sat in their chairs with a quiet, unshakable dignity. There was no remorse in their eyes, no plea for mercy. They listened to the testimony with the stoicism of men who had made their peace with their actions long ago. They had done what they believed was necessary, and they put their faith not in clever lawyers, but in a jury of their peers, men who knew the land, who understood the grievances, and who had lived under the shadow of Craig Tolliver's rule. Finally, the day of the verdict arrived. The jury, 12 men from Rowan County, filed back into the silent, tense courtroom. They avoided the eyes of everyone, their faces pale and unreadable. The foreman stood, a single piece of paper trembling in his hand. He cleared his throat and spoke the words that would echo through those mountains for 100 years. On the charge of murder, on the charge of insurrection, the verdict for every single man was the same: not guilty. A roar erupted from one side of the room, a wave of triumphant relief. On the other side, there was only the dead silence of disbelief and defeat. The Martin men walked out of the courthouse as free men, acquitted by a jury of their neighbors. The law of the state had spoken, but was it justice? Or was it fear, wearing a judge's robes? The Martin men walked free from the courthouse, but the war had left a scar on every soul in Rowan County. For the allies of Craig Tolliver, the verdict was not just an acquittal, it was an eviction notice. Their leader was dead, their power was shattered, and the men who had killed him now held all the cards. There was no future for them in a county run by their mortal enemies. A quiet, grim exodus began. One by one, they sold their businesses and their land for whatever they could get, packed their families into wagons, and disappeared from the county, seeking a life in a place where their name was not a mark of defeat. For the victorious Martin faction, life after the verdict was not a simple return to peace. They had won the war, and in the following years, they took control of the courthouse and the sheriff's office, just as they had set out to do. But their victory was a heavy crown. They were no longer simple farmers. They were the men who had laid siege to a town and killed its leader. They were respected by their allies, but forever watched with fear by others. They had to live with the ghosts of what they had done, and the silence of their neighbors was a constant reminder of the blood that had been spilled. They had freed Rowan County from a tyrant, but in doing so had become figures of awe and terror themselves. The community, caught in the middle, made a silent pact to forget. It was a wound too deep to be discussed, a memory too painful to be preserved. The bullet holes in the storefronts were patched with new wood. The Galt House Hotel, The blood-soaked epicenter of the battle stood empty and decaying for a time, a grim monument to the war, until it eventually burned to the ground, taking its ghosts and stories with it in the smoke. People stopped talking about the feud. A generation grew up knowing only a sanitized version of the story, or perhaps none at all. The great gunfight became the county's dark secret, a history that everyone knew, but no one dared to speak aloud. For the sake of peace, Rowan County buried its own past under a thick, heavy blanket of collective silence. If you walk the streets of Moorhead, Kentucky today, you won't see the scars of a battlefield. You'll see the campus of a bustling university. You'll see traffic and commerce, a modern town moving at a modern pace. The old wooden storefronts are gone, replaced by brick and pavement. The thunder of the 1887 gunfight has been replaced by the everyday sounds of life. It would be easy to think that the Rowan County War was just a tall tale, a ghost story whispered by old men. But if you look in the local phone book, you will still find the names Martin and Tolliver. The descendants of the men who fought and died in that war still live on the same land, still walk the same streets. The blood has thinned, the old hatreds have cooled into a shared, complicated history. They are no longer armies, just families. A Martin and a Tolliver might work together. Their children might sit next to each other in school, most of them knowing little of the war their great-grandfathers waged for the soul of this very ground. The physical landmarks of the war are nearly all gone. The Galt House Hotel is a ghost, its location now just a spot on a modern street. But if you know where to look, you can find the final chapter. In the Old Town Cemetery, you can find the grave of Craig Tolliver. There is no grand monument to mark the resting place of the man who was once the untouchable king of Rowan County. There is only a stone, weathered by more than a century of Kentucky rain and sun, his name slowly being erased by time. It's a quiet, humble end for a man whose life was so loud and violent. People have tried to forget. For generations they buried the story, hoping silence would heal the wounds. But in Appalachia, the land has a memory longer than any person's. The mountains that surround Moorhead stood as silent witnesses to the ambushes and the final bloody siege. The waters of Triplet Creek still flow as they did when they ran dark with rumor and fear. The buildings are gone, the guns are rust, and the men are dust, but the mountains remember everything. So we return to the question we asked at the very beginning around this digital campfire. Was this a feud, or was it a war? The story of Rowan County gives us a clear and chilling answer. This was not a petty squabble between families. It was the final bloody battle in a political war that had been simmering since the end of the Civil War. It's a brutal lesson in what happens when the law serves one man instead of all men, and when an entire community feels it has no recourse but the rifle. The great tragedy of the Rowan County War is that there were no simple heroes. To defeat a tyrant like Craig Tolliver, who had wrapped the law around himself like a shield, the Martin faction had to become a mirror of his own ruthlessness. They had to abandon that very law and become an army, delivering a verdict with a volley of lead because they believed a jury never would. This story forces us to confront an uncomfortable truth, that the line between a liberator and a killer can sometimes be as thin as a puff of gun smoke. This is a story of the indomitable and sometimes terrifying Appalachian spirit. It is a testament to a code that says a man's honor is his own to defend, and that power taken by force can be taken away by force. It is a dark and violent chapter in our history, but one we must remember, for it reminds us that beneath the quiet surface of our towns and our histories, there are sometimes wars that have never truly ended. And now, my friends, you know the rest of the story.